All paths converge today, ladies and gentlemen. The journey that started 3 days ago out here is now finally coming to fruition. It is going to be the last day of PGL MLBB Challengers 2026, and we will witness the team that will lift the trophy. But in order to find that out, we'll first have to watch the journey of the teams in the lower bracket, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Warren 1x with me, Scared Yet, and it's going to be an amazing evening out here, Warren. How excited are you for this?
I'm very stoked about today, of course. Yesterday's games and Friday's games, they really set it up the tone. We definitely know that those 4 teams are the top teams that we had after it was separated into the top 8. Let's just glance over the bracket and let's see how were their each respective journeys. White Army, they got off to a nice start. They beat Memento Requiem, but then they were put down by Basics into the lower bracket. Basics now standing in the grand finals, so nothing to be shy about. Then Meta Shift, they surprisingly got beaten up by Entity, who stepped up to the plate and they showed us what they are made of. But unfortunately, in the end, Basics were their slayer too. So Entity waiting in that BO5 that will be happening after this BO3, but before that we need to know who will be playing against them, and that will be between Meta Shift, the last year's champions of Europe, against White Army, new team being ready here on the scene. The question is, who got it? The old squad, Meta Shift, the old dreams, the old skill, or new stuff from White Army?
That's going to be the main question out here, right? Because let's be honest, the final boss is definitely Basics, who directly or indirectly have caused all the other teams to move all the way down in the lower bracket. MetaShift being the team that was beaten by Entity, and then Entity themselves, as you rightfully mentioned, being sent all the way down there means apart from MetaShift, everyone would be looking in for a revenge against Basics. But before all of that, MetaShift taking on White Army. That's going to be an interesting take out here, because I'll be honest, I don't know if I think MetaShift will have that similar advantage that we initially thought they would, considering the performance of White Army yesterday against Final Rain, as well as a day before that. Yes, even though it was not really a straightforward win, they still managed to get at least 2 games against Basic.
But let's think about one thing, because the bracket is showing that to us very clearly. If we look at the stats, White Army 2-3 against Basics, where Team Entity were able to get only 1 point on them. And Entity was the team that sent MetaShift into the loser bracket. So if we look at the stats, the raw data, it's telling us that White Army should be the superior team, which is surprising to me. It's honestly absolutely crazy to me. I would have never expected this. Thinking about the grand finals day and thinking that MetaShift might not be a part of it. I don't know what's happening. They need to get their stuff together because it's not going in their favor.
Yeah, that's one thing, right? And I really want to see what White Army themselves have got on in their back pockets, because looking at their journey of what happened through the previous few rounds, Astralix is the team that they faced up against. They won against them really dominatingly. And then Patricia City. I'd be honest, if you thought that their game against Astralix was domination, you should have seen the other one. 31-1. That was an absolute disaster for the other side. Then they faced off against No Name, and then against a team which we all have witnessed, right? Big mistake. A team that we've seen for quite a while ago as well in previous few events too. White Army were able to win that game. Yes, it was a bit of a close affair, but still they showcased great resilience. And those are not just the only games where they've constantly been winning. Even throughout this journey that we have seen for them in that upper bracket and now in the lower bracket as well, White Army has basically become a team that it's a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely, and they could cement their name in the history of European MLBB for the year 2026 if, and only if, they are able to move through MetaShift, which could, might, and might not happen That's definitely still left in the stars. Maybe some future could tell us. With your perfect predictions, Scared, would you care to tell us how is it gonna end up? Nah, I stop you there. Of course, don't tell us, even if you know it, because we are here for the ride, and we don't want to know where it leads. Well, we know where it leads to the grand finals, but we don't want to know what we will see on the way. But we can get some hints, and the hints will be in the schedule. Scared, please.
Bereshchev taking on White Army first in the best of 3 matchup right now, ladies and gentlemen, and the winner will move forward in a best of 5 against ET. You have to think of it in a way, Warren, that first you've got to play an 8 series game, and then you will face up against Basics in a best of 7. So potentially you might end up playing somewhere around 15 games if all of these series are going to their maximum limit. And if it's a team that is moving all the way from the first round itself, that is Bereshchev or maybe White Army, imagine if they end up going into the grand finals. It's going to be a constant hard-fought MLBB action back to back to back. It is looking tough.
Well, you have to strike hard and fast. You have to do decapitating strikes. BO3 end into 0, BO5 end in 3-0, and then you will have the break between grand finals. You charge yourself up and be ready for your opponents. Of course, that would be the ideal scenario for either Bereshchev or White Army, but probably that's not going to happen since we know that all of those teams are pretty stacked against each other. I don't think any of the series, I'm not gonna say that it will go to the full series, but I'm gonna call that none of the series will end at the minimum games. I don't think we will have 2-0. I don't think we will have 3-0. I don't think that we will have 4-0 in the finals. I think it will not be as clear-cut. What are you laughing at, Scared? Do you have a different opinion about that topic?
I don't know, man. If Bereshchev are looking the exact similar manner of how they looked yesterday, this series could end up being a 2-0 in favor of White Army.
Ooh, that's wild. That's wild. I think all of the fans of Bereshchev are right now trying to burn you on the stakes, in the chat at least.
I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to focus on Lil Reivik, and I'm going to focus on Pelmetroni, because that's a matchup you would want to focus on. That goal lane will eventually become pivotal for what's going to happen in that mid to late game, because both of these players have showcased that they can shoulder the responsibility of the team when the team is crumbling down. On the other end of the spectrum, though, I think so L9 Ghost will also have a huge responsibility to shut down God Believer. He was one of the big reasons why we actually saw Entity move all the way up against them and get the better of them. They were able to shut down God Believer. And once he was not able to do his own thing in the river, the side lanes couldn't burst in the similar manner how we'd normally see. So I think so that's going to be the key to victory for White Army.
Also, one talking topic should definitely be Pelmetronio's form, because we are used to seeing Pelmetronio being the top marksman for his team, and honestly for the whole Europe he was the superior, the best marksman there was in the last year. But now it's a new year, 2026, and he's not looking so hot. So either he was sleeping off, he was getting fat on the cookies during the Christmas, or everyone was just practicing harder. But something happened, because Pelmetronio doesn't look like himself. He is not stepping up to the plate. I am not used to seeing him in this poor form. I'm expecting much more of him. Yes, Wicked is a very, very good player, and he has shown us yesterday, but not even against Wicked. It was also against other gold lane players. He wasn't playing that well.
Here's one of the big things, right? I think so it's not just Pelmetronio himself losing his form, but the gold lane itself in general is where you might not have that much leeway, right? Like, as much you had in previously. But one of the most important things that I still want to focus is going to be how impactful would be Wobble our Dub. Because on the other side, normally Linux would play as the roamer, but White Army are playing with their sub. So Onuki has hopped in this time. We've got to see how good that coordination is between him and L9 Ghost, because these two people in the mid are going to be pivotal to maintain that river control.
And I'm just trying to go over the matches to see if Onoki was even a single time being added into the roster, if this is his premiere here in the playoffs or here.
Yeah, it is.
It's his premiere. That's heavy shoulders. That's a lot of weight on his shoulders, is what I mean. Oof, that's a big space to fill in with the hole that Linux left behind him. Unfortunate for White Army, but that's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes the subs have to step in, and honestly, it could be at the same time, yes, it's dangerous position for Onoki, but it also could be his moment to shine, to show what he's made of and how well can he deliver. So all power to him. I am hoping that Onoki will show us what he can do. But going for that Kalia together with Kimi. But it's again that combination that we mentioned that we are not so happy about. We would typically like something more bursty with Kalia, but they are still going for it.
It is highly possible that they might pick a assassin into the jungle, right? Haya and Yi Sun-shin have been banned out, so Lancelot could be the priority pick there. But on the other side, you pick up the Claude as well as the Hylos. It's all three solid individual picks, but I don't see a big proper combination apart from the Yujong and Hylos who can dive in. I mean, Lil Rebik as well, technically you can say, will jump in the backline with Blazing Duet. You kind of want to see something that can move up front. And I know, Warren, you're smiling. You can show your smile as well on the camera because we've got the Sora picked up. That's it. That's it. Sweet swipe.
I couldn't be happier for my first game, for the first match of the series today, because Sora being picked off by Bober, come on, that's going to be a nice sight to behold. Of course, if Bober can have a little bit more teamwork, because yesterday we saw him on Sora and he played nicely, but we were saying it on the stream and off stream too. We were talking about it in great lengths, where Metaship, they didn't really feel like they remember how to do the teamwork properly like they did before, because each of them, and especially one of the fights, if you remember from yesterday, where Bober, he was doing his own thing, Palmetronio doing his own too, and then Leave Me went in and did his thing too, but it kind of worked out in the end because they are still here, but it wasn't looking good, and against a team that's right now part of the top 4. You cannot be doing that.
I really hope they would have fixed at least a few of those things, right? Because White Army have been looking pretty clean. And that kind of shows up in their draft as well. Even though there are very solid picks for Meta Shift with the Kalia, Kimi, as well as the Sora, the Hylos with the Glorious Pathway can actually disrupt a lot of those things. And as much as I know Kronos and everyone else like to mention too that Kimi can kite around a lot and everything, yada, yada, yada. If there's someone who can actually catch up to Kimi, then it is going to be the Claude and Yujong. So that combo is also looking pretty good. I like the bans from Metashift banning out both of the tank junglers now, because they know that if there's another tank jungler, it's going to be a problem for their own lineup. So they just want to kind of force White Army onto an assassin jungle. Maybe a Joy, but a Joy is not going to be good. And I think so they're kind of forcing him on a Joy since the Lancelot has been picked up.
Kind of, yeah, I guess so, because they are definitely lacking in the magic damage department. Onoki will not be the one to dish out all magic damage for his team, because if that would be so, Metashif will be super happy about it. Sora, Kalia, they would go full armor and they wouldn't have a carry in the world. Godbeliever probably would go warrior boots, the same thing for Leave Me. Yeah, Scared?
I'm thinking Farsa Joy for White Army.
Yeah, I would like that. I think that's the best approach you could go for. You need to destroy Godbeliever and you know there will be a marksman for Palmetronio.
But Joy is going to be in so much trouble just because of the threat of the Tsunami Slam.
But I don't think there is anything else. Honestly, like what else with magic damage powers would be in the jungle? I agree that it's dangerous position to be in because Tsunami Slam is so easy to execute. And together with CC as well, it's actually Palmetronio on Sora. They did the switch to Ruski and it's Gold Line Sora. So that means their composition is much more tanky. So that's something White Army probably did not think through at all, because they are very, very burst oriented. Other than Claude, other than Yuzong, their other half of the team comp is really about that burst damage, exploding
Yeah.
targets. But Meta Shift, I don't think they really mind that much, especially with Lancelot having his current meta build being a little bit on the tankier side with Vorax and all the stuff he's building. There is not really, other than Gold Believer, there's not really much targets for you to burst.
It is literally just God Believer. So if he survives, if he's able to kite around everything, then it's all going to be good and dandy in the bank. But if that is not happening, yeah, things will look troublesome. But there's 4 people who can straight up dive at you versus 1 who can lay the path for them to dive on top of you. It's all going down in the hands of God Believer, ladies and gentlemen, as we move up into the Land of Dawn for the first time today in the evening, to see if White Army will be the one who lead in, or will it be Meta Shift?
That's the question, that's the big question. The first game will tell us. I often like to say second game, third game will tell us more, but I think the first one will really set up the groundwork, especially since Double-Elimination going for a very aggressive trade. 24 Sonoki away goes. God Believer has his gun charge up. Onoki barely surviving, but honestly, what did you expect with this combination of heroes? Onoki is trying to match him in that regard, but he is not succeeding as well.
Here's the thing, Warren.
Yeah.
I don't particularly feel that things are going to get easy for Victor there. Oh, hold on.
I think you can hold on to the mic for now. I don't think there will be anything happening just yet, or maybe there will be. With the Phantom Execution going through on Ghost, who needs to use his bird form.
As soon as you mention it, we instantly saw that happen. But here's the thing, level 4 to level 4, Realize is gonna miss one of his way, but if they get the turtle, then that's fine.
Black Dragon form flying in, there is Tsunami Slam, not available yet, but Feathered Airstrike is there to slam you down. Onoki getting pulled in by Pelmetronio, gets picked off, Ghost trying to survive, bird form available just in the nick of time to keep him alive. Victor, he cannot succeed in the turtle steal. You know Victor, he's a cheeky guy, he stole a couple of turtles, but not this time.
Pelmetronio being the difference maker in that entire engagement, definitely making sure that Metachef will take that one. And also Bobo Rusik instantly clearing out the wave against the Yu Jong and then moving over towards the turtle to try and push everyone back. We're finally seeing Metachef back in form, maybe.
Initiation on God Believer needs to flicker out of harm's way, and Ghost gets killed for his actions. Double-Elimination actually able to dish out just enough damage to single him out.
And that is the strength of that Kalia Kimi in the mid lane. Even though you might not really get a lot of picks, but it's the poke.
It's the poke, the constant poke in your face, pull on 2, and Victor could be done for. He is barely surviving through the Goddess pathway. Onoki, he should be a little bit harder to get dealt with. In the end, he wasn't actually dealt with, it was Double-Elimination. It turned upside down, but Metachef still able to walk away with the purple buff for God Believer.
And that's a big one. Joy not really getting any farm in the early game is a big problem. Because let's be honest, if you don't really get those early few items, then you'd not be able to burst down the targets in the backline. In return, they would shut you down.
Believe me, with a crazy level advantage, almost 3 levels. Right now it's 2, but almost 3.
He's also going in for the War Axe for the first item out there. Genius Swan. Oh, look at bot.
Yeah, I'm looking as Tsunami Slam is hopping in. Needs to realize he could be dying. It's actually keeping him alive by just his willpower alone. But Ghost gets taken instead to get with Onoki. And there is God Believer against Realize. I mean, it's 4 members of Mana Shift. How can he hope to survive? He will try to do so. Black Dragon form flying around. Looks like he will be fine.
But it doesn't matter. They got the entire gold shield of the bottom tower and will also get the turtle. Yes, Victor will finally get his own buffs, but again, Meta Shift are slowly going in for the snowball that White Army don't really know how to stop. Because Bill Metronio hasn't even jumped in those fights that much. It is only once. It's mostly been Wobble Ubba Dub Dub along with the pressure by God Believer.
So far it's looking like it's not the left team that has the army on their backs, but it's actually Meta Shift. But how do tables turn? Just when I mention it and there is another action happening. Bubble using Tsunami Slam to disengage, keeping God Believer alive, and he is trying to look as dangerous as he can be because he wants to keep God Believer on his toes.
And in the back of it, they've taken the mid-tier 1 as well. Meta Shift are doing everything all around the map. This was the coordination that was missing from them yesterday. And look at that. 2 main structures taken, Purify baited out from Lil Rabic, 60 seconds onto that next turtle where they're now trying to create the advantage as well. Everything is happening perfectly for Meta Shift.
But they are making it happen. That's the thing. This feels like a different Mana Shift, and especially after I mentioned the power scaling Lil Rabic, BMI was there to save him in time. But especially after I mentioned the power scaling and that White Army should be the superior team, Mana Shift are showing that they are not the beast they once were. Talking yesterday, talking Friday, they look much better.
They look cleaner. And I think so it is again enabling Pelmetronio with a solid pick into that gold lane to help him out there. Oh. Feathered airstrike baited out 10 seconds before the turtle. This is big.
Tsunami Slam initiation, there's got to puff away, but it's too late as Onoki just walks into the jaws of death of Meta Shift.
You pick 2 people off, you can easily take the turtle as well. Lil Rabic.
He will try to clear the wave. He should be successful in doing so, I believe. The tower is quite tanky. Turtle being picked up for Mana Shift is the 3rd.
Now here's the thing. You're just baiting out so many resources only by using a few of your skills. That is Meta Shift's strength, but White Army, they'll be trying to prolong this game for as much as possible. Victor hasn't died once, so he's got the damage. Leave me? He should be okay. Alright, so Victor has not died once. Now that should give them a little bit of hope to work with, along with 2 items out of the Trinity completed by Lil Rabic. Only the corrosion sites remains. So once he gets those items, I think so they'll have enough damage to take down that backline.
Traction pull on 2. Yeah, that's just it.
Wow.
Birdform barely keeping Ghost alive. Double-Elimination will get obliterated for his action, but doesn't matter. It's a roamer. Tsunami Slam as he puts them into harm's way. Realize gets picked off. Double kill goes to Meta Shift. Ghost is so happy that he wasn't picked off as well because he now could be fighting to keep his aura alive. Nah, I don't think it's happening. Aura has been popped, and that's Meta Shift. Job's done.
No more Holy Shield before the Lord down in the bottom lane. That is big. Oh, even the mid one's falling now. The HP of Onoki, it seems like paper.
2 for 1.
That's big. Oh.
God Believer is just being cheeky. I believe he will be fine.
Yeah, all right, he's safe for now. I think so. He's kind of pushing his luck a little bit too much. Just one wrong move and he will be shut down. But there's a reason why he's on top of the damage numbers. It's because he's constantly pushing his luck a little bit too much. Along with Bobo Rusik as well. Yeah, they're trying to steal away the buff, but it's got this retribution forced out there.
Tsunami Slam on Realize. Realize barely kept alive by a no keys. Revitalize being popped. Luckily for him, though, Mana Shift, they don't mind. They had the plan all along. Cause Ruckus, go for Lord.
No feathered airstrike, no glorious pathway. There's no way White Army can actually think of contesting that Lord. And now with all of that, I think so the bottom tower, if it's chunked down even a bit, then the Lord will march from there. Otherwise, it's going to be from mid. Yeah, that's the mid lane.
Before you were mentioning that Victor could be still a deadly weapon, but the deeper we go, the more teamfight heavy it is. Glorious pathway, in Vengeance popped on Bulber. He needs to retaliate. Ghost gets picked up, but Pametronio has been dealt with as well. It's Vabalabodab and Yuzong in the backline making space for Victor. I don't think he has cooldowns. God Believer is pushing him away. Realize getting stuck between rock and a hard place, but he has dealt with the hard place so he can pass through. But there's Leave Me with the Phantom Execution not being available, but doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to finish the job as Mana Shift want to finish the bigger job. The base Crystal as they march into their base. Traction pull, pulls no one, but he gets picked off for his actions. Bobarusik too deep without Vengeance. That was a little bit too hasty. Leave Me. Probably thinking to himself, read my name, leave me alone. I want to stay alive.
Yeah, that's surviving with the skin of his teeth, I'd have to say. Otherwise, if in case Lil Raybig had a BMI, he was definitely going in for the chase as well. A big shutdown goal to Bobarusik going into the hands of Lil Raybig along with Victor and the entire team. So that's something White Army can now work with. Yes, 8,000 gold behind, but look at them. Look at their confidence now. They're moving so far ahead.
Tsunami slam through flicker combination, but Vabalabodab a little bit too deep. He will get picked off. Basically for nothing, actually for Lil Raybig, who went a little bit too deep with that BMI. Others Puffway will try to keep on Noki alive, but it's not enough. There is too much of a gold difference between those two teams. I think this game, White Army should call it quits and think about the draft for the second.
Yeah, right now they've got to try and defend this mid. No feathered airstrike available right now, but Victor does really have his own ult. Oh!
Victor will try to use the beats, but it is enough. He dances to the beats of music. But there is Bulber, Leave Me pushing in. God Believer gets picked up by the tower. The best player of White Army. The base Crystal keeping the hopes alive. Of course, just a little bit of a joke. Everyone from White Army is playing decently well, but it feels like they are disoriented, which makes sense because they had to put a sub in, and as I mentioned before, yes, they probably were screaming, they were probably practicing with him, but he didn't play with them here on the stage, here in the playoffs, and even before that, so they are probably still trying to adapt, and I think if they are able to shake it off, get it going. Second game could be a little bit better, but this game they look so disoriented.
For now, yes, and I believe it is again just because of that draft itself, because of how Medisha picked the picks. Hold on.
Rabbig was trying to make a name for himself, even though we all know his name, but he was trying to, you know, reach the far corners. But who is reaching the far corners is also Pametronio getting two-man pull in. But he will die for that action. Ghost will pick him off, and there is a chase happening. God Believer with the back door going to separate it all. Victor will get picked off as he tried to chew a little bit more than he could eat. He went for a 1v2, and now God Believer will pick off a Noki. Lil Rabbit trying to clutch it out. He is still kept alive by the skin of his teeth. Realize, picking one off. It's God Believer. Leave Me needed to use Phantom Execution to chase him off, and it's 2v2. I think the base Crystal will stand for now.
Oh, will it be? Leave Me is trying everything that he can to try and shut them down. There we go.
Tsunami slam, but it will be a trade 1-for-1. I don't think Leave Me can finish it off. He will try Phantom Execution. That's it on the knife edge, and he will finish him off. And that means the hope is still shining bright for White Army as they keep the base Crystal alive.
Outplay of the event there by Lil Raybig. This was not supposed to happen on Mediship's clock. But now White Army, maybe with this one play they bought themselves enough time. The anticipation of what Leave Me is going to do and then just outplaying him only with a BMI. There's a reason why Claude is one of the best marksmen in any meta. And he's showing it.
Right now, Pametronio trying to show some pull-ins again, but he dies for trying that. It's the same story. but now with a twist, they get nothing from it.
Well, Metronia is trying to be the first engage of the entire game. I mean, it's been so many times now that he's tried to do the same thing. And he's been punished every single time for that. 1-4-4. He was the reason why his team had the advantage since the first minute because of that rotation towards the first turtle. But then after that, we haven't really seen him make that major of the impact. Every single time in the Tempest form, he's trying to get that chain CC in, but before he unlocks his ult, he's just dealt with, and I don't know how he can bring himself out of it until and unless he waits for Wobble-Lubba-Dub-Dub to start the engage and Bobber-Rusik to jump in the back.
The more I look at it, the more I feel that Lil Rabbit going super deep, dodging the traction pull by a millimeter, but he gets picked off anyway, shut down. This is a disastrous situation. 20 seconds for Lord. This could have been the potential fight and comeback for White Army, but now they're missing their crucial member. Rabbit is gone, and Realize could be dying as well. His dragon form is no more available. He cannot fly off. He gets picked off too, and it's just Victor, Ghost, and Onoki trying to defend the onslaught. Ghost might be picked off too. Getting cleared up by
Base.
Victor, but no one is defending the base as Base Crystal gets attacked again and again until it explodes.
By the time Victor decided to hop in the fight, everything was already over, and that is a questionable decision for me. But what a play again from Metashift, right? Perfect sandwich against Lil Rabic. They went a little bit too deep out there, and they did not really have enough to take that fight, eventually ending up in that loss out over towards the end. Big play from Metashift there. As we have a look at the highlights as well of the entire game previously, most of it was really White Army just trying to survive, but not able to tank enough damage that God Believer and Bobber-Rusik were dishing out.
Absolutely. There were not many fights that went good. One of the highlights would probably be this one. This was the start of the comeback for White Army. Then the crazy base defense happened. That was also one of the highlights for White Army. But other than that, it didn't really go so well. Early game being lost. Yes, you kind of expect that because you are playing as a high loss into Kalia. Kalia is definitely packing much more of a punch. You also have Farsa. Farsa not the strongest. Yes, she has decent race together with the stun rotation, but not in the sense of damage and the wave control. God Believer did a fantastic job, 5-13. But still, meta shift, yes, they stepped up, but I'm feeling like White Army have some gas left in the tank still. I think the second game could be much more evened out than this one.
If anything, more than that, considering how Lil Rabic was actually playing, I'd have to say he was winning out in not just the gold lane matchup, but also the overall impact in the game. If not for Bobber-Rusik and God Believer on the Kimmy as well as the CC, Lil Rabic would have definitely taken this game.
Onoki looked nervous. I feel like he's the, God Believer as the standout, as the MVP, rightfully so. 79,000 damage, a lot of gold. That Skypiercer juicy. I didn't catch the stacks, but I bet in the end it was full. Maybe not even in the end, probably around half the game time. But what I wanted to mention is a comparison where we saw Marshall in the beginning of the playoffs, and Marshall wasn't really looking like he is confident. And I'm feeling the same energy from Onoki. He feels like he is sometimes lacking the decision making, the decision confidence. He's maybe overthinking. That's what his body language is telling to me. So if, and I know it's a BO3, it's super fast, not really that much time to adapt, but if he can fix that little bit between those two matches, I believe the second game could be looking a little bit better. Also, the big question is, was Linex the shot caller? Because sometimes roamers are the shot callers, and if Linex was the shot caller, then I bet that it could be very, very hard and very, very different for White Army if they are now lacking this crucial member, because someone else has to step up to fill in his shoes. Maybe Onoki is not so used to shot calling. You know, there is a lot of ifs and buts. Really, really hard to say where all the problems lay. But I don't know. I just have a hunch. I'm feeling like White Army could step up the gas.
It could be possible. I don't particularly know about the shot calling department. I think so. It still is going to be Victor and the rest of the members, specifically Lil Rebic, because most of the time it's your damage dealers who want to take the fight at certain moments in the game, considering when they reach their power spike. So I don't know if it was Linux out there, but yes, I agree. There were certain moments where all they needed was 1, 2, 3 go, but we were missing that final decision making where the confidence was lacking a little bit. But on the other end of the spectrum, you know, I'd have to give kudos to God Believer, considering how he was always stopping Victor as soon as he wanted to go into the Rhythm of Joy and the Electrifying Beats combination. He always had the immobile ready. You could see it multiple times. The Joy was not allowed to complete the full set of 4 dashes, right? He was never allowed to reach the maximum stacks of the Electrifying Beats, and that is the strength of God Believer on that Kimi. He was pivotal for this entire game because he needed to stay alive in those fights while also being in a certain dangerous range where he can be picked off, but he still got to dish out that damage. And Bobo Rusick was providing him that opening and on that opportunity, including Pelmetronio in certain moments too, where you could see that Tempest form giving some good setups, some good crowd control, which was eventually enabling the rest of the team too. But yeah, God Believer with his constant stops on Victor, that was the key highlight for me.
Pelmetronio was trying to set up the fights for sure. Maybe sometimes overzealous, but honestly, for the majority of the game, like 95% of the game, they were in such a lead and in such a form. Maybe it was, you know, he was having a little bit of that fun. Sometimes you cannot help
Probably.
it. So maybe that was it too. But the big question, I'm saying White Army can step up the gas. Scared is saying that Menashe will keep their form. But the answer is in the stars, and we will get it answered after a short break.
The known names finally stepping back up, ladies and gentlemen, as MetaShift take game number 1. But will White Army walk us back in that game number 2 to force the third one? Or will MetaShift take their journey farther in the lower bracket? We will find all of that out with Warren alongside me, Scared. Man, it was a pretty solid game out, and I'd have to say, apart from Pelmetronio, the rest of the team was looking very well coordinated. And I think so it's just because of Sora and his playstyle that Pelmetronio was struggling. Because that's what I would like to believe.
Yes, and also there's one thing that you definitely need to talk about, and that's Pelmetronio not being the fighter guy in the gold lane. Like, sometimes he plays them, but he is not the fighter guy. That would be Garmadon, who is not fighting anymore because he and Fake Time got eliminated already. So
ouch.
For that, you have to keep it in mind. So Pelmetronio may be just going for Sora because yes, he is a very skilled player, and yes, probably he practiced him a little bit, but he is not really as suited for the fighter playstyle, so he just went for it because it was fit in their draft. We were talking about it, me specifically, in the last draft, where if Victor was able to just jump with Joy on 3 squishy targets, it would be very, very bad. But MetaShift shifted their draft and made the Sora the gold lane, so their whole team got beefier as a result. So maybe that was something along those lines. Grog being banned, Kalia being banned, 2 of the highest contested roamers. Those bans being hand-shooken. The question is, first pick, Claude. What's it gonna be, Claude, Yves?
Yujong could also be on the cards as well. Now that Lanix is back, I think so White Army will be looking a little bit more confident, considering they've already practiced a lot for this entire lineup. So this is the real test of MetaShift. Can they stand up against the strongest post of White Army, the strongest 5 of White Army? Kimmy being banned out, they're respecting God Believer. They know that he was a big problem, along with the Kalia as well of Double-Elimination. That means you will have a lot more picks available in the drafting phase itself. Will they ban the Sora too? That is a question. Will White Army respect it?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think MetaShift will ban Sora. I think White Army is the ones to ban Sora, because since we know Bobber has a Champion Ocean, probably he would be able to pull off that Valentina XP to counter him, as we already mentioned. Zhuxin being gone makes sense, because Kimi is usually the one matching her pushing power, so pretty standard approach from MetaShift. Also, she's one of the most picked ban heroes for pretty long time. Maybe Muntun should do something about it. I don't know. Zhuxin all the time ban. What's going on? Yuzong being outed, so that's narrowing down the options that we are having. What do you see for the first pick?
Eve. That's why they banned out the Yuzong. They want to prioritize the Eve. High loss ban, alright. MetaShift are respecting the fact that Lanix has played high loss so many times, and he's just pretty good with that hero. Now that since he has been banned out, the question is in the hands of White Army. Will it be Sora or will it be Eve? One of those two.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the high loss ban, because then you are leaving them. Yes, they can go Sora as well, but they could go Yves, and if they go Yves, high loss is one of the good roamers. Yes, you still have Gato, I agree. But you're losing on those options.
Pick one, give one, is where White Army are. Yeah, they're gonna deny the Sora. That means Eve Gato. Eve Gato should be the option on the other side.
And then you could.
They can also try and prioritize the jungle. Yeah, they can.
But at the same time, maybe they should. Alright. Quite a fast lock-in. Baxia being brought, even though there is yet to be seen the rest of the team. I know he is high prio, but yes, he's a decent tank. Yes, he has a lot of functionality through this, but big part of his kit being the anti-heal. Now White Army know it, and they don't need to follow through with some heavy healing heroes.
It's also a flexible pick, right? Double-Elimination can also pick it up. So
You're
that
correct.
kind of works. Yisun Shin can match up the pace, or you could also go the Hayabusa route.
All right.
Yeah, it's a Yisun Shin along with a Claude. Good first picks coming in, but with that now you know that Sora is going in the EXP lane. So yeah, this could very well be the Valentina pick. But they lock on the Hilda. Oh, this is such a good early draft from Meta Shift. They can literally disrupt the farming of Victor, and that too in the first 3 minutes.
Exactly their plan, for sure. Now White Army need to decide. Actually, not even decide. They have to. They have to. They want to have the game playable. They need some crazy mid lane prio with crazy mid lane fighting roamer. Someone like Khalid to match the Hilda's damage, something like that.
Khalid would be a good pick, I agree. But here's the thing, man. With Realize playing on the Sora, even in the Tempest form, considering Sora goes in for a utility build, he will not be tanky enough. So this lineup kind of looks like a bit squishy. And in that case, you need a mid laner that can play individually as well. Who, if doved upon by Hilda and Baxia, can still try and survive. So something along the lines of a Kadita or a Lilia. Or even a Novaria to just stay out of the range.
Kadita, I see why you would like that pick, but at the same time there is not yet that many squishies. There's literally just one, and that being Eve. Yes, we know that Palmetronio is not playing really that many fighter god laners, so probably he is going for a marksman. But other than that, pretty beefy comp. So I don't know about Kadita. But I agree, she would fit the bill of sustaining herself. Alright, it's Valentina, and can we say it? It's going into the XP? I think we can say it.
It is.
So it is going to be matched against Sora, and we will see the beauty of Valentina being the better Sora than Sora is.
Last 2 picks, White Army. Something that the Valentina can't capitalize on. I can only see a Lilia here, man. I don't see anything else.
Lilia, true. She is good as playing alone, and she also gives a very, very weak ultimate to Valentina. I like it.
Go for the Sicilian.
I think it's a blunder. I think it's a blunder because, and I will explain why. I think the mid lane power of White Army is super, super low. Because Cecilion, he needs time to rack up. He needs time to get ready. And if you are not strong in mid lane, Hilda and Baxia will make their home in your own jungle.
True, and you don't... Yeah, I agree. Apart from Linux on the Khalid, you don't have anyone to stop the early invasion. Even your side lanes are not really that strong. Realize will only come online once he is level 4. And as soon as he does, Baba Rusik will come online too. Because he will always steal away the ultimate there. I mean, this is tough. I mean, the drafting of Meta Shift has been pretty good for this one. So I'm calling it, I think so it's a 2-0.
So I will be proven wrong immediately after I said that I don't believe a single series will be ended on the minimum games. I'm hoping that White Armor can put it together, but yes, I have to agree, the draft is not looking good, but they can prove me wrong.
Potentially they can, and that is only going to happen if in case L-Line Ghost can farm up really quickly on the Sicilian. Wubba Dub Dub and Lanek are gonna have their own fun time trying to beat each other.
Already trading aggressively against
damage.
Linex. He needs to drive away.
Or glide away on the sand.
Glide away, yeah. I'm still waiting for Khalid snowboard skin. It would
There's
fit the
the
build
way.
perfectly. For the Christmas this year, snowboard Khalid, I'm waiting for it. Right now, Linux is waiting for the right opportunity to go in. Leave me is getting harassed a lot. He might be getting picked off. No retribution will keep him alive. Linux trying to flicker in his way to deal with him. Actually, he could have. Nah, alright, I'm seeing that. Bobber was moving in, so smart move from Linux. He was able to secure that kill, and Meta Shift got cancelled with their invade. 1v1
And that is a big
side.
one. Yeah, but I think so. It's going to end up in a stalemate yet again now. Coming back onto the point, yes, it was a failed invade from Medishiv. White Army realized what's going to happen, and they instantly called in for Realize to help him. Wow.
And just when you give credit to White Army, they discredit themselves by overstaying in mid.
Something that Linux should not have done. I agree. But on the back of it now, they still have 100 gold advantage, but again, the minions will be taken here and there, so it will shift. 7 seconds for the turtle. Priority seems to be in the hands of Medishift right now, but since Victor is level 4, he could do something.
But can he do really something if he is on 1/3 of his HP? As Linux will be done the same to him. Quicksand Guard not keeping him alive. Ghost trying to do some damage. Victor with the Mountain Choker. Bobber Roost 16 and wait, the Cecilian's ultimate. Looks like Manashift could be taking this turtle home. Maybe Realize has to say something about it. Going for the damage ultimate, but needs to run away. He's the soul guy here. He will try to push them away, trying to kind of, you know, scare them off. But blah blah blah, forcing lane X. Those sprays not doing good for Khalid. Believe me, will secure the turtle.
And he's also trying to just try and steal away as much farm as possible, man. They're not giving him free space. The bear camp taken, Victor. Even though the first invade was stopped, but after that, nothing has been good for them. And that is again all given to that rotation of Bobber Rusik that he made over towards in the mid lane. Understanding that even though he was not present for the first one, he is there for the second. So the idea is still the same by Medishift. To go in, snowball out of control, stop Victor from snowballing and not take this game past 13-minute mark.
That's the big thing. 13 minutes, probably that will be the go time for White Army. But right now the go time is for Leave Me as he goes in and obliterates Linux. He was wiped clean off the face of the earth. Third death for him. I guess he's just happy to be here, you know, he's happy that he can play, but maybe tune down the happiness and lock in a little bit more.
Look at God Believer. Just being annoying, constantly poking down Ghost. And this is the thing about it. Ghost can't do anything. If he wants to heal up, he's got to use the Bat's Feast.
2v1 on the bot side. Bulber will be fine because he is fast. He's quite fast.
He'll be able to clear out the wave as well. Yes, that was a nice attempt by White Army to make a play, but Medishift are just too aware about what's happening around the game, around the map. I want to have a quick look at the items before we go for the next turtle out here, since things are going to be slow. Demon Hunter being cooked up on one side. They're all onto their last few goals for the first items, right? And it totally depends on who gets it first. Oracle completed by Bobber. Now we see the Hunter Strike as well on the other side on Victor. But that means other people will be kind of behind in gold. So it's highly possible that Medishift can get some early items for themselves.
Can they steal? No, they cannot. Leave Me will be able to get it, and he might want to get more. RWM being dropped. Linux getting destroyed. His fourth death marks the mark. Ghost kept alive by the skin of his teeth. Realize trying to pull someone in, but he is the one to die himself. I believe it was Realize using the ultimate. Maybe it was Bulber, but the end of the story is that Realize is dead.
Yeah, it was first Bobber who went into the Thunder form, and then it was Realize going in for the Tempest form a little bit later, but he was just left alone on an island 1v4. Couldn't do a thing. Medishift, 2,000 goal lead right now, but I don't think so. This is still enough. They need to keep on to the snowball. They need to put their step on the gas as well. Oh, they're going top.
Right now, they are definitely harping on the gas pedal as they finish off Linux once again. But honestly, yes, there is one way to look at it, and you could be saying, oh yeah, Linux, he is dying a lot. But at the same time, if we think about what the team of White Army is trying to do, they need to stall out. And if Linux is the only one that's dying, then it's a good thing. If Linux is the only one that dies, and everyone else is being able to farm and scale up, then after the 30-minute mark, when you hit 3-4 items, you can start playing the game.
That is a good call out there. That's a good shout because, yeah, I agree. Linux, all he needs to do is just land one good Raging Sandstorm, and that's about it. Oh, look at bot. Boborusik. Oh, hold on.
Bobber is stealing away his own form from Yisunshin and smacking him with his own sword and bow.
Wow, that is just insane shower from Boborusik there. Landing in the mountain choke at the right point up top.
There is action happening, but Lil Ravik will just use his ultimate as a disengage to realize with a 1v1 against Bobber he had enough of stealing his own face. Realize that, alright Bobber, now you die, mate.
Tough out there, man. Tough indeed. Oh, Linux. He's getting chased.
Linux, he didn't get out of this one, but honestly, this is exactly what I was talking about. Linux, yes, he dies, Double-Elimination got a kill, but you get two. Maybe Plemetronio being kept alive. Flicker out of harm's way for Plemetronio as he dances
Wow.
with the ball.
No way this dude literally took the Go Crab in the midst of it all, being chased by 3 people who were looking for blood. I'm pretty sure all he wanted to do was to get some HP back.
And the tackle.
But it was like,
cooldown.
yeah, he was like, might as well just get in that last shot as well of the volley in.
So
Alright.
far it is going in the favor of meta shift. Everything is going according to plan. They are scaling up, but they need to keep closing it out. Similar thing that happened in the last game where they, after some moment, they started to throw themselves at their opponent's base, get the golden auras, get the towers, get the inhibitors. They need to keep doing, they need to start doing that and keep doing that, because whenever they will give some breathing room for White Army, they will be able to get back into the game.
That is true. Having a look at the items out here. God Believer completing the Lightning Truncheon. L9 Ghost is still moving up for his second item there. He went in for the Elegant Gem. I understand, but I just feel that he should have really gone in for straight up damage items, even without completing the boots, just going in for the first part of boots. Considering the rest of the members are also the ones who want to scale up, leave me. Easily taking away the purple as well. Victor hasn't really had the perfect time.
With a crazy Tempest initiation into RWM, where God Believer drops it down on their heads as he picks them up. Bobber does for his action the same as Babalaba. But the thing that's been done is that you opened up the mid lane, and that's exactly what I've been mentioning before. Yes, they traded 2 for some kills, but they get the tower in the mid too.
Yeah, and that's the big one out there. Bobber and Bobble are the only ones who are falling, but the Lord will be picked up by Meta Shift. Victor is there.
Matronio getting engaged upon. Leave me, they'll secure with Retribution. Linux 1v3 leading the charge and needs to retreat with the flicker. Ghost is too late to the party.
And finally with that, now Meta Shift will be able to at least take some more tower structures away. If anything, the passives at least. Now, here's the thing. As much as Pelmetronio is doing the damage, he's also soaking up a lot just because of L9 Ghost there.
Babalaba going for the cheeky 1v1 against Ghost, forcing his flicker away from him.
Also the Bats Feast. And Babalaba Dub Dub can just heal up by standing in the bush. By doing absolutely nothing.
I don't know if he caught that, but he doesn't have just Fury Hammer. He's also getting that Vorax. Sorry, not Vorax, but
yeah.
Fury Axe, I believe it is. So he has a lot of damage, and he's showing it to Ghost again as he picks him up and runs away with a smile.
Flickering out of harm's way. That is big play now. The Lord should be cleared up, but all the inhibitors, with the way how it's going, could potentially lose all of their holy shields.
They lost one on the top, they lost one in the middle. The bottom one will keep standing for a bit. Lord, the first Lord, 11 minutes. They still have probably around 2 minutes. Honestly, with the way the game is going, I don't even believe that the 13-minute mark is the game turning point. I think it will need to take a little bit longer. I think probably like 4 more minutes for White Army.
Yeah, the entire farming speed has been slowed down big time now. Realize it's got to be careful. Yeah,
did it.
they just wanted to protect the passive though, but it doesn't matter. It goes away at 12, so still fine.
That's true. Double-Elimination being collected for Pelmetronio. Another fight happens. Could be possibly the last one. El Ghost gets picked up. Double-Elimination dies for his initiation. Victor dies as well, and Lil Rabic will try to defend 3v4, but I believe that Marashiv will retreat and will be happy with what they got.
Yeah, they're not pushing their luck out there. Understanding that Realize and Lil Rabic are the problem people there, so they're going to respect all of that. Well, Barusik just wants to steal away the shifting skies one more time. But he's not really going to do it right away.
Oh, he solved
and
it.
As you rightfully mentioned,
he solved it. But Baba, he had the axe. He had the axe. You can pause it and go back just to make sure I'm not lying to you. But viewers, I'm telling you, he had an axe.
Now he's got a completed Blade of Heptases, and along with that, a Chastus Pauldron. Understanding that Lil Rabic will be the problem. Now going in also for... With the Silence Robe, now... It is confusing to see where he's going. He can complete the Anti-Cuirass just to lower down the damage of Realize, while also going for the Athena Shield just to make sure Sicilian is not hurting that much. So he can go any route, and all of those items will come out to be cheap. So he can hit his defensive power spike quickly, but this Lord is being bursted down.
Lanex is making some space. Leave me, can he get it? No, he does not. Victor keeps the dream alive, but if the rest of the team doesn't stay alive, then the dream is lost anyway. Victor is the sole man standing. Triple kill for Pelmetronio. And the Dumpling Man looks like he is happy with what he got, because now he is aiming for something else, and that's Base Crystal. Meta Shift, they are stepping up hard and they are showing us what they are capable of. This Meta Shift looks much better than their yesterday's performance.
Much more clean out there as they survive in the lower bracket. Not elimination, but yeah, it's something else that is going to be troubling their team, and that could potentially be Entity once they face them in the lower bracket finals. But
Rematch.
Before that happens, I'd really want to look at all the highlights and see how things went down between both of these teams, specifically from the first minute. But with the Valentina, first of all, they outdrafted, right? They outdrafted the entire team of White Army with the Eve as well as the Baxia, and then picking up the Valentina as well in the first phase, and pairing it all up with a comfort pick for Pelmetronio. I think so. Everything was picture perfect into their lineup, forcing certain picks on the other side and then drafting against it. It was fantastic.
This is what we are used to see from Marashiv. This is how we grew to love them. This is how most of Europe grew to love them. This is how I expected them to play since the Friday, but it looks like it took some time for them to load up the form. But it looks like they are coming back. They even might already be back. What do you think, Scare? Do you think this is their full potential, or they still have some space to grow?
I still feel that Pelmetronio is not really back onto his 100% form. He's playing somewhere around 60% of his spike. So once he gets that confidence back, that's when we'll finally see him as well to take the entire stage for himself. He's there. You can see the triple kills coming in from him as well. And it's all being enabled by the rest of the members of his team, right? So that a little bit of that individual spike is what I'm looking at from him. God Believer, he's feeling himself. Did a fabulous job on that E4, 0 and 9. All the items are looking perfect. Then Wobble Up Dub was probably going in for the dominant size with the Black Eye Shield completed there. Fun fact, they only have one anti-heal on their side. Even though Lanix was on the other end, you had Realize as well, Lil Raybig with the Demon Hunter Sword, trying to do his best, but none of that mattered to them. They knew that it is not going to be a problem. The entire draft for White Army was late game oriented, and they played for that early game. 13 minutes and 42 seconds. See, Warren, this is what we discussed.
Yes. Yes, and God believer, standout hero, rightfully so. He was in the right place at the right time, doing a bunch of damage. The new buffed Lightning Transient definitely helping out with that. Those RWMs, just sweet, just sweet. If you are trying to learn Eve, go rewatch this game. Look at God Believer, look at his positioning, what he does, how he does it. That's how he want to do it. But now, moving on to the sad stuff, we have to say goodbye to White Army. Unfortunately, they won't be moving further with us. So, well fought, well fought. We are happy for their gameplay, we are happy for their attendance, and tough battles they showed us. They actually were almost able to beat Basics. Unfortunately, in the end, it didn't happen, but it could have been a whole different story. Maybe White Army would be waiting in the grand finals, but that's not how the cookie crumbled. So right now, only top 3 remains. Only Meta Shift, who will be meeting their opponents in their next series, which will come after a short break, right, Scare? But before we go into it, Scare, tell me about this matchup. Entity against Meta Shift. It's all about revenge.
Oh my god, it's also the friends becoming foes as well. Long time back in the lineup of, jackpots as well. We have seen Pelmetronio and his journey alongside with Bobber Rusik from there, then shifting onto the lineup of Meta Shift, lifting the trophy. He's been one guy who's always been going up against Laito and the boys on the other end, who, after one entire year, are playing together, right? They were playing together all the way back in 2024, and now that lineup is finally hopping in with just a few tweaks. I really want to see what's going to happen there, but ladies and gentlemen, as Boron rightfully mentioned, all of that action of the lower bracket grand finals best of 5 will happen after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
It is here, ladies and gentlemen, and you are asking what? Well, to be exact, the revenge time is here. It's high noon out here, and only one man will be left standing. Well, in this metaphor, it will be actually 5 men left standing, because only one team can persevere and step up to the plate and match against basics and show us what they got in the BO7 Grand Finals. But before that, it's this BO5 that will either make it or break it for either of them. Meta Shift against Entity. Revenge story. Entity put them into the loser bracket, and now they are meeting there with them as well. Scared? Are you hyped?
Very, very hyped here, man, because it's the revenge time. I think Entity have got it, but Meta Shift on the other end, their form is looking pretty bleak, or rather, pretty solid right now. They were looking... I apologize. They were looking uncoordinated yesterday, but today, I'd have to say everyone is finally filling in all of those gaps which we were seeing from them. And I think so they can probably do it if they figured out what Moji is going to play on the jungle.
Moji, he is a nasty player. His Joy especially, that's something scary. I wouldn't want to load myself up in the game against. Yuzong, that's also something Entity doesn't want to see. Meta Shift immediately striking down the roamer pool. Chow gone, Kalia gone. 2 of pretty highly contested roamers. Other than that, there is still Grok. So I'm thinking, will Entity aim their sights on that Grok pickup, or will Meta Shift strike him down too? Because so far they've been going for the roamers.
One of the fun stat here is that, that Sora ban of Entity, Moji has also played Sora in the jungle. I've seen him in the open qualifiers where in one game he picked it up in the jungle itself and they won. That's all I'm going to say. So Moji has been known to pick up some unconventional junglers. So I kind of like the idea of Meta Shift targeting Tiso instead of anyone else, just trying to choke down his roam pool so they don't really get surprised by any of those pickoffs. Eve should be the priority pick with the Yuzong banned out along with the Baxia as well. But if in case that happens, that means Wicked will pick up the Claude.
You've been locked in, so as you aforementioned, Claude being locked in for Wicked makes a lot of sense, obviously. Now Meta Shift need to respond. They cannot play Sora gold lane because he's been banned. They can go for Kari, the typical answer, but that didn't work out for Entity. So for Meta Shift against Entity. So the question is, did they prepare something else, or did they nail it down and work it out? And now they can match Claude with Kari and it will work this time. So far it's going to be Yi Sun-shin, so they are going a little bit more on the damage side, which of course could be dangerous because anytime you are playing against Claude, you want to be thinking your team doesn't want to be in one place as 5 members. You also always want to play into 2 groups at least, maybe even 3 groups, 2 players, 1 player. Do not give him the moment for him to dish out the crazy AoE that he's capable of.
And now with all of that, the answer was in the form of a Yi Sun-shin along with the CC. I like the drafting from Meta Shift because they can still go for the double fighters. CC is also very flexible in both of those lanes. Entity, on the other hand, they're just trying to straight up ban out the fighters to make things easy for Laito in his own lane. Maybe ban out the Uranus, or rather, the Lapu Lapu could be a problem. Alright, Gato, understandable. There should be a Harley ban. Yeah, go anywhere, Harley. You're not going to give Moji his favorite picks.
It could have been super dangerous, and yes, Moji, he is pretty known for here in the playoffs, for his Guinevere, for his Harley. Of course, you are watching PGL MLBB Challenger 2026, and this is the last series before the Grand Finals.
Last 2 picks. Oh, Badang in the roam. Interesting. Lapo was open, so he picks it up. Now Moji for the jungle. To frontline 2 good damage. He can go for Lancelot to pick the neutral objectives up, but he can also go in for the Fredrin if he wants to. I don't think so Fredrin would be a good choice here. Lancelot seems like a good shout. can work really well against all of the stuns coming in from the other side. You can immune most of that using the Thorn Rose if you time it all well.
It's Lomord.
Okay.
I
don't know how good it is, but okay.
I've been waiting for the moment for the team to pick up Leomord, either of those teams that made it this deep into the playoffs, because we have seen Leomord before. We saw him in the qualifier, we saw him in the beginning of the playoffs. It didn't look well, It didn't work well, especially Zedel was unfortunately not really happy on that Leomord pickup. So right now, the question is, can Moji with Entity make it work? And honestly, if someone is going to make it work, it has to be one of the 3 junglers that are still left. And Moji, all right, show me what you got.
I mean, Metachef did everything that they could to try and put him off from his comfort pick. So he brings out a Leomord, a new one here. I'm not really against it, but I think so it's going to be difficult to play against the lineup that's coming from the other side with the Badang as well. With the Fish Crack combination, you will be stunned up. There's the Lapu Lapu too. So things will be looking a bit difficult, ladies and gentlemen, as Metachef will now take on Entity in the lower bracket finals. The winner moves up 1 point in this best of 5, and the series winner will then face off Basics in the grand finals.
That will be the prize for winning this BO5. Of course, not really price in it of itself, because you still need to beat Basics to get the grand prize, but that's still a long way ahead of us. Right now we need to focus on what is in front of us, and that's been Double-Elimination holding this bush, even though he's losing most of his HP. Tissot smacking him around.
Good pokes coming in from both of the sides out here. Tissot again can take up a little bit more than Double-Elimination. Just because he's Hilda, he can hop back into the bushes, but I like the aggression that Entity is showing up. They were all setting it up to take down that Litho Wanderer, but again, it was the retribution of Leave Me that helped him secure that. No steal of the jungle camps whatsoever. It probably is going to be the Gargoyle steal from both the ends. Up top though, Boborusik up against Laito. It's all going to be the same. I don't think so. We're going to see any engage before the neutral objective.
Leomord with a steal. He was successful in that. Laito, probably there won't be anything happening. He's matching the level 4, and I believe he might even be a little bit further in the XP department. Of course, we will see when we glance over Leave Me in a bit. Alright, they are equal. Now a fight could be started up. Double-Elimination needs to flicker out of harm's way to keep himself alive. Enzo bursting him down with the Feather Ezreal. Laito continues the onslaught. Consecration being popped, and there is RWM being dropped on their heads. Moji first blooded by Bober. The damage is just too high. Laito needs to run for his life together with Tissot. Turtle in the hands of Metachef.
Big play coming in, and it was who other than Boborusik to start things off. Instantly went in for the Landshaker, stunned up Moji on the Leomord. Oh. Alright, they're okay. And as soon as he stunned him up, Leave Me hopped in with the Retribution to take down the Turtle, instantly turning that fight around. Now this is the reason why, I mean, I was a bit skeptical about the Leomord. I was surprised with that pick, and the big reason is that he can't do anything, or there's no one technically to save his life there. Tissot will fight. Enzo with the Feathered Airstrike is there, yes, but once he gets stunned up by either Double-Elimination or Boborusik and Pel Metronio in the later stages, there would be no one to protect him there. So that is a problem.
I'm feeling the idea behind Leomord pick is, yes, he was one of the meta junglers being still left open when the champ pool has been already thinned out. But at the same time, he kind of suits the bill in a sense where he is quite mobile when he's able to use his ultimate. And with that extra movement speed, it's really hard to pin him down by either RWM or the combination of Bedang, Lapus combos should probably be really hard to land as well. So when Moji gets going, when he has that Vorax, when he has something going for him, it could be deadly, but he needs to not fall far behind.
Litho. Moji. It's going to call in the steed. Yeah, but again, that's like around 10 seconds before the turtle. So by the time the turtle pops up, it will be on cooldown. That was again just baited out from the side of Metashift. They're really good at showing that aggression and then pulling themselves back for the re-engage, setting up everything. I think so we're going to have the repeat of what happened previously.
But Lito has something to say about it. RWM being dropped, but no one is in that, so everyone is left alone. This damage is not taking leave. He gets picked off, but the same could be said for Enzo as Pelmetronio finishes him off on the right side, but he could be paying with his life because there's Lito Wicked with a crazy ultimate. Pelmetronio being kept alive by Vengeance, but Wicked doesn't have more in his pockets. This Cloth doesn't have his items going for him just yet.
I just absolutely love the fact how Bobber, Rusik and Lito were doing the exact same thing. Just trying to annoy the heck out of that backline. So if you're Enzo or you're God Believer, this is going to be one hell of a game to play in. Both the fighters will be hopping on top of your faces. And yes, as much as Double-Elimination can help you out a bit, he can't really entirely protect you on that eve. So a little bit tough, but hold on.
So Phantom Steed rushes in and finishes on Double-Elimination. His first death on this first game.
Overstaying a little bit there. Good punish coming in from Entity. He wanted to go for the Litho steal, but didn't really work out. Now want to focus towards the bot.
Tiso moving in, Pelmetronio being in a very tough situation. 1v4, Vengeance not anymore available and he will be slain. Tiso should be probably fine because I don't believe he can continue. But Moji actually re-engaged with the Phantom Steed, gets picked off, RWM being dropped on his head. But he is able to survive and make it, trying to go for leaving, but again doesn't have quite enough damage. BMI will keep him alive and this fight should be at its end.
They just wanted to find a trade all across the board there, so Moji was taking a lot of aggression even from the Mountain Shocker, but apart from that, yeah, it was absolutely fine. Hobble Rusik just wanted to go for a cheeky steal of the bear. Good spot coming in from Lito as well as Moji. Having a look at the items, the first few completed. No props, hold on.
Federer on top of its head and he gets popped just like that. No defensive. No defenses on him, can keep him alive if he gets focused down by 3 members of the team entity. Bober will be spared, maybe, of Lito's breath. Nah, Lito, he wants to go for it. He forces the flicker away. He doesn't have a care in the world. He was chasing with blood in his eyes.
Yeah, that was a nice attempt from Bobber Rusik there to try and keep his flicker, but Lito just wanted to bait it out. And on the back of it now, they don't have the flicker ready up for this next turtle fight. Both the junglers up on the top, but Moji should be able to make his rotation back down faster. They're both ignoring their entire buffs, so would not really be on the full strength to take this fight. While the rest of the members are setting it all up, I still feel it could get chaotic.
Golden Staff for Wicked, so now he packs a punch. Bobber Rusik trying to go for Moji because he knows if there is no retribution then they could secure the turtle. Moji barely kept alive. Can he sustain? He will try to do so, but the rest of the fight continues nonetheless. There's Wicked with BMI, but he is not in the right spot. Though the same thing could be said for Lito. That, of course, being that he is indeed in the right spot because he was able to pick up Pelmetronio. Bober, Double-Elimination, and he almost going for leave me.
Wow.
Or at least he will try to go for him. Will it be a savage or will it be a maniac? Is the question.
Yeah,
it's a
he
mega
wants
kill.
a maniac. Unfortunate. He was in the combat though. I think so. He should have got the maniac there, but it's fine. Unfortunate there for Lito, but a big play from Entity. It's not stopping.
Moji with the Phantom Steed. Lito reinitiates, goes in. There is Moji now. He gets destroyed. Bober is now slashing everyone up. Bravest fighter combination with the Line Shaker, but misses. Wicked doesn't have quite enough damage, but he has quite enough damage for Pelmetronio as he forces him away. Being done and dealt with. 4 deaths. I remember it being just like 30 seconds ago when I called his first one, and now he has 4.
It's just constant back and forth fights being forced out by Entity, and Metashift don't really have anything to stop all of that. Leave Me is not able to farm up to the point where he can be a big threat. Doesn't have a lot of damage being dealt there. Again, on this 5th spot in the top 5 damage numbers. Even Laito was out damaging him a while ago. But again, the maximum one being dealt by Boborusek. The question is, for how long can he hold it all down? That is the big thing. I don't know if he can keep on doing what he's doing for anything more than 2 more minutes.
Lomor going in with the Phantom Steed, and now the rest of the squad is here too. RWM being dropped, but it's just enough to deal with Moji. God-Believer being dealt with as well. Wicked on the right side, but Tiso fighting his own battle. Bober forcing Enzo out of very airstrike so he cannot finish off Pelmetronio. And they retreat. Mid lane for the jungle. I don't know, that's a decent trade if you take into account that Team Entity will be getting a little bit more of the tower gold.
I told you, right? They need every single player to step up to their top game if they want to win up against Entity. But that ain't happening, at least for this one out here. Entity is playing to the strengths of their own draft. Tiso and Laito constantly hopping in for those engages, then taking the aggro of everyone and then moving all the way back. And even though I thought that Moji might actually be the secondary form of engage, he's actually being the primary. He's the one who's starting those fights and then leaving just everything in the hands of Enzo and Wicked to do for.
Laito is smiling in their faces, but maybe someone will rip that smile out of his face. No, he is fine.
It's Laito, man. You don't have enough burst damage to take him down unless God-Believer builds up the Wishing Lantern, Divine Glaive, and the Lightning Truncheon combination. I don't think so that has happened yet. So I want to have a look at the items here while the Lord will march down from the top side. Hold on.
The rest are for the poke, trying to force them away. I don't think there is any deeper meaning behind that. Laito leading the charge, Consecration being available to him, of course, so he can be Lil Rascal. And lead onto them, Consecration being popped to keep him alive and healthy. Wicked might be thinking about hopping in. No, probably not. Laito needs to flicker to survive. But Leomort re-engages. I don't think he will quite connect on anyone. Boborusek is there dealing with the Lord in the top side. Can he keep it away from the golden auras? Maybe he should be able to. No, I think it went through. I think golden aura has been lost on the top side, so that means only 2 left to defend with for mana shift. Honestly, I was thinking about it, and I think what Team Entity does to Meta Shift is that they make so much brawl happen around the map that Meta Shift cannot make their macro work.
Because their macro relies solely on the real-world manipulation from God-Believer, and then not giving him enough space to place it down safely. So yeah, I agree. Entity are making it a little bit more brawly and forcing those fights on Meta Shift. And it was not just the Holy Shield that was popped up top, by the way. Even the Lord struck down the tower. So it's been chunked down a bit. Not a problem for now, since they've got decent wave clear in the form of Boborusek as well as God-Believer and Leave Me, but not quite sure for how long will they be able to hold on. Since Wind of Nature is now completed by Wicked, he'll be jumping in the backline a little bit more without a worry in the world about all the 4 damage dealers, since they're all physical. Up top,
Moji chasing him down with the Phantom Steed. Leave Me! Can he burn? No, he is alive.
Oh!
Nah, there is Tiso with the flicker, and he knows that if he trades himself for Leave Me, it's all good and dandy, because 27 seconds for Lord, so that means... No, don't tell me that Tiso can make it out alive. Don't tell me.
He should
not. I don't think he will.
He should not.
Moji actually leading the charge on the mid lane tower. Feather Strike being popped on Babalaba's head. Actually, with God-Believer waiting for so long, this means Tiso will not be available for the next fight, possibly. There's Bobber in the backline, going for not going for Bobber, going for Wicked. BMI will keep him alive for a bit, but not for long enough. But there's Laito ready to fix all your mistakes. 5-0 for Uranus. This is Raid Boss.
14 level, man. He's matching the level of Leave Me, who's on jungle on the other side. They want to burst down the Lord as quickly as possible.
Perez has been instantly canceling. Laito doesn't have his consecration down, so he gets put down. And there is Moji trying to fix his mistakes. He is trying to do the AoE. Will it keep him alive? The passive has been procced. He has it again. He cannot proc it again, so he will die. But there is Tiso ready to take the fight back to Mana Shift.
They can't take the Lord now. They don't have HP enough on Leave Me. He was not having a lot of regen thanks to the Lord's constant shots.
He burns. He burns.
Lethal ignition on Enzo. Finally dealing enough damage, unlike the previous time. And this means that Moji will be back up faster than Leave Me. That means the Lord can easily be taken by Entity. I don't think so. They'll just knock on the doors. This time they're going to break all of them open.
I have to rephrase what I've been saying. Honestly, now looking at it again, I don't even think that Mana Shift are playing that much worse. I think that Entity's playstyle completely counters what Mana Shift want and aim to do.
I agree. It is again creating chaos around the entire lobby and then just moving forward. If you have a look at the people who won the most gold, again, Wicked, no problems there. You know, he's that gold laner who will always be up there putting up the numbers. Leave Me. Nice shot at the end. And thanks to that, he's completed the endless battle too. So,
Malefic gun.
yeah, big items being picked up on the other side. I don't know if it will be an easy defense. Entity have got everything that they need. Major range advantage too. The waves from bot will crash first. Top and mid, perfectly aligned.
I'm not sure if the
Winter
perfect
Crown.
alignment. Yeah, maybe there's the next wave coming in. It might be working out. Perez not being available, but Laito, he is ready to fight and rumble. Moji going in with the Phantom State, gets picked up by RWM, needs to retreat, but maybe it's enough of a time window for the Lord to finish off the tower in the top. Yes,
Bobber?
with the help of Perez of Enzo. Bober, he tried to do something. I think he succeeded. You could look at it that he died for nothing, but he actually made enough space for his team to defend the base. And now they are 4v5. Laito, Moji leading the charge again with Spectro Steed. Laito popping Consecration. Wicked get in. Picked off by Pematronio. Can he trade himself for him? Yes, he can. God Believer finishes off the job and Pematronio almost survives. And Laito, he gets finished off too. God Believer Tiso needing to use his flicker as a disengage. Still Enzo fishing in the bushes, but they know about him. There is Federer, but it doesn't quite connect. Tiso is trying to run for his life. Bubble finishing off Enzo. Moji with a 1v2, and I think he can do it. Spectro State. Nah, not quite enough, because Leave Me was able to dish out, I don't know if it was a crit or a proc of Endless Battle, but he was able to dish out just enough damage to keep himself alive and finish off Moji.
And now, thanks to the endless battle, he will have enough life steal to sustain through the Leomord's burst as well. And look at the damage number charts now, instantly taken over by God Believer. This is what I was mentioning. He needs the Divine Glaive to actually be problem on the faces of Tiso and Laito. Now he's actually doing a ton of damage, I think.
Tiso could be getting caught off. Mountain Choker into combination with the Fist Crack. Tiso getting bursted down. 7 seconds for Lord. And Laito is here for the action. Going for Leave Me. He's chasing him down. Leave Me no more with the Traceless. But he will retreat again since he got the cooldown off the auto attacks, of course. So he's been kept alive. Blade of Heptasis on Tiso.
Nasty. The Zelda will hit you like a truck now. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna jump on God Believer along with Moji. They know the target that they need to take down. Leave Me is also there to go in for some quick trades, but if both of the beefy boys decide to jump on him, I don't think so it's going to be that easy. Boborusik also going in for extra bit of damage just to get those finishing blows. Feather airstrike.
Spectre Steed, and now the fight starts. RWM being dropped, but it just hits light though. He is being kept alive by Winter Crown. There is Bober trying to flank the situation, but Bloodrow gets picked off. Vengeance being popped, Wicked going in, but there is Bober as well. He completely misses the bravest fighter. Now he has final Raging Slash, but he doesn't quite connect. He's still going for the backline. The Blade of Heptasis will shred you up like a butcher shreds the meat. Pelmetronio trying to go for Laito, but Laito is still being kept alive. He swept for immortality. God Believer gets picked off. Bober is dead as well. It's just Pelmetronio. And I think with him dies the hopes for Metashift to win this first game.
What a performance coming in from Entity. You did not really expect that to happen early on, but man, oh man. Even I thought maybe the draft of Metashift was looking a little bit better here, but the execution was so precise from Entity. They just knew that they can't fully rely on Leomord for the full damage, so they just went in all gung-ho in the backline on the face of God Believer and on the face of Leave Me. He couldn't do anything. The only job of Wicked was to make sure that he survives as soon as Boborusik hops on top of him. And that was the big reason, as I have a look at the highlights as well and the replay as to what happened in those previous few engagements. Look at Moji. He's sustaining through such a long duration and also was able to get two people. Now, they did not tank up the Lord, so Leave Me is low in the HP and he had to run all the way back. That gave enough time for Entity to prolong that game. And in that 18th minute fight, man, this Winter Crown play, it was insane.
The swap with Laito's items for the immortality to keep himself alive, to make sure that he doesn't die. Also, I would love to highlight, I don't think it will be visible anymore, but actually if you look at the bottom of the map, you can see that the minions are being pushed in for Team Entity, and this is exactly out of the playbook of Metashift. They typically do exactly that before the Lord spawn, but now it got flipped on its head and their opponents did it to them.
Look at the build of Moji. Instead of going in for the brute force as well as the Queen's Wings, understanding that he might not really need to do all of that damage. Once Enzo builds up the glowing and genius wands, he will be taking onto that chart along with Wicked. And that's why in the early game we could see Metashift was kind of taking control, but then slowly the power entirely shifted in the hands of Entity. Wicked with the Trinity was just outperforming Pelmetronio. Yes, it is more about the hero as well, but even in terms of the rotations and target prioritization, Wicked was being a little bit too ahead there. And I think so that kind of answers the question that we've been asking for a long time. Is Wicked hopping on an equal footing than Pelmetronio? I think so. He's doing him one better right now.
Yeah, it feels like he's just one step ahead. Not a big step, but he is one step ahead. And I think that must come as a big surprise to Pelmetronio, because he has been used to being the top marksman, the top goal laner. No one could even match up to him, but then Wicked comes back from the holidays and he is there ready to make a ruckus, ready to throw some hands, and ready to outplay his opponents. Pelmetronio needs to shake himself up, you know, maybe some cold shower, not really cold shower probably, but some cold water splash on his face to really get locked back in. But at the same time, I mentioned it in the game, I feel like Entity have it down to, you know, like they have the perfect strategy against Metashift, is what I feel like. Because after what we saw yesterday, after what we saw today, it's just telling me the story that Metashift have one gameplay, but Entity, they have the counter to that.
It is highly possible. Entity specifically trying to prioritize that gold lane has been giving a tough matchup to Metashift there. If anything, they're doing them one better. And I think so this is about time that Metashift would need to prioritize that gold lane for Pelmetronio. Maybe not just the carry, but also the Claude. And I think so that he should be even above Boborusik here. Because Bobber has shown that he can perform on any hero. You give him the CC, you give him the Lapu Lapu, you give him Uranus, you give him anything. Bobber will make those plays for you. So he's the flexible one here. It is the gold lane that has been struggling in terms of a lot of heroes. And as I said, it is not Pelmetronio's problem. It is just the way how the entire game has been structured that you only have a couple of good picks in the gold lane. So maybe just prioritizing the Claude or even the carry in certain scenarios should help his team out a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen. But if Metashift will make this comeback, or will we see Entity moving on to the series point? We'll find all of that out after this break.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of PGL MLBB Challenger 2026. Right now we have Entity against Metashift. The story of revenge. Metashift got put down into the loser bracket by Entity and now they meet right there. It's me, Boren1x, joined with Scared Yet, brought to you by PGL. We'll be moving into the draft of the second game, and we were talking behind the curtains with Scared, and we decided on one specific thing, and that is if Metashift want to turn this around, they need to get their hands on Claude or ban out the Claude completely.
You simply don't allow Wicket to run freely. That's the thing. And you mentioned about the ban has been taken care of. Respect being shown out there on that man. Along with the Sora ban too on the side of Entity, I think so. They're gonna prio the Eve in the ban section. All right, it's a Baksha. They don't want leave me to pick that Baxia up and just annoy the heck out of them. That means Eve prio. Oh, Hilda. They steal it.
That's a switch up. Let me pull up my stats. She is decently contested, not the most contested, but she 19 times, big ban, pretty decent high prio on M7 that being. So, pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Here's the thing. You ban out one, Wicket is going to pick the next priority pick there. So, carry has been locked in. Same for the gold lane again. And Eve or Jushin, one of those two.
But that's where I built injunction. So now you could go Eve, even though she's alright. Just lock it in. God believer, he's confident on that. Don't even give them time. Yesenshin? Would we like that? Yeah, I guess I have to agree. Since you cannot really go tanky comp, then you make it easy for Wicked to just shred you up. So definitely you want to be going with those three carries. Or maybe even Lancelot. I don't know how well he specifically pairs against carry. I don't know how big his 1v1 potential is there, but it's a marksman. It should be easy enough.
Should be. But those should be scenarios haven't really been working out for them that much. Early Esmeralda priority for the EXP lane. Now that's an interesting switch up for Metashift. But that just gives Entity to try and draft against her.
Yes, they can draft against her, but what I like about that is that Esmeralda, if you think about it, she is tanky, but she's not tanky because she has such high HP. She's tanky because she has so many shields. And the way the HP person damage of carry works, and of Demon Hunter Sword as well, she deals the damage based upon your max HP, not based upon max HP plus shields. So if you think about it, honestly, Esmeralda, one of the best picks against carry.
Yes,
those are some quick bans, Scared. It's just instant. It's just instant bans. Yesenshin, Granger, bam, bam, bam. Guinevere, Uranus gone. What is the next pickup for Team Entity? That's the big question. What is it going to be? Will it be this? Will it be that? Scared, what do you see there?
Harley? Probably.
Harley, he would have 2 targets to burst down. But yeah, it fits the bill in a sense where probably Metashift want to go with a squishy jungler or a little bit of a squishier jungler, not a tank jungler. It's Glue! But actually he fits the bill perfectly because he is super good into composition that don't have that many tanks. So why not go for Glue? He can shut down Eve, he can shut down Hayabusa, he can shut down the gold laner. He just hops on them and be as annoying as he can be.
I like it. Now you need mobility on the gold lane to survive as well, so no Claude, no carry. Beatrix can be tough.
I know Iritel is not really part of the meta, but I feel like, alright, go for Freya. Just meet them head on. But I'm not sure how well will Freya be able to play when glue hops on top of her head. I think that will be quite annoying.
Freya is potentially one of the worst picks here. That's all I'm going to say. The only big reason is because Freya wants to get close and dive. But everyone on the other side wants you to do that. Freya will jump in. Zushin picks her up. Freya jumps in. Law and Order by Tiso. Freya jumps in. Laito with the stacks. It's tough for Pelmetronio here on that Freya. That's... God Believer and Leave Me will be the key to actually, enabling Pelmetronio in that entire scenario. Just to bait out a few skills there, Wubba will also have to dive onto that backline. So I can see a way for Metashift's draft to be working there, but Entity, again, it seems like they've got their cards right.
Also, I'm really curious what will be the spell for Freya. It could be Purify, could be Vengeance, could be Flicker. So I'm really thinking what it's gonna end up being for this specific scenario. Purify?
I really hope Purify.
Nah, he's going for Vengeance. He's a madman. As we go into the Land of Dawn for a second time of this semi-finals. Scared. How are we liking the drafts? You said Team Entity got it in the bag, but if you would have to think how Metashift can win, what is their win condition?
The re-engage is all I can see right now, but they don't have some good re-engage tools there. You've got to wait for Tiso, for the glorious pathways and all of that stuff, and that's when God Believer drops in his old real-world manipulation to slow down everyone.
Enzo getting absolutely melted, his HP bar disappeared, and Metashift are hopping into the second game with renewed vigor and new will to fight back.
I like the Hayabusa play as well. They're stealing away all the jungle.
Double-Elimination leading in charge together with Leave Me. Laito needs to think about his next step. Half HP glue. Still quite tanky, but he's so with a crazy overstep.
Massive play by Double-Elimination again on this Hilda is just being a nuisance. Constantly dishing out the damage, and look at God Believer just trying to zone away Enzo there. They missed out on a bit of a Void Blast, so Enzo will get the minion back, but that's something that he did that they're fine with.
Enzo, his HP bar is gone. He needs to recall.
And with that, now 20 seconds onto that turtle too. Gotta be a bit more careful here. Pelmetronio should have better rotations. But again, since it's not expanding rivers, so I think so it still is going to be Pelmetronio winning out for moving into that lane, but hold on top.
Laito getting immobilized, but he switches into 7. You don't know which to hit, and he's fine.
But he doesn't have the HP to actually come in and contest for the turtle. So that could be a bit of a problem there. I don't think so he's going to heal a lot with the slam.
Expanding rivers, Freya is on the move. This should be in the hands of Metashift. Of course, Team Entity can try to steal. Lelmort is nowhere to be seen. I think they should just give up. Yeah, Laito could try to smack it, but he could die for his actions. Yes, Turtle goes in the hands of Metashift, and they look like a different team.
Oh, mid.
Yugi Shadowkill goes for Enzo, but unluckily for him, it's not enough damage. Forces his ultimate though. 1v1 on the top side with Glue against Asma.
No first items being built up out there. Oh, Tiso.
Tiso, he is again being in the worst position he could be in. Moji trying to turn it around, but this is 1v3 Moji. I don't think you want that. I think you should run for your life. RWM being dropped on his head, and now he gets destroyed. Moji bit off a little bit more than he could chew.
He thought he can potentially take down God Believer there, but again, Wubba-Lubba-Dub-Dub's extra damage is pretty annoying to deal with. That Fury Hammer, he's just utilizing it to perfection. And on the back of it now, even Leave Me is going to complete his Hunter Strike. Pelmetronio going in for Corrosion Scythe early on. Alright. Normally I was expecting... Hold on, look at me!
Enzo needs to flicker out of harm's way to keep himself alive. Everything goes so well for Metashift. Luckily, Tiso was able to block Wubba-Lubba from canceling Enzo's recall. That could have been meaningful.
Could have been a bit of a problem there. Metashift are winning on every single front. In the mid lane, yes, even though Tiso and Enzo have got a better clearance, you still have both the side lanes now working well for Metashift. Bobber Rusik is also constantly hopping in for rotations. Pelmetronio is joining in the fights as well. Double-Elimination is being absolutely annoying along with God Believer and Moji. If he goes in for the build like the previous one, I think so they still have a chance. After the first damage item, go for tanks.
And there is another engage in mid lane. RWM being dropped, corrosion side being picked up for Wicked, so he will be a little bit stronger in this next upcoming fight. Blue sticks to Bober, and Bober cannot really deal with it at all. He's trying to shield himself up. Blue, he couldn't quite finish the job, and that means turtle fight will be 5v4.
At the last second, Bobber Rusik getting a bit of extra shield and then hopping in the tower. Big one.
Moji, I don't know what he was really doing there.
Good catch. I'd say good catch from Metashift. Moji just wanted to try and steal away a creep or so, and he just got punished for it. And now Wicked could be on next.
Wicked could be next if he didn't have Flicker Soul. Glorious Buffet being popped, maybe a little bit of panic on the side of T-Soul, but at the same time, next objective is in 100 seconds, so Glorious Buffet should be up in that time. Gold earned is led by Pelmetronio, and we were harping on him in the last game. We were saying he isn't stepping up to the plate, but this game, he looks better.
For now, yes. I think that the Freya is working out really good for him. Again, it is about that strong picks out there in the gold lane.
I don't think he got it. I think Wicked got it.
No, yeah, Wicked got that one. So, still, it's fine. It's Wicked right now, finally leading up the gold charts, but Pelmetronio is close next. On the other end of the spectrum, the rest of the people from one specific team, that's something you'd have to look out for. Entity right now are the ones who are led behind. They're way too far behind out here, because then all of the players of Metashift are the ones who are on those charts. They want to collapse.
They know there's no Flicker available to Wicked, but the rest of the team is here. Babalaba. Boo, unfortunately, too deep.
A little bit too much there. Slowed down quite a bit. And then, again, it was Wicked picking up that kill. Last person you'd really want to see get those kills there. Once he gets the Trinity, he will be bursting down through Double-Elimination, Bobber Rusik, and Pelmetronio. So they've got to be very careful about what their next move is going to be.
Also, the thing to consider is their meta shift. Yes, they are winning right now, but their composition is not built to last. They need to close it out before it hits the late game, because right now they will definitely try to do it. Glorious Buffet trying to keep Tiso alive. He's running for his life, but that means 2 ultimates burnt. For Entity and meta shift can go turtle.
For now, yes. Fully giving it out. Oh, Laito. It's fine. He's okay. Oh, hold on.
Moji trying to turn the tide of battle, but looks like he will be just dying. Yes, he was able to take Babalaba with him, but Laito, he gets picked off too. Leave me with a double trouble. Getting Turtle, getting Laito on top of that. Wicked! He's trying to run for his life, but he is not really doing enough damage. He used Flicker, honestly, for nothing.
He just tried to be a nuisance there, but eventually got finished off, squeezed. Definitely not something Entity was hoping for. Now it's a 5,000 or rather 4,000 gold lead in favor of Metashift. One more fight goes in their favor and Entity will eventually lose everything in this game. Because Wicked still needs to complete the Demon Hunter Sword, and only after that will he be able to complete the Wind of Nature too, which helps out Leave Me to take him more often.
Also, even if he goes, Tiso needing to use his Glorious, I feel like Tiso is panicking a little bit with those Glorious Buffets. I know the cooldown is not as high, but some of those uses, they feel unnecessary. Because, for example, you could be using it right now to chase them down, but you can't.
It's fine. There's no need there. It's Bobber Rusik, if anything. You don't even have an anti-heal to try and take the fight to him, so...
RWM being dropped on their faces together with Freya's ultimate Valkyrie form. Will clean it up. Vengeance being popped, Antonio being kept alive barely by the skin of his teeth, and there is Glue trying to be a menace. I don't think it's the right time for Leave Me 1v1ing Moji in his own jungle, in his own house. Stealing from his fridge.
1-4-1, man. He is struggling a lot there. Moji is not having a good game on the Leo mode. And look at the damage dealt. Bobrusik again on top. Glorious pathway down in mid.
He's all leading the charge, but maybe just leading the rest of his team to their deaths as they get bursted immediately. Laito is trying to lead the charge. Nonetheless, he's going in for Pametronio, but Pametronio is able to dance on the knife edge, being kept alive. Mega Kill for Leave Me as he separates the rest of the fight. Goes for Yugi Shiruki finish on Tiso, but the fight continues. Spectre still is there. Moji trying to go for that 1v4, leading the charge again. Pametronio trying to run for his life, but Valkyrie form is nowhere to be found. Vengeance not being available to him. Just 10 seconds off. Decent fight for Team Entity. They are able to fight back, but unfortunately Laito will be the price they have to pay.
Didn't even allow him to reach to his goo. That was all the way down. But yes, a few good picks out there for Entity. Nice shutdowns, I'd have to say. But you still need that pick on Leave Me.
Bobrusik popping his ultimate. I don't know if you want to take the fight. It's 4v3. Yugi Shiroku picks off Enzo, and now suddenly it's 3v3. But Babalaba gets picked off too, and there is Venomation available on Wicked, so I don't think he will be going down anytime soon. He goes for Bober, but Bober was able to keep his teammate alive. RWM being dropped on their faces. There's so much damage being popped. Moji is the first to fall to the onslaught, and Wicked is next, and Lord has been taken too.
And they don't even have the Holy Shield on top lane. This is looking tough right now. Bobrusik is on top. He's just going out of the roof with the damage along with God Believer. Then we finally have Wicked yet again from his team, but now with the Justice Pauldron picked up by Wobblaba Dub, I don't think so he'd be allowed to do same amount of damage to him at least.
Team Entity need to think about how they want to approach this defense. They need to be ready because meta shift could be going for the end, but right now you take the 5v4 because you know there is no Yugi Shiroki being available to them. Wicked gets picked off though, but nice try. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. Yugi Shiroki being popped on 3 members, but doesn't really do that much damage, leaving it instant. Laito running back. Wicked trading for God Believer. Actually, pardon me, but this might be the right move.
Wicked will be back in 10 seconds, so I think so, yeah. God Believer will not be able to join in the fight. Won't be able to take down any kind of tower structures there. So, yeah, this is a pretty decent trade.
Spectre still being popped. Glorious pathway, they are chasing them down, but they are fighting back. Pametronio dancing in the Valkyrie form. Vengeance. The tower is alive, but Leave Me. He's a little rascal. He took the mid lane tower down, and he is trying to do the same to the bot lane one. Leave Me. He realized that he would have just enough Butterfly Goddess stacks on him, so he ran away.
Good choice down there. Now, bottom tower can be taken down whenever they wanted to. But on the other side now, at least Team Entity have found some decent time to maybe survive.
Backdoor steer, Glorious pathway, they want to re-engage. They know Pametronio doesn't have his Vengeance 1v1 against Wicked. Wicked is successful. He is victorious. As he wins that 1v1, God Believer gets picked off too. Moji, godlike for Leave Me. And I think everyone from Team Entity should start reading his name because they should leave him alone. Because he is not going down and he is just taking everyone from Team Entity down before he even does so.
7-0-6. This is just bonkers right now. Perfect Hayabusa play after such a long time out here, and I believe he's going in for the Sea Halberd as well for the last item. So even more problems for anyone who relies onto that lifesteal. One of them is definitely Moji.
Actually, Wicked's
down bottom though.
Yeah, so let's talk about the bottom, but At the same time, I wanted to mention that Wicked skipped his Demon Hunter, so that's why he wasn't doing that much damage. Now, with it added to his collection, it should skyrocket the damage he is able to dish out. At the same time, Wicked could be going for a Winter Crown, possibly, so the Sea Halberd would be even better for leaving. But right now, let's talk about the fight on the middle lane. Spectre Steed leading the charge together with Glorious Pathway. He's getting chased off, leaving trying to find Fish some engage. There is Valkyrie form with Vengeance being popped into the backline. Everyone is getting blasted. RWM being dropped on their faces. Two members are dead on the floor. Glue is trying to scatter some remains. Something out of this. But I don't think there is much more that he could say. Deep Sea Albert will finish for Leave Me, and Merashid will try to finish the game off. I don't know if Team Entity has enough of a wave clear, but they will definitely try to do so. Wicked, he gets blasted, shut down for Leave Me. Legendary, Enzo gets picked up too, and what a comeback from Merashid.
Big one from Metashift out here. The series ain't over yet, ladies and gentlemen, because the boys are not giving it up. Banning out that Claude, picking up the Hayabusa. Definitely proved to be useful in this one. Sheesh, man. This was such a good way to bring themselves back out here. Especially in a scenario where we thought maybe things are looking difficult, and then Pelmetronio brings out the Freya into the gold lane, and he jumped on Wicked every single time. It was so good to watch him.
Pelmetronio thought to himself, you know what, Wicked? I give it to you, man. You might be better gold lane player, but I might be better fighter on gold lane player. And he shoved it down his throat. Pelmetronio's performance on this Freya was just impeccable. It was so good to watch. The moments where he decided to go in that, for my eyes, were sometimes too hasty. Especially this one, I was like, he's for sure gonna die, it's not gonna work out. But then RWM dropped on their faces and his sacrifice didn't come in vain. It was just what they needed to finish off the game.
Moji wasn't really having a good time here as well. Again, just trying to hop in onto the faces. Everyone was so ready to deal with him. And the RWM, as you rightfully mentioned, was being really big problem there. And Leave Me just hopping in at the very end with the Yugi shadow kill with a full build onto him was one of the big reasons why the entire team won. And yeah, just ignore that. I'm pretty sure he went in for the Sea Halberd at the very last and then swapped it up for the Winter Crown.
Yes.
Selling all the other items. While the rest of them, again, Bobber Rusik, 3-0-10. Even though he was against Wicked there, he just made an Ice Queen wand. And one of the best things about that is that as much as it gives the slows, it also helps boost your own damage, because Esmeralda deals that physical and magic combined damage.
He was a menace. Bober, 95,000. But the GOAT of this game, Leave Me, absolutely 79,000 damage. Maybe the damage doesn't look so good when we just mentioned 93, 95 damage coming from Esmeralda, coming from God Believer. But you have to consider that all this damage was effectively used. That meaning that every time he did damage, someone died. Every time he did damage, they got an objective. Every time he did damage, he picked someone off. He made someone not being able to continue the fight. Leave Me, perfect Hayabusa performance.
And he wasn't picked off again, even a single time. There was only one moment in the bottom lane where we thought maybe he's going to be taken down. But then he just went out unscathed, got the shadows right on point, and he was performing so good, man. His positioning was perfect, always jumped right on time when he knew that all the crowd controlling skills were used. And at the end of the day, he did not really need to take care of Wicked all that while. Pelmetronio on the Freya with the Vengeance was doing everything that he needed. So it's like he was having a free reign on whoever he wanted to catch, whoever was low, he can just simply jump on top of them. And all of that was enabled from the mid lane Baron. That one early pick on the Jushin, and then it all just kept on falling down like dominoes. Ladies and gentlemen, will this continue? Will the fall of dominoes would be stopped even once by Team Entity? We'll find that out in Game 3 on the other side of this break.
As a good story about drama and revenge, it always has ups and downs. And those ups and downs, they keep coming, they keep going, because first game, Team Entity got it in the bag. Second game, Metashift come in and they smack him around. And they are saying, we are ready to fight back, and we don't think we will be going down easily. And maybe we won't be going down at all. It will be you who goes down. That's probably something Metashift thinks, and it's probably something their fans think as well. We hope you are having a blast today with us. Brought to you by PGL, me, Vorimonex, and Scared Yet, of course. If you are loving what you are seeing, definitely type some hashtag Team Entity, type some hashtag Metashift, so you show your love to the players. And right now we are hopping into the draft. Kaliaban, typical Jukshin. What are we expecting? We noticed that Metashift kind of have it down. They know how to play against Entity. How do you think Entity will respond?
Probably trying to prioritize a Sora or maybe an Eve maybe this time around. You don't want God Believer to pick that Eve. He was really annoying. Or also maybe this could be a respectful Hayabusa ban. Limi's Hayabusa was just a bit too difficult to handle, so it could be possible. But with the way how things have gone, you know, Warren, I personally feel that Hilda will be the first pick here.
Yeah, I agree. I noticed that she is the queen of the jungle. It's not Tarzan. She is the queen of the jungle. And she can do whatever. She's running in your jungle, stealing your camps, smacking you around, killing your jungle, killing your roam, killing anyone who really steps in her vicinity. So I think she will be very, very high priority. Team Entity going for the Claude ban. So they want to bait Metashift into going for Curry is what I'm thinking.
I'm also thinking that since they are not going to prioritize the Claude, they don't really want Metashift to go with that pick either. And it kind of falls down in the same place where either an Eve or a Hilda. One of those two picks. Both of them can work out really good for you. But it's like you take one, you give two. So
yeah,
what are you willing to give?
Yeah, what is there to give? That's the question. Yes, you give Kerry, but you kind of forced yourself into it, and I don't think you want to be picking Kerry first pick, so it definitely is between Yeev and help me out here, my brain forfeited me. Hilda, yes, of course, that's what I meant. But Yeev will be the lock-in, so that means Hilda for sure for Metashift, but the second pick paired up with that cannot be Jukshin. Are we thinking Kimi? Kimi, Hilda, pretty deadly combination.
Yes, I was about to say that it could be a Kimi, but not right now. I believe a little bit later.
You can do
right now. High loss, I think so here. High loss along with a Lunox. Not a Lunox. Maybe something in the jungle you can also pick up. You can try and prioritize an early Hayabusa or a Yisun Shin. Am I missing something in the EXP?
No.
Look for a carry box. Yeah, all right.
I'm surprised, I have to say, because Carry wasn't really successful for Metashift, and this leaves Hilda for Team Entity. So this mid lane will be extremely strong. Usually Yeev, what she lacks is early game presence. She doesn't really have that much of it. She has a little bit, but not that much. But Hilda, she has so much early game presence. And if you pair up those two, Yeev will carry in the late game, where Hilda will enable Yeev to reach that late game. So I really like the combination from Team Entity. I cannot say the same about Metashift. From so far what we've seen, I am not liking carry prioritized, and I don't know about the Bakshi. I know he's all-rounder. He can be swapped into roam. He can be swapped into jungle. But I don't know. I feel like it's too soon for him.
I was about to say that Farsa is definitely going to come at this one.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you can't really go for the Kimi, considering there's a high range advantage on the other side. So you've got to go for a Farsa. Lunox doesn't really seem to be a good shout either. Gets outranged really easily, and in order to actually take anyone down, you have to spam the Chaos Assault and the Chaos Ultimate. That puts you in a very vulnerable spot. Now, since you picked up the carry, Claude banned out, they don't really want Wicked to go on that Moscow, but I think so. You've got to ban out the Harith as well. You can't let Wicket pick that up. You mentioned how much he spammed Harith previously.
He did. I'm not really sure if I like what Entity did here, banning Hylos, because Bakchef still could be flexed. I know, yes, he is at the same time. He at the same time could be going into the jungle, but he doesn't have to. So even if you thin out the roam pool, they could always go for Baksha roam.
Yeah, I think so. They're just shutting down the pick-off potential, right? If Hylos decides to drop the glorious pathway along with the law and order, God Believer can instantly burst down whoever's there with just a couple of strikes of Feathered Airstrike. It kind of works similar in a manner of a Kalia Farsa, where Kalia picks someone off and God Believer bursts them down. So with the Hylos and the Grok, same thing can be replicated. Boba, it's fine. Terizla up against a Lapu Lapu. Nothing special here.
Skill
Lane
matchup.
and the jungle. Yeah, it's a skill matchup.
But I would say that there is a slight advantage for Lapu. Actually, there are two slight advantages. Him getting the shield and him being mana-less, resourceless, where Terizla... I never understood the idea of the design team, why they went with Terizla with mana. I feel like Terizla would work so much better without mana, but maybe he would end up being super
Busted.
broken, so who am I to judge? Harley. He can destroy Farsa, he can destroy Kari. So even if you want to get your ship going and you want to drive and focus them down, you always need to keep in mind Moji being on the flank, left side, right side. Where is he hiding?
And now since Wobber didn't really have a lot of roaming options there, most of them were cut off. It was either a Gato or something else to protect your backline. So Badang does that well. Anyone tries to hop in closer to God Believer or Pelmetronia will have to go through him with a fist crack. So here's the thing. Moji can always use the hat trick to hop in and out of that fight, but then you've also got Wabbalaba Dub Dub who will not allow you to go towards that backline. So the early few items along with the Genius Wand will be crucial. Whoever controls the first 5 minutes of the game will go for the snowball in the next 10 to 12 minutes and can eventually take this one out. And doing that with Harley, it is a little bit more easy as you also have the Granger in the hands of Wicket. So I think so Entity, they might have a better chance in this one.
Alright, so one favors Entity's draft. On the other hand, I have to say, I think what Mana Shift have going for them, that being the combination of three beefy frontliners being against Granger, where Granger typically struggles against some beefy fighters. I'm feeling like if Moji cannot play out of his mind, they don't really have that much of a good team comp for Entity. But Tiso decides against it as he smacks God Believer immediately into his face.
Now here's the thing. Even if Moji plays better or not, Tiso is going to. And that's exactly what we're witnessing.
Leave me initiating. There is the wall off. Enzo needs to flicker to survive. Tiso on a retreat. Pretty spicy. Third game. No one is fearing anyone.
Enzo. Is he actually going to take the minion? Yeah, he will. Oh,
Tiso 1v3. I don't think he can live through that. First blood goes to God Believer.
Again, a bit of internal clock timings now being messed up from Entity. They knew that Leave Me is also hopping in for the rotation. They should have retreated previously, and then Tiso not being in the best position there. Meta shift with some nice punish around the map. And this is the active meta shift that we always look forward to.
The activity could be felt through the screen. They are really moving through on the map, but same for Entity. I know they didn't get the kill, but they are being same amount of active for themselves. What is surprising though is that we have Hilda on the left side, but the kill actually was on the Hilda, not Hilda getting the kill. And she might be dying again. Tiso, little bit overzealous, and he gets picked off. Leave Me gets the kill. I'm not sure if I like what happened here. I know it's little bananas, but I think God Believer could have been left to handle the kill. I don't think Leave Me needed to pick it up.
It is the case, but I think so it's absolutely fine. They better pick someone off, and Laito could be next.
Better strike will almost deal with him. There's Tiso trying to make some space for Light though, so he can recall. And this is exactly what I've been saying. As we are seeing, yes, Metashift are winning by the gold, and it's a teamwork, but at the same time, Bober, no one went into his lane, and Lighto, he's one level down, just like that.
Yeah, that's one of the big thing. It's again just because he was forced to recall a little while back. Metashift having those early item priorities too. Wicked wants to go in for the Hunter Strike early on, but he can't really get any of those cannon minions, or rather the Go Crabs. It's Pelmetronio who's actually getting them. This is the strength of that carry. Even though you might be a Granger, carry can actually take those neutral objectives as well if you've got a good support of the roam coming in. And Double-Elimination is faster in those rotations.
God Believer felt the wrath of Harley. He needs to be careful about facing those bushes. This time, it was half HP. Next time, it will be his whole health bar.
Muji?
He's fine. He's Harley. But the same cannot be said for Tiso, as he is forced off of his flicker. 30 seconds for next turtle.
Yeah. That's a big one coming in. They want to collapse up top though. Seems like Moji again wants some pick, but as you rightly mentioned, it's 3 beefy frontliners, so Moji doesn't really have any easier targets that he can pick off. It's only God Believer who's always had the wings by wings and the flickers off cooldown.
Vorax finished off for Bober. Will be dishing out a lot of damage for this next turtle fight.
Leave me also just...
Did he stole it?
Forcing out the retribution. Yeah, he did not get it, but he forced out the retribution. That means it's a free turtle for Metashift.
And also it's a free kill on Tiso. Tiso is crumbling under the pressure. He's 0-3. And right now Wicked will be the next to fall as he gets picked off. He tries to dance, but it's just a matter of time.
Top.
But the same will be done to Bober as he gets destroyed, and kill goes to Lighto. So this will shake things up here on the top side.
Finally, you mentioned about it. Lighto needed to get a kill at least, and that's what's happening here. Moji also will quickly take that lane away. In the meantime, now Lighto will rotate more with the team to try and catch anyone, and bottom lane is where they're looking for.
Leave me driving in, going for Tiso, but Tiso knows his job. He knows if he trades for God Believer, his job has been done, and he even doesn't need to trade because he got scot-free.
Big one there. I wasn't expecting that much damage from Tiso, but again, along with Enzo and everyone else, they were able to do that. Wicked on the other side wanted to catch Pelmetronio, but carrying the dual light wheel form along with the second skill dash is very slippery, so you can't really catch on to her with just the Rhapsody. You need full Death Sonata.
Feather Airstrike is a defensive tool. Should be up for total fight.
35 seconds there. Leave me just catching all of the jungle creeps as quickly as possible, and smart move there, leashing away the bear crab for him so that he can rotate faster in those fights. They do understand that there's a bit of problem down bottom. Tier 1 taken down, but they still want to fight.
Leave me scouting out the area so they know.
Moji. He's catching the right target with the deadly magic, but is not able to land in a good poker trick on them.
And he's giving it up.
That
this
is the
circle is
problem.
absolutely free for mana shift.
Yeah, this is a bit tough though. I want to have a look at the goal, but I know that the fight can break out at any moment here.
The big thing is that it's kind of equal. Wicked with a, not really with a lead, but lead on his team, whereas Pelmetronio is the one actually in the lead, 4,700.
It's really close between all of them. That's the main thing. Sky Pearson not being picked up by Wicked, so now he needs kills. Now he needs those stacks. but none of his teammates are able to poke down the other side, so it will be tough.
And also, in order to get some of those kills, he needs to start moving to those fights. He, so far, has just kept himself farming on the bottom side, and now leave me with a 1v1 against him. And this Baksha, oh, he hurts! Wicked needing to use his flicker, and I think leave me will be able to leave just fine. And on the top side, there is action happening around the top tower. I think it will be dealt with.
I don't think so. I think so they'll leave it and fight mid.
Because they realize they want to go mid lane. Bulber with a Raging Slash gets a double, and there is Fist Red Wall combination for Enzo. Laito gets picked off as well, and it's a wipeout almost. He gets picked off too. Double kill for Pemetronio, and this meta shift looks completely different than yesterday.
Beautiful call coming in from the boys. Instantly realizing that they do not need to take care of top tier 2. They need to focus on this mid, and look at that combination. Fist track after the land shaker was landed onto 3, and all of them just cleared out by Pelmetronio with a double kill. Massive performance. Now they've got a free lot for themselves. Advantage finally being built up, which was only of 100-200 gold. Now you can see a bit more of that in the hands of Pelmetronio, right? There's a significant gap between him and Moji.
Moji is giving up.
Easiest slot take.
Moji, yes, easiest slot take. Not even with the threat, not even with the idea of a threat, because you saw Moji clearly on the bottom wave, so you knew it's absolutely free for the taking. And the problematic part is the Team Entity, they don't have late game. Their only late game thing that goes for them is RWM being dropped. Because yes, I know folks like to say, yes, Granger can scale. And yes, he can, but it's not like he scales as well as Scary does.
And you also need to have the Sea Halberd before he can actually become viable along with the Malefic gun. So that basically requires you to have a full house. And Wicked is going 0, 2, and 0, so no Sky Piercer stacks onto him whatsoever. Up top, Moji runs back. They've got the Holy Defense available, so I don't think so it's going to be a problem for them to clear the waves. Easy Lord clear. The mid taken care of. Bottom tier 2 will fall, but it's fine.
Actually, the bad part about
Inhibitors are
this whole
stacking.
thing is that Wicked even has less stacks than he would normally have. Because when you buy Sky Piercer, you have a little bit of stacks. I believe it's 10. And he lost even a little bit out of that with the second death that he obtained.
Okay. Everyone wants to see him get those kills. That's the thing.
Oh, he has
Once he
Malefic
gets the
Roar.
first kill. Yeah, but there's no Sea Halberd there, right? So as of now, you need that too to try and chunk down those beefy frontliners. But he's got 0 stacks here. Sky Piercer not helping him out. Moji went in for the Feather of Heaven, Stallium Scythe, and a Divine Glaive. No Genius Wand, no Lightning Truncheon. So he's still lacking onto that damage department. Now, potentially with the Divine Glaive, should be able to deal a little bit more, but there's 3 Radiant Armors on the other side. On all 3 frontliners.
He shouldn't be going for those frontliners, that's the thing. Like, even if he was fed, he probably doesn't want to go for those frontliners in the first place. Believe me, oh, he wants to go for him as he is driving around on the bottom side. Moji, he needs to run for his life. But I think he should be fine. Bulber is there, bravest fighter. Will he do it? Nah, he doesn't. There is fight happening on the top side. Curry needing to flicker out of harm's way, but it's not enough as Tiso will finish him off, and that means Turtle could be potentially taken by Team Entity, and that could shift the tide of the game.
Wicked should have got that kill just to get those stacks up on the Sky Piercer, but it is Tiso to actually secure it. I think so that is going to hurt them a little bit. They've taken down Pelmetronio, who's now picked up the Malefic gun, so they can try and stay out of range, but Team Entity Now they look a little bit more in control towards the Lord pit.
Bobber has to steal it, and he will try to do so. There is Leave Me, Retribution. Lord has been reset, but there are fights on two fronts. Moji is able to finish it off. Lighto trying to get some space for his team. He will just die, but it was all according to plan. Entity have a little bit more time to breathe.
Yeah, the slot is not just to push turrets, it's just for the survival.
The biggest part is
Gold.
that your opponents don't have it. That's all you need.
Yeah, that's true. Far side carry though. Late game monsters. There shouldn't be any problem there.
Moji, he's trying to burst someone down because they still want to utilize that Lord. RWM being dropped on face of Pelmetronio. He's been forced off of this fight. Leave Me is still pretty much fine, but Lord has been dealt with even through the minion damage alone. Leave Me trying to lead the charge. There's Babalaba. Fist crack, fist combination. But he will die for his overzealousness. He was trying to do something where there was really nothing to do.
They thought they would have had enough damage with the Feather Airstrike's burst, but they just didn't. Tiso? Oh, barely surviving. If that dash was in the range and Tiso would have triggered that one extra basic attack, he would have been dead. Because then the passive would have stacked up fully.
Yep.
Extra bit of true damage there, but none of that happening right now. Tier 1 down pot will fall, but Metashift haven't really lost quite a lot there, apart from just a few $100 in the gold. Still around 1.4k ahead. And most of that gold is in the hands of Pelmetronio.
Bobber initiating together with Leave Me. They go for their target, and it will be Tiso. He gets fist cracked, fist broke. He's been dealt with.
Isolated and then taken care of. Wicket is starting to hurt now. You can see he's got 1 kill already, so 10 stacks of Sky Piercer. And he is starting to hit like a truck. I'm pretty sure with the Malefic Roar completed, he's also got the Sea Halberd, which we were talking about a while ago. Oh,
no, it's Vorax.
He's gone for the Vorax. Interesting take. But it's just for the extra mobility and penetration.
Interesting engage indeed. Penalty zone as it is engaged to RWM being dropped on their faces to keep his teammate alive, but it wasn't enough.
Still 1 for 0, and this time it's Laito who's falling. 22 more seconds for the Lord as the far lane now will start to push over towards the side of Entity. You're finally seeing Tiso staying up there. He can be actually caught. He can be caught.
So he could be in big trouble. Federer on top of his head. Bika trying to keep him alive, but needs to flicker out of harm's way because he could have been killed as well. And now Entity are thinking what they should do. Pelmetronio will finish him off. Moji with a 1v1 against Bobber, forcing his bravest fighter. Can he play it out? He has full build completed. This little rascal is doing a bunch of damage. He's dancing around, but he is there alone. Can he do it? I am not sure if Moji can. He just delivers mega kill into the face of Bobber as he makes his scoreline 5-1-4, and Metashift are going for the third lord of the game and second one for them.
Dancing around left and right is all you needed. All starting with the beautiful zone coming in from God Believer down bottom to Wicked. Hold on, they want to fight more.
Wicked trying to fish for the right target, trying to go for God Believer, but not really succeeding yet. Actually, I might have been too hasty. Those Vorax stacks, when they were stacked up, the true damage, goddamn.
It's been working out for him, and that's probably what you need. Lord marching down in mid though, but you've got Leave Me joining in as well with the Shield of Unity. You've got to play it carefully. Feather Airstrike drop down.
Just to zone them out. Lighto. You should try to keep your mid lane tower alive. You should be able to actually. What a wondrous defense from Team Entity, even though Metashift are still in the gold lead.
Waves not managed perfectly. That is what gave Entity an opportunity to defend. And as you rightly mentioned, it was the concealed play, but all of that well noted by Metashift's eyes. Eagle eyes, I must say there.
It's the warm-up. They had a series before this. They are more ready than Entity is. Their engine has been started up.
The King engine. If you're a One Punch Man fan, you'll get it.
Well, right now, let's see if Tiso will be laughing. I don't think he will, because Flicker, that's gone, and Danzo.
Now, what the hell do you want to be the aggressors, right? You want that map control for your team. But it's not being allowed to Tiso. It's been a bit of a problem for him to deal with. He's been picked off multiple times, punished up early on by Double-Elimination and the rest of the boys. And again, the moment he tries to go and open up a bush, he is met with someone there and then
But now the zone goes for Levy. He doesn't have a carry in the war. We will burst down the tank if we have to. There's this crack, balling them off. Lighto is the target. RWM being dropped. Tiso will get picked off. Wicked is trying to shoot his way through, but he doesn't have the right targets on his sides. In his sides. Right now, Bravest Fighter combination into Landshaker. Missing Wicked, luckily for him. But now, Team Entity is also missing one crucial member, that being Tiso. Lord in 30 seconds.
He will be up, but I don't think so if he'd be able to make it towards the Lord Pit by the time. As his team will not have any kind of vision whatsoever. Now having one last look at the builds as well before the slot gets taken down. Windtalker completed by Moji. Along with the Glowing Wand. I'm not quite sure if I'm a fan of that build, but alright. If that rocks his boat, then that would be it.
I mean, he almost
Windtalker.
killed Bulber in a 1v1. Can you judge him? I don't think you can.
I mean, here's the thing. Bobber now, he was first of all in the base form. Wasn't even in the ultimate form there.
Bulber popping his Bravest Fighter Moji with a flank. Lord has been dealt with. Babalaba almost dead. And there is crazy flank coming from Moji. But he gets initiated on by Leave Me. Babalaba trying to keep himself alive. Tiso with Immortality still available. RVWM being dropped on their faces. They need to make their retreat hastily. But Restra gets a disengaged tool to leave Meta Shift alive.
A 1-for-0 trade at all. The emoji surviving by the skin of his teeth. Now the reason why he's got the Windtalker is because after using the poker trick and with the stacks, you can land in some good basic attacks. So he just wants to maximize that skill passive there. But I think so. Holy Crystal would have been a little bit more better considering
He gets
can't
picked
do
off by
anything
God
else.
Believer. You have to start believing in this man because he is making some crazy plays happen. Leave Me will be able to survive as well. Bober should have his ultimate available quite soon, and it's right here, right now. Raging Slashes doesn't really hit the right targets, but Immortality has been just swapped for his items in the last second. Beautiful coordination coming from Bulber, and this enables Lord to march onto the mid lane. The God Believer needs to flicker out of harm's way to survive. Our Lord has been dealt with, but Metashift is still here, and they are still ready to fight. They might even try to get the bottom tower. Moji's still dead.
Yeah.
Me driving around. Lighto trying to make Bulber with initiation. Goes for Wicked, but Wicked gets him instead. Bulber gets picked off, but you still got the tower, so if your Volt team doesn't die right here, it was a nice trade.
It was God Believer running back. Look at Lighto.
Oh! It happens to the
Oh
best of
my
us.
God.
It happens to the best of us. Unlucky. It's all I'm gonna say. Unlucky.
It's absolutely fine. I think so someone is definitely going to clip it because of the hype that we made here. Him hopping in on the mechanism there. It was perfect. And then just ending up missing out on his penalty zone. But it's fine. They're still pushing down towards the mid tower though. FAS.
But now he heads God Believer. He is just able to walk out of it. Now Winter Crown being popped. Lighto kept alive. God Believer will take actually the longer way with the recall. I don't know if you know, but if you're at the edge of the base, it's faster to walk than to recall. Some nerdy stuff thrown your way. But right now, let's focus on the real stuff, because who's gonna take this Lord probably could take this game home and end up on a match point. Fistcrack forces Tiso into Flicker, and Moji is lurking in the shadows, in the bushes to be concrete. Babalaba, now there's initiation, penalty zone on 3, and he starts the fight. Pametron is the target, he gets shut down. This could be the fight for Entities. They try to make their way back into the game. Wicked is still being kept alive by the skin of his teeth. RWM being dropped on their faces. Moji gets picked off, and Wicked is the only hope together with Tiso, because Enzo will be soon dying as well. Killing spree for Leave Me as Bulber chases for Tiso. Wicked is dancing around with his big gun in his hands. But I don't think he should continue the fight. He has to recall and defend his own base.
Oh my
and I'm
God.
not even sure if he can do that. Malefic Roar being completed for Tiso to try to dish out a little bit more damage. I don't know if they can defend. They try to clear the wave. The rest have been popped on their faces. Flicker on their way. Wicked half HP. Minions has been dealt with a little bit. Oh, big damage coming from Wicked. Can he defend? Can he clear the minions? That's the big question. Leaving trying to body block. Wicked is trying to shoot his way through, but I don't know if it's enough damage. Ultimate being popped, but new wave comes in, and that means Merashev will be able to end off the base crystal.
Woo. For a second, it definitely seemed like it will be Wicked and the boys moving all the way up in this game number 2. But man, what a way to pull themselves back. The third game was an absolute cinema, I'd have to say, specifically towards the end when we were talking about it, right? Yes, you've got the Eve, you've got Wicked on the Granger. They will still be fine and valuable in that late game. They can scale up well. But then meta shift again, God Believer with the feathered airstrike, the burst damage from just 1 and 2 shots off the ultimate. It just deals so much damage to you. And Pelmetroni on that carry was instantly bursting down that front line. Tiso, even though he picked up the Hilda, he wasn't happy with what was happening to him.
Also, the super huge problem was that I mentioned already during the game. I believe even during the draft, Wicked couldn't get through on the right targets. Yes, he was doing damage, and I think we will probably see high amounts of damage on his graph at the end after we go through the highlights, but he wasn't hitting. Wu was important. You can see here, God Believer, he was chased by Tiso, but I believe Tiso wasn't able to quite finish him off, and it was just Tiso's damage. If Wicked was there with any other hero that could hit together with Tiso, this could have been different, but unfortunately, it was the Granger. I know the options for gold lane there wasn't much of them. There wasn't many of them. But I don't know if Granger was the way, because if you see Bedang, Lapu Lapu and Baxia, I don't think you get through. Yes, look at the damage, 116,000, and it wasn't enough.
It's even higher than God Believer's damage. 114,000 on the other side. But we will have Leave Me as the MVP of that previous game. 76,000 total amount of heal. That's again him healing himself back up. 52,000 of that damage dealt. Full build on the Radiant Armor and the Athena shields. Now here's the thing. The only reason why I felt that Genius Wand should have been the way to go for Moji was because even Enzo benefits off of that. So he would still be able to shred down this front line of Leave Me, who's got tons of magic defense. But that did not happen, right? And that's why, again, Leave Me, there were so many moments where this man was surviving at the slither of HP. And that is one of the big reasons why meta shifts still are all the way up, because he did not give up his bounty gold.
Yes, for sure. Also, yes, I think you summarized it perfectly. I think you said what had to be said. Meta shift back on the horse. They are right now in the driver's seat, you could say. And Entity, they are crumbling apart, but honestly, now it's just about the draft. I don't think that any of the teams is playing worse team fights, worse mechanics, worse rotations on the map. I think this is just the draft. Yes, you could say Moji, for example, being left in the open somewhere, maybe overstaying his welcome. Then someone else being in some other place. Wicked maybe not being in the best position during the last fight because he got left alone on the right side, didn't really follow with the rest of the team. But those are just little things if you compare it to what the draft enables you to do, and if you look at the draft as the main thing behind everything. Because as we always say, 60% of the game is made through the draft, and right now it's all about that. Yes, you got Hilda, but Hilda alone is not gonna make it work, and I especially the Gwentra pick. My mouth is salty after that. But there is one more thing I have to highlight, and that is leave me. This was the third game. Second game won for Meta Shift, and he has 2 MVPs.
What if he can potentially get the third one, you know? I'm pretty sure he might want to eye out for that as well. But ladies and gentlemen, will that wish be fruitful, or will we see something being brought up by Entity in that game number 4? Find that out after this break. One last ride is all you need if you're Team Entity to try and take this one for the next game. But Meta Shift, they're also looking in a pretty hot shot form, ladies and gentlemen. You all are watching the lower bracket finals of PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. Just one more game, and this could all end in a disaster. But one more game, and the entire comeback story can come to fruition. Foreign, what are your expectations?
My expectations, there's a lot of them. Firstly, I didn't expect for Meta Shift to show up in such a form because after the first series, I did not really see them in the best light. Yes, they were able to beat the White Army, but compared to their old form, I was expecting a little bit more. But hopping into this series, first game, that wasn't it. But now those last two, I'm tingling. I'm feeling it everywhere, man. Like I'm so hyped.
At this point, I just really want to see what else Entity has got in their own back pocket, right? Because Meta Shift are, as you rightfully mentioned, looking in that hot shot form. You take away the Claude, and I believe they found their winning mantra for this one. So they should probably stick to that Claude ban for the next one too, after taking away two of Tisso's comfort heroes of the Kalia as well as the Cho. While on the side of Team Entity, leave me... All right.
He's been targeted.
He was going for the higher.
He's been targeted.
He was going for the higher. He ain't getting any of those comfort picks now, but there's still a Lancelot.
True. You are absolutely correct. Yes, he could go for that. But of course, we will see. Entity with that first pick again. I believe they were on the first pick for a couple of games. I'm not sure for if for all of them. I think first was Meta Shift, but
first and second.
Yeah. But definitely a couple of games Team Entity being on the left. So it looks like they prefer it this way, but so far it wasn't going in their favor. Let's see if they have something new up their sleeve, because Hilda and Eve pickup didn't work out for them. So let's see if they want to run it back, differently, or if they want to smack their head against the wall. Because so far, the wall is standing.
There's also the Jushin available right now, though.
It's Hilda first pick.
Claude Eve.
Yeah, I think it's Claude Eve for Meta
away.
Shift. Yeah, just like paper-wise, that's the best pickup for you.
Will they go for it though? You can lock the Claude, and then also can take the high loss away to create a question mark in the mid lane. All right, they actually want to go for the Jushin.
All right, Jushin being picked up, and with Claude. All right, so that means there is Eve being able to be picked up for Entity. Of course, she will be lacking. Yes,
Carry
you just
Eve.
go for it. No questions asked. Not even a second thought. You go for it. So those RWMs could be deadly, but will they be deadly enough to win the game for you? So far, Meta Shift are showing their hand to be a little bit more early game oriented, especially with that early game mid laner, more early game mid laner. Yes, Claude scales up, but you need to pair up Jushin with something early game oriented too. So that already pushes your team into a little bit of that early to mid game phase.
True. It's a carry Eve as well. So I believe both of these teams are having the exact same idea of maintaining the control in mid and then relying onto their gold laners to dish out the maximum damage in the late game. But Grok was let through, so it's been picked up this time by Dub. I think so. It's a pretty good pick in order to match up against the pace that Hilda wants to play in. So you could have your own idea, but now both of them need an EXP laner and a jungler. So every ban that you're going to do here might end up hurting you.
But the thing is that you can just ban picks that you are not going to play anyway. Guinevere, that's Moji's pick. So you aim for that. Yisenshin, that's definitely leave me
Joy
pick.
ban.
So leave me.
I want to see a joy ban.
Joy ban for the side of Meta Shift. Yes, I agree. Could be a decent idea. The thing though is that Meta Shift could just ban out junglers and pick their own because they are first to pick. So that could work out very well for them. I don't know what Entity are really cooking up. But at the same time, Yisenshin I don't believe we really saw that much of Yasunshin for Moji. I don't think he even picked it a single time. Maybe in the qualifier, but definitely not in the playoffs, I believe.
He hasn't been picking it up right now. All right, you respect it with the Fanny. That means you're kind of forcing Leave Me to pick up a Lancelot. But there's also the Joy that's available, right? Haya, Yisunshin, Fanny banned out. Should be a Lancelot or a Joy. It's a Joy.
Two can play this game, it looks like, because he read it, or he read them like a book. The big question is, yes, you read him like a book, yes, you took away his joy and you confused him a little bit, which we can clearly see by Moji and Laito really thinking it through what they want to pick now. But now he has Lancelot, and the question is,
Lapu?
Are you better Joy than he is Lancelot?
That's a nice way to phrase it out here. Well, it's for the EXP that I'm now focused on. You can also pick up the Glue, right?
Glue.
Glue or
Could be.
Lapu.
Or Favos. We saw it a couple of times being worked against Leave Me. Not really against Leave Me, but against Joy. It's Esmeralda in the end.
Comfort.
The vanilla choice. The vanilla choice.
Pick up a Glue, man. The Lapu can also work for meta shift, considering Eve is immobile there during the ultimate. But I think so the Glue would fit so well here. There's no one who can actually burst him down so very quickly. Glue is a good shout. They go for the Phobius. You asked for the Phobius. He's going in for it.
I called for it.
That's decent.
I called for it, even though I meant for him to be picked up by Entity. Now, if we look at it, there is dashes on Kari. I think Hilda's first spell counts as a dash too, right? So, no, it does.
Oh, that's just a speed boost, yeah. It's a speed boost.
Doesn't she have like a mini dash there?
Nah, it's a speed. That's actually the ultimate that you're talking about, but it's not even a dash out here. She just leaps forward. So yeah,
It doesn't
the thing
count
is,
towards
it won't be
Fabulous
counted.
passive. Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it won't be counted. Yeah, it's not technically a dash.
That's what I wasn't sure about. All right, well, that's one less, but still, you have Carrie that will be dashing around. You have Lancelot with plenty of dashes. And honestly, even if you play Favos without anyone that dashes that much, he's still very formidable on his own. And especially with Grok setting up those CC lineups and Zhuxin pulling someone in, Favos has plenty of time to hit Monolith, to hit the first spell, to set up those Inferno Pursuits. Oh, I mean bongs, right?
Oh my god, that's the good call there. Yes, indeed, the bongs. Or the Infernal Pursuit if you're a nerd out. Ladies and gentlemen, one opportunity for Entity to try and force us into a Game 5 and one more win needed for Metashift to try and get ready to take their revenge, or rather complete it out here on Tiso as they pull him in the tower. They want to show who is the boss.
It feels like Tiso is still playing the game that happened before this, because very similar thing happened to him before.
Exactly the same thing, to be honest. Yeah. Retry, leave me just with a cheeky steal there. But oh, look at Moji. He wants to try and steal the jungle away. Yeah, no, man.
Enzo, no flicker. That will hurt.
Especially around the Lord Pit, yeah. Because the first turtle is about to be up in the next 50 seconds there, so you'd rather have wanted that flicker up here, but it's absolutely fine. They're both going all the way back up.
Ooh, nasty cut. Nasty cut from Laito.
Exactly. He's going to be so quick in that rotation. And all of that information is fed to him by Tiso and Enzo.
Bober shouldn't be really a threat towards Esmeralda until he gets anti-heal. That's been dominant size for him. Level 4 not yet available. Laito almost hitting that level 4 mark. Moji with his Phantom Execution available to... Actually, he used it, but yeah, it's on his board. He could use it again when it comes to cooldown. Leave Me. Electrifying Beats available to him too. He's trying to stack them up. But Turtle has been already started. Immobilized coming from Esmeralda. She tries to push them away, but loses a lot of HP. There is Bulber with level 4. God Believer goes in RWMB, dropped on their faces. He tries to do some damage, but a lot of damage is coming his way. He knows he doesn't have a flicker. He knows he will die here. First blood goes to Bulber. And if you don't want something, it's Bulber on a playmaker hero getting an early kill.
It was all set up all the way towards the bottom lane where the gargoyle fight was going on. Moji wanted to steal it away, but because of the Guardian's barrier, he couldn't land in those basic attacks. He went in close and then Phantom Execution out of there. He used up the ult, so he did not have it ready out down in the bottom lane there. So that was the problem.
That's why I let you to speak over this situation, because I don't believe there is a chance for you to kill Laito.
Yeah, I mean, they just wanted to go for it, but he's a bit too tanky there. So yeah, and not having that Phantom Execution at the turtle fight meant that Moji will have to play a bit more safe. So he had to move a little bit back. That was enough for Leave Me to hop in and steal it all away and then carry on forward by disrupting the entire fight, picking off Enzo. But it's fine. It's just the first turtle. Only 500 gold is the way the difference stands right now. So no major problems in those itemizations out here. It's absolutely cool.
So far, Palmetroni and Wicked have been not really trading any kills, so that's surprising.
Pretty peaceful, huh?
Pretty peaceful, yeah. Corrosion side being picked up. Tiso, just as we said, pretty peaceful. He needs to burn his flicker to survive.
Like though. He could be collapsed upon.
I think he's fine. It's Esmeralda, come on. Kronos will tell you all about that.
He's gonna miss his cannon minion, that's the main thing. And now, I'll tell you one more nerdy fact here. Wicked has made the corrosion scythe first, while Pelmetronio will make the Demon Hunter sword. So Pelmetronio will be more viable in those fights than Wicked.
And he knows just that. That's why Wicked is staying on the top side, and Claude was trying to move in to at least give his presence. Laito trying to steal it away, but he might be himself getting killed. Laito trying to run, flicker not available anymore. Tiso with a bunch of damage. RWM being dropped on their faces. Leave Me gets picked off, but there is the bonks coming through. This is the fourth bonk, fifth bonk. Make them count. He is healing himself up like a madman, and he is destroying his opposition. That's why you don't want Bulber on a carry pick, getting those early kills, and he is trying to get even more. Needs to flicker actually to survive, because Laito and his shields will not keep him alive this time, but he tried.
Big play yet again down pot, and it's Bobber Rusik being the game changer. The wall is there. He just marched in the tower, and that's why he had to fall now. Right, Babalaba doesn't have enough damage to take the tower down though, but almost got it.
He saved the tower, yes, but still, it's a kill going to Tiso. Not really that
it's
probably fine. Big of a deal, but no, he's on a killing spree.
It's a big deal. I take that back.
And
it is a very big deal now.
And if he goes for Blade of Heptasis just because he's 3-0, oh, it's going to be even bigger deal.
But here's the big thing, right? The more kills that goes on Tiso, the more chances of him developing a bounty and then giving it away to meta shift once he gets picked off in one of the future fights.
He needs to be careful.
As much as he can, as much as he can be careful, it still is unlikely for him to survive throughout the game, given how many times he is being picked up by God Believer with the Lantern Flare.
But God Believer needs to respect the damage. Now he needs to use his ultimate defensively to survive. Leave Me in the backline, electrifying beings. Dance to the tunes of music. Enzo, he doesn't like to dance. But Laito, he doesn't like to dance either, as he gets picked off. And third kills goes to Bulber as he picks up defensive item for him. So those pesky physical damage dealers, not gonna be a problem anymore.
Dealt with easily, and now next turtle being taken. Meta shift. They seem like to be in prime control of this entire game as well. Yes, Moji is going all the way down to try and do something in that lane, but I don't think so. That's going to be any problem for Medashift to deal with. They themselves have got Leave Me on the Joy, so he can easily hop in there and clear all of that out. Wicked was going toe-to-toe against Pelmetronio till now. But because of these turtle fights and Pelmetronio collecting a few, hold on.
So if a 1v1 against God Believer, Boburn realizes he needs to save his teammate, and now Tiso has found himself between a rock and a hard place. Flicker will keep him alive.
Lucky that he had that flicker up on time there, otherwise that bounty was going in the hands of Pelmetronio, who's also completed the golden staff.
Both of them at the same time. I don't know if you caught that, but exact moment.
Yeah, I did. Just one item away from there, Trinity.
Lighto tectonic charge, he needs to flicker to survive. Leave Me will finish him off anyway, because those electrifying beats. It looks like no one from Team Entity likes to dance.
They're just able to run away, but Flicker is being burnt up out there for all of them. Power specifically to try and survive. Lighto as well, he had to burn his own down, but it doesn't matter. Now they want to go for the invade.
Phantom execution to just kinda be annoying, be a nuisance. But now Moji, he's fine. It's Lancelot.
Plus, I believe he's also going in for a couple of tanky items, so tanks a lot.
Yeah,
But
it's
we'll see.
the very, very favorite build of competitive
my God.
Lancelots that being, I believe it goes something like Vorax, Queen's Wings, Brute Force, and this kind of stuff. So, yeah, not your typical
Yeah.
Lancelot. He doesn't deal as much damage, but he is so tanky.
Oh, but here's the thing, with those 3 dashes up, if you're a squishy hero like a marksman in the gold lane or a mage, yeah, good luck surviving that. He's gonna burst you down instantly. Goes in for a brute force breastplate right now. I wasn't expecting it, but he's down bottom in the damage department.
Yes, but he will try to fix that in this fight. Leave Me will immediately taste the edge of his blade. Leave Me is getting bursted down crazily. Mega kill from Tiso as he starts this fight with a blast. Lighto gets picked off though, so it's still 4v4. Not to advantage on any team, but at the same time, Leave Me is missing from mana shift, so you don't have retribution. And Tiso, he probably will be able to run away. I don't know why he went in actually, because this could cost him his life. Moji Phantom Initiation goes in, tries to iframe it a little bit. And that means that Tiso will be kept alive, even though he decided to go back in. Tiso, I think you should respect the fact that you have 4-0-0. You don't want to give that shutdown to anyone. Honestly, the only target that could pick up the shutdown for it to not be bad would be Vabalaba. But he could still go Blade of Heptasis like Toby did.
That is, again, some of the grog things there, but the fight still continues. Litho trying to dance around the nice sets there, along with Tiso completing the Blade of Heptasis, you rightfully mentioned. So he's trying to find an angle on Pelmetronio. Look at him.
Tiso is fishing on those bushes, but he is there. Pelmetronio needs to initiate in the fight to keep himself alive. Wicked gets picked off, so no more carry for you. Lighto gets picked off too. Tiso shut down for Leave Me, and now it's only one man standing, and it's Moji trying to escape from the grasps of death. But mana shift, they are holding firmly onto him, so he got picked off too. It's just Enzo, and the dreams and hopes for Team Entity are crumbling apart bit by bit, because I know it's just 3,000, but this fight looked like it might as well have been 10,000 gold difference.
It was so chaotic there, but Meta Shift kept their calm, right? I like the idea of Tiso being in the backlines trying to catch someone, along with Moji as well as Lighto, but it just wasn't enough. Wicked, as I said, that even though he's got the corrosion sight and the golden staff, I think so building a Demon Hunter sword was the main priority for him out here, to try and at least burst through that front line faster. Corrosion sight can be kept as the 3rd item right now. But Trinity now almost being completed. This Lord needs to be cleared up fast.
They will try to do so. Wicked is working on it. Demon Hunter sword completed, so even more damage towards the Lord, even though it's capped. Yes, it has been dealt with, so base stays alive, at least for now. Bober leading the charge. Big wall coming from Vabalaba, but not really the right targets that you had behind this wall.
It's fine. Discipline showing up from Meta Shift. They respect the wave clearance coming in from Entity, so just take their farm, run back, freeze the wave, and reset. They've got around a 5,000 gold lead, which they do not want to throw. Dominance Eyes being picked up by Laito. So some crucial items now being picked up by Entity as they reach the 32k gold mark, where they'll have all of their main items, and now the only ones that are left will be the ones for the swap.
It's 7,000 gold difference, and Pametronio has 2 levels on Wicked. Tiso engages, but he pays with his life. Leave Me picks him off, and Moji and the rest need to run with their life. Though, this shouldn't really mean anything at all, because objective is in 70 seconds.
Oh my god, Enzo picks up that buff. Bit of unfortunate stuff happening there for Moji, but good thing at least Double-Elimination did not take it. But yeah, I agree. Now Entity will have to be very careful with what's about to happen here. Meta Shift have got the full control of this entire map. Opening up the bottom side, 44 seconds for Lord. They're just setting up Pelmetronio to clear out that wave.
Leave Me waiting in those bushes. Laito. Wicked initiating, but Pelmetronio jumps in his face immediately. But now Wicked gets separated. He's dishing out a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Tectonic Charge will secure this kill. And oh my, if Vabalaba didn't go for this Flicker Tectonic Charge, I think Wicked could have cleaned up the full house. But that's not the story of today. The story of today is that Wicked is dead on the floor and Menashev will play 5v4 around the Lord.
You cannot disrespect the damage of Wicked there. Just a Spaldron now being completed by Double-Elimination, so he'll be a little bit more tanky. But I don't know about how good it's going to pan out, considering that true damage is still going to hit you like a truck. Lord will be easily secured. Proper zoning coming in from Meta Shift. The gold lead has increased to 9,000 right now, so all they need to do is just pair up their waves well and attack the base together.
This is insane. Look at the gold earned. Wicked is 2,500 gold behind Pelmetronio, and he's still doing this monstrous amount of damage. That just speaks volumes on 2 facts. One being carry is super strong and dishing out single target damage, especially against those beefy targets. And the second thing, Wicked, he's pretty darn good. Because you only know a player based upon how he plays from behind.
True. And on that right now. Oh, Laito!
Right now, Laito not really respecting the fact that he is behind. The same could be said for Tiso, as he needs to use his Conceal to just escape that extra movement speed, keeping him alive. Menashev will try to siege, possibly for one last time in this series.
Well, Metronio is going to lose all of his stacks as well from Art of Thievery, so that is one thing which Entity can probably work around with. That the Claude is not going to hit you as badly as it normally would with the full stacks. But yeah, the mid taken down, Lord is going to be worked upon by the rest of the members too, but the inhibitor will definitely fall.
Both fault. Both have held. Possibly the bottom one still standing, but there is Bober with initiation. Monolith immediately popping Wicked, and he needs to use his own flicker, but this looks like Moji is trying to buy some time, but maybe a little bit too deep. RWM being dropped on their faces just for a disengage. Meta shift, they're not successful. Entity, on the other hand, very successful in their own defense.
But for how long is that gonna stand up? That's the question. They don't have the ultimates available now.
Believe me, is stacking it up. Laito is the target. Moji is getting bursted too. Tiso needs to run. Enzo, everyone is hanging by the thread. But they were able to stand and defend again.
All inhibitors down. So they have to open up the map because the next slot is going to be their demise. Laito, just level 13, man. Oh my god.
Laito got destroyed. Mega kill for Leave Me, and this is bad because you cannot fight the Lord, you have to give.
This is big problems for them now. Moji being chased.
Wicked is trying to kite around, dealing so much damage. Tectonic charge with a flicker used. Wicked will get popped. It's 3v5. Moji and Zo. Moji is trying to iframe it. No, he gets picked up too. It's just Tiso, and I don't believe this Hill, even with her gigantic biceps, can be able to defend the base alone. She's lying dead on the floor, and this means that with the Winter Crown flex, a little bit of you know how you doing, means that Meta Shift are firstly back in their form, and secondly going into the grand finals.
Big one out there, man. And revenge is a dish best served cold. I've always mentioned that. What better way to win out against Entity and take that revenge if not in the lower bracket, eliminating them at the third place? And in what fashion? It's rightly as you mentioned, Warren. You said that you don't believe it's going to go all the distance, but you still said that it ain't ending up in a 3-0. And that's what happened. Entity won the first game, but then Meta Shift in all the next 3 games, just making sure that Wicked is not getting the Claude. That became the entire difference maker for the whole thing. God Believer was able to play around his own thing. Hilda going in the hands of Tiso wasn't really the problem. The Jushin was perfect. Wobble Ubba Dub Dub was impeccable with the Grog, catching onto Wicked multiple times. And then it all just fit together so perfectly.
And then it wasn't just Babalaba. Yes, he was the man that finished the job in the end with the flicker into Tectonic Charge combination, where he was able to single out Wicked. But at the same time, Meta Shift, they got the flicker out. They were able to get Wicked into a bad spot where they got the flicker, and then they had the discipline to wait for their cooldowns and wait for the right moment to use that information to their advantage. 4 to 17, 17-minute long game. Great form, great domination coming from Meta Shift. And honestly, if you were a fan and you wished for them to take on to basics and have some chance, this is how you wanted the series to go. This is how you wanted the series to end, because Meta Shift, they look reborn.
Everyone was looking like they finally found their footing. All the way starting in from that Freya game itself as well, right? And on the back of it now, God Believer being the MVP for the team. 60,000 total damage being dealt along with 11.1k gold. Clock of Destiny completed too. This man was always up there, right? And this is the strength of a Jushin. You can constantly poke every single person out and then just set it up for your team to pick the kill. If there's someone who's trying to chase you, you can just push them away as well with a Lantern Flare. All of that worked out super well.
Also, I'm loving the fact that Jukshin is the hero that gets the standout, the MVP title, because it's not usually you get Jukshin in this position, and honestly, who other to get Jukshin in this position than God Believer?
Yeah,
I'm a believer in him, I have to say. He's making him he's making me believe in him with the performance he's showing us.
He's making us believe in Meta Shift as well with the way how they've finally gelled up together well. And it fell down to the draft, man. It was always a little bit uncomfortable positions of Pelmetronio or maybe the rest of the players where they were not gelling up together well. But now they look super good. Even yesterday we saw them pick up a Claude, right? I believe in one of the games where all of them were just going individually. But today they were following every single person up perfectly. Even though Pelmetronio sometimes went up first, he still went all the way back, and then it was Wobble Ubba Dub Dub to follow up on that engage and instantly get the people out. And one of those engages was where in the bottom towards the tier 3 tower they got Wicked, and you could clearly see that Wicked was being isolated from the team. And it's not Wicked playing bad, but rather Meta Shift playing so good that they can isolate the carry, get that kill, and then move forward. So I was really liking with how things were going in from their end, and I really hope they can keep this one up.
I agree. Meta Shift are definitely stepping up the game. Unfortunately, Team Entity wasn't enough of a foe for them today. Yesterday they were, but today it's a different day. It's like a switcherooski. 2025, Meta Shift were the kings in the jungle. Then came Team Entity. They beat them up. But then the next day came, and here we are, meta shift in the grand finals. They are looking, I might as well even say, as good as they did before. Might even go as far as to say that.
True.
So pretty hyped, pretty stoked. But the finals, the grand finals, will not be with our two lovely faces, even though we know you love us, we know you enjoyed today's cast, but we will be switched. As MetaShift switched their gears, we will be switched too, because after this break that will be landing onto your screen soon, we will be having Kronos and Zakota over at the desk. Scared?
True.
What can we say about the grand finals before we put it into break? What can we expect? What can we tell the viewers?
Here's the big thing, right? You think about basics, the first man that pops up in your head is definitely Walkie. You don't want to let that man through with his own picks. And on the other side, if that happens, Koji and Boro, they're all there standing up for him, right? If Walkie gets picked off, it's Boro and Koji. Koji always likes to play a little bit more aggressive, and that kind of resonates well with Boro because Koji hops in, Boro is just chasing him down, and you don't want to give them the Kadia. Just note down the few of these points, and I believe MetaShift will be able to take them home or take the games home, but it is going to be difficult because basics play around each other really well.
I think I would say it comes down to two things. One being, you need to draft early game, not just early game, but you need something solid for the early game, because if you don't have it and MetaShift gets the control or Basic get the control in the early game, it's going downhill. And the second thing, you need to use it in the early game. You need to use the heroes and start playing, because we saw that for both Basics and for MetaShift too, where if you leave them for the early game, they will outmaneuver you, out-macro you in the later phases. So that's what I believe we can expect. And right now, we are hopping into the break.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the PGL MLBB Challengers of 2026 for Western Europe. Of course, brought to you by PGL themselves. And if you've been following so far, we are at the cusp of the end. It is the grand finals we're going to be watching right now. It's the best of 7. And of course, the one to join me for this one is going to be Zakota Hessen. How are you doing, Zakota? Feels like you just woke up, you put on you didn't take a shower yesterday. You told me that. I hope you took a shower today because, otherwise the viewers can smell it a mile away, man.
I didn't take a shower, or you didn't take it. Look at your hair; it's so greasy. You could run your fingers through it. You could just rub your hands together in a pan. You could cook like chicken through it. But still, as I said, it's the best of 7. It's the grand final between Team Metashift and Basics. Again, we're gonna see a rematch. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I'm excited to see what's gonna happen because a quick look at the brackets tells us the journey of these teams. Basics 2-0, 0 Vision 10. They went for a full best of 5s against White Army 10 versus Team Entity. They lost only 1 game. Metashift also lost to Team Entity, but in the lower brackets, they completely turned it around. They gave them the same treatment they got.
Yeah, I think it was surprising to see, for myself at least, Team Entity losing out against Metashift just in the lower bracket final, just because they beat them in the upper bracket semifinals as well. Knowing what they're going up against, I think Metashift really read into the play style of Team Entity, understood what they like, what they don't like, and of course, they are champions of Europe for the year of 2025, and showing why they can hang. And now moving into the grand finals against Team Basics, a newly formed team, old friends getting together and just showing what 5 great members can do. Of course, we're talking about pro players that are there in different regions all around the world. Of course, speaking of Carvey, he's been at the M Series, which is the biggest tournament, the World Championships. Same time, we're talking about Boro. He's playing some of the flagship tournaments throughout multiple regions. And then you have multiple other players doing the same to provide the support. And Metashift have a task to climb uphill. But knowing the way that they play, I think everything is possible.
I agree with you completely. I think the odds are going to be in their favor. They've been a squad for a little bit longer than Basics have. Yes, they are old friends, but still, they haven't been playing as much as Metashift has been doing. They've been playing for about half a year now, if I'm not mistaken, Kronos.
Yep.
Almost a full year, but still, it's going to be a show for the ages. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen, but for me personally, I'd still have to side towards Basics because they have a little bit more experience on the hardest stages in the world, you know, in the MPL type of situations. Because, of course, Boro played, as I said, in MENA. He played in Russia as well, but Boro is also a champion of Europe. So it's going to be, you know, it's going to be interesting to watch. The past and the future.
It definitely is going to be interesting to watch the past and the future colliding in the present. That's what it's all about. You got to be present to see what's going on in the land of Dawn. And of course, if you're watching, folks, if you're from Europe, I know you guys are watching in some sort of Discord server, all right? Instead, might as well come and watch it on the stream just to make sure you support Europe and the growth of Europe in MLBB. Why? Because, you know, the numbers are shown, the numbers are passed on to, you know, different places. The next thing you know, we might be having an MPL Europe. We might even get that slot that we're looking for in the wild card EWC later on. We're looking at the M8 coming in later on. If you want that to happen, you got to show numbers. So, I mean, I don't mind it. You guys are watching on Discord, it's fine, but keep a tab open, like, share, follow, do all that good stuff. It definitely helps the growth of the community. And while you're at it, make sure you follow this guy, Zakota Hessen, so he can grow as well. You know, he looks like a child, but I mean, he's not. It's not possible to keep him here on the stream if he was one. But at the same time, drop me a follow as well while you can at KronosCastML. And speaking about the tournament of the PGL MLBB Challengers, we're looking at the best or the most picked heroes and the most banned heroes throughout. First one to come up is this most played heroes in this tournament. Zakota, any surprises? I don't see any surprises apart from the fact that the Sora is in the bottom half.
It's expected for him to be in the bottom half because he's been banned so many times. But look at Claude, 29 picks. I mean, that says a lot. He is the best marksman of the tournament. He hasn't been banned that much also. I don't think teams, well, underestimate him. They just think he's balanced. But I don't think so. I think he just deserves to get banned. But look at the highlights. He's been rising in popularity. The Baksha hasn't been picked from day one. Not that much. He's been getting banned. He's been getting the respect he deserves. And as well, the Grok. Look at him. He is so high up. He's the 6th most picked hero.
I'm not a fan of the Grok at the moment with the way that he's been played and the amount of times he's been picked. I'll be honest. I think Zakota, you would agree with me to a certain extent because he's a comfort pick. He's good. It's not that he's bad. It just doesn't translate to a lot of those wins because he gets countered by the Valentina. You get a lot of poke coming on the other side. And when you go for a full engage, it just doesn't work out. And speaking of how he's been working, look at him. He's still there on the most banned heroes in the top 6 nonetheless. But that top one being the Yu Zhong. And you were right about the Sora, Zakota.
He's not leaving the bounds on all the time, but still, Yu Zhong, we've seen him every time Yu Zhong has been played, he got a win. It'd be cool to see the win rates of the heroes, but right now, I don't think it's going to be possible. But Yu Zhong, every time we've seen him play Kronos, me and you, he won.
Yep.
And the carry, we've seen her lose every single time, besides the time she was with Yu Zhong on the team. So, no, there it is, the 50% win rate, 8 picks, and the 22% pick rate, 28 bans, 78% ban rate.
Well, the most of the time that we've seen him, he's won, which is 50% of the time. I bet the other duo, shout out to Scaredy and Warren, whenever they've seen him, he's probably ended up on the losing side. So, hey, 50-50, right? That's why he gets that 50% win rate. Yu Zhong has been on a tear. But at the same time, you know, some of the most picked heroes, like the Claude, if it's possible, Serrano, hit us up with the win rate of the Claude, because that would be nice to see, because he's the most picked hero right now. We know he's the most meta marksman in the game available. Zakota, you said it right. They think he's balanced. I wholeheartedly disagree. He is one of the most broken marksmen. You can see 55% win rate. It's not bad for the way that he's been played. 17% ban, only for the fact that they know they can get it. They're willing to trade. They're willing to take the risk. And now the question, Zakota, are they going to take the risk in this grand finals by letting this gold laner in the hands of Carvi or Pelemetronio?
Well, I think that's left out to be seen as we head into the draft. Meta shift on the left side, on the blue side, basics on the red right. Right now, we're going to the Kalea getting out the door. First of all, it's a respect ban towards Boro because we've seen him play multiple times with his hero. And I'm expecting Basics to possibly ban out these assassin type heroes. I mean, the Lanzo should go, maybe the Fanny, because we know Leave Me is a great Fanny player as well. The Kimi towards Kodiak. They're going for bans straight at the throat. And the Baksha, it needs to go. I think if they want to go for a win, they need to ban the Baksha because we've seen in the day number 1, day number 2, we've seen Walkie. He likes Baksha. He loves him.
I mean, it's not the fact that he loves Baksha, it's the fact that his hero pool is so limited, right? First up, in this current meta, the jungle pool is not as much as we like. It is quite limited, but with the fact that you end up playing a limited hero pool from that limited hero pool, it kind of does, you know, it's like a shot to the leg. It's like you have an ankle bracelet on. You can't really move anywhere at that point. You're restricted within the confines of your own picks. And speaking of picks, you can see they ban out the assassins, knowing that Leave Me is an assassin specialist. That Lancelot, that Fanny off the table. Kalea, Kimi, and Yu Jong again taken off. Are they willing to gamble? The Sora's off the table as well, Zakota.
The Eve is left open. The Jukshin, Baksha. So many heroes are still left open on the table, and they will dominate. Right now, we're going to see the first pick, which I think is the worst pick, personally. Because in second pick, you have two choices if you trade for a hero. And if I was meta shift, I would go for the Baksha. It's not only natural, it's so strong. The anti-heal he provides, the 25% in the early game, matters so much. And it stacks with dominant size. So 75% healing negated there.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that it stacks, and also not just that it's a great hero, you're also taking it away from the hands of Walkie, right? Walkie, now we know he can play what? The Hayabusa? Akai, we've seen that. Maybe the Fredrin to a certain extent. So you have three heroes, and now it's a one-dimensional draft. You understand what he's going to bring to the table. So that's the reason they pick up the Jushin. Now you can pick up the Eve, which is going to be great into the Fredrin or the Akai inside the RWM. Even against the Jushin inside the RWM is going to be difficult. So yeah, the Eve being picked up, goal laner.
Eve Grok, I think. It has to be the Eve Grok Chronos. Because we've seen the other time, we've seen this matchup between an Jukshin and a Grok. The Jukshin lost so hard. I don't think, do you remember?
I mean, it wasn't because of the Grok, it was because of the Zetian, if you remember that. Right? It was because of the Zetian.
That as well. True. You're right.
Yeah, so
you're correct.
I think Claude over here is standard. We've seen him 28 times he's picked up, man. The highest picked hero would make that 29 right now. And definitely going to be slotted in the hands of Pelmetronio, one of the top goal laners in Europe, if not the best goal laner in Europe at the moment. But I mean, Carvy's here to prove us wrong, right? Exactly. That's what I'm going to say. Carvy's here to prove us wrong. Carry?
I think either Carry or maybe even a Freya. Freya has been doing wonders against Claude in the Gullen from what I've been seeing in the World Championship and just in regular ranked games overall. But they're going to go for the Yisun Shin. I don't think this is a great look for Team Basics.
It's all right. It's, again, consistent damage throughout the board. You have the traces to go in and out. So you are allowing yourself that opportunity to outplay. You're allowing yourself the opportunity to outfarm the Baksha. But usually Baksha is quick. You're not able to really keep up the pace in terms of farming. And then you do have the option of the Mountain Chakra to provide vision wherever necessary. It's good with playing with the Jushin. You have the opportunity to go for that Dauntless Fleet Mountain Chakra with the help of the Way of the Dragon. So combos are available. It's a good hero overall, right? But looking at how they can follow it up with the carry being banned out that we spoke about, the Hellcurts off the table, Hilda to make sure Walkie has a better time in the jungle.
I mean, it's only natural, but right now I'm thinking, what if Basics pick up on the goal lane, the Cho, and they go for a different XP laner, because it's going to be really difficult to play a Cho into this. As we know, the Cloud can dodge, the Eve is going to have the Purify, she's going to have 60 immunity on her RWM, the Baksha. Even if you kick him, 99% of the time you cannot kill him. It's going to be really difficult to draft into this, at least for the Cho. He can maybe get a pick off, but it's going to be difficult because he doesn't have a direct front line. And I believe Castle is going to go possibly for the Arlo to try to justify the Cho pick, to try to buy him a little more space with the final slash, but it's going to be extremely difficult.
You know what? I think a Glue would be great here as well. Glue does go against the Baksha. You do have a great option just to split and cause some problem. Either side, rather, not just in the side of Basics. Just to make sure that one of them have a difficult time. You have that frontline presence, but they go for the goal lane. Harith trying to dominate that or bully out Claude early on.
Are we gonna see again the enhanced talisman going in the hands of Kari for a first item?
Could be, man. Could be with the low cooldowns that he had in that late game, in that base crystal. What we saw 3 Zaman forces drop.
3
could
4
be
Zaman
possible.
forces. Yeah, I mean, what is the ROM of Metashift going to be though? The Franco could work here, but it's gonna be again the Grok, as I said, is great against the Juxin. Against the Choi, you can cancel the Keek, you can cancel again. Tracer has got nerfed, so it's a little bit harder to escape a lot of crowd control. But the Lapu Lapu comes through. This is looking a really solid draft from Metashift. What is the XP of basics? Are they gonna go for something?
Esmeralda?
Yeah, I was thinking Esmeralda just because of the Eve. But is it gonna be enough?
It's the Eve, it's the Claude. Again, it's the Lapu
Uranus,
Lapu,
maybe?
but then you have that Boxia. It's going to be a problem. The Uranus makes so much more sense as well. But against the Boxia, really, that's the only giveaway, right? You already have anti-heal stacked up early on, right from the get-go with the kit of Boxia. So whatever they pick up in the EXP lane is definitely going to have troubles. So he needs to make something happen on their side. Something should be done for them to try and get that EXP advantage. That's why they went for the Harith early on to try and win that laning phase. So whatever it is, he's going to get shafted and he's going to have a difficult time. But still, the support from Waki, Kojic, and Boro should allow them to make it slightly advantageous on the side of basics. But Metashift looking good.
Ooh, the Terizla. Not a bad pick here, considering the fact that he's against the Lapu Lapu. He's gonna win the lane. But later in the game, he's gonna be the one-trick pony, the penalty zone. He's gonna kick it, he's gonna miss. Gonna take the penalty, gonna take the shot. It's gonna be really important because he tries to go for possibly the Eve. I think that's gonna be his main target. He's gonna jump on the Eve and on the Baksha because the rest of the team has dashes, CC immunities. It's gonna be really difficult to play this. Maybe the Eve should go for the Flicker instead of the Purify, just to try to possibly avert the kick and just the penalty zone, just to put a little bit of distance between them.
The penalty zone is a great tool. I just feel like they lack so much crowd control, AoE crowd control, apart from the Lantern Flare. That's why probably going for it. But still, you know,
it's only natural, I think. The Terizla is still a great pick after the recent items that were added. Justice Power is going to be great. The lower HP he has, the more resilience is going to be, the more he's going to tank. So it's a great pick still. It's not that bad.
It's not bad. It's not bad. Well, we're going to find out, though. We're going to find out how this is going to translate into a victory or a defeat. It is a best of 7, ladies and gentlemen. The grand finals of the PGL MLBB Challengers. You're watching Metashift versus Basics.
Indeed, you are in the mid. You're going to see a pretty small freeze coming in for Kodiak. Of course, they have the mid lane advantage with the Chop being there. Damage in the early game he can provide. He's going to be out of this world, but still, we're going to see a cut coming in from the Terizla and a possible invade. Just checking for vision. But in the top lane, the Cloud is going to play extremely safe. Carve is going to play aggressive as his style is meant to be played. But look at Bobarusik.
Oh
Castle
no,
looks
I
in
think
danger.
Castle gets caught. I think they're baiting out a Flicker. He's still able to tank it quite a lot thanks to the passive of the Terizla. About to swing his hammer to make sure he survives. Bobarushik.
Oh,
not
leave me!
going to leave me, though. Left in no man's land. The big bait coming through from Castle. Taking out Leave Me. Basics ahead.
I mean, right now, it's not that much of a goal lead. It doesn't matter. But he lost the blue buff and he's going to lose a lot in farming skill. He's not going to have the crowd control. Oh, Flicker baited Kodiak also.
Yeah, I think Kojik's probably going to go down. Nice use of Jeet Kundo. Could come through as well. Got Believer taken out super low. I don't know if that Flicker was needed, Zakota. Panic?
I don't think a panic. I think it's worth it because it's still a Flicker towards a kill for the Eve. I would rather have a Flicker wave than a kill towards the Eve.
Yeah, you want to prevent the advantage in the early game, right? You do not want to give that Walkie, though. I mean, Walkie's Eastern Shin is all right. It's not bad. It's not terrible. It's doing well. He's able to farm up. We did see him get, you know, to the point of the late game where he can be a problem. And he is farming pretty well. So about 5 seconds to the turtle. Basics are looking to take that down.
I think Walk is going to get that level 5 advantage on the turtle objective, but still, he's going to need to take his lizard out near the blue buff, but Baksha is going to be there. Oh, a lot of fog going on.
Boro. Jeet Kundo already picking up, put him down. He's already taken out super low. Leave Me. Catches Boro. He doesn't have the Flicker. No Shunpo as well. Might be getting taken down. God Believer. Able to make it out. Look at Leave Me with the Tortoise Poisson. Boro bobbing and weaving. Able to get out of there. Threading the needle. Leave Me gets caught in the Mount Shocker. Turtle's already been started by Bobarushik and Castle. Just tango and making sure this turtle's moving. Put the work in.
Kodiak is full HP and he has the level 4 compared to God Believer, who still is lacking it. But right now the Cloud and the Hard were rotating towards the objective. But as you said, it's gonna be really important. Oh, the turtle has been resetted. Or
Yeah,
at least
that's right.
attempted. Oh, is just going on a little jog.
Yeah, man's got to work out these days. In this economy, you got to make sure you're fit. You do not want to end up falling ill, especially with the weather that's going around. Look at Boro trying to do the same. Go to the Jeet Kune Do on top of Leave Me. God Believer poking him out with a Void Blast. Walkie, half HP, has to go back. Here
Great
comes
flicker.
the wall. Oh my god, Koji comes in. Nice use of the Crimson Beacon. Able to get that kill onto Boro. Now caught no man's land. They split that fight up. Wubba Lubba, Bobarushik and God Believer just zoning for Lima to take this turtle away.
Walkie looking towards the possible invade towards the blue buff of Meta Shift, but he's gonna go for the lead the Wanderer out in the mid lane. Wabalaba is gonna go and check and confirm that the buff is still there. God Believer is on the zone. Pelmetronian got the Demon Hunter's Sword just to allow the Cloud to heal and not have to recall that much towards the base, because of course the Fighter Emblem is gonna make him a little...
Oh, little too early. I thought Koji could be able to make it, but I think God Believer, understanding that he's caught no man's land, will be going down. Purify, pop the Lantern and the RWM. Now Koji, that's a reverse, and they're able to make it possible. God Believer with an outplay.
Not a great play coming in from Kodiak. He was a little bit too deep. He used the Lantern Friend to go a little bit more deeper. He got that movement speed, but still the Eve had the RWM, allowing her to gain that crowd control immunity after the Purify ended. But in the bottom, I think we're gonna look at the gank. Yisun Shin is there on the blue buff on the zone, level 8 on the way. It's gonna be risky. They just need to figure out how Cho can kick the Eve right now. Because
Whoa.
Leave me.
Walkie goes into the trace list, but at the same time, Boro with the way of the dragon. Mountain Shocker secures that kill.
Again, they're going for pickoffs, just waiting for Boro to hit a kick. Just a kick is going to be so important because it's going to create such a big distance between the Eve and the Grok. And he did not have any crowd control immune abilities. Right now, Leave Me. Is he going to get the creep? I think he did get it. But it's down to Bobarushik. I think Bobarushik and Castle are going to be the most important playmakers. And right now, Bobarushik is in the lead. On the top lane as well, we're going to step in Metronio. It's still even. It's an even trade. Joe has the kicks.
50-50. No, Boro goes in for the Jeet Kune Do knockup. So far, the mid do winning out. It's a 50-50. Doesn't seem like anyone's winning out in the mid lane. However, in the jungle, you can see Leave Me is slightly behind Walkie, and the same thing with the EXP lane. Bobarushik ahead of Castle.
I mean, it's a little bit expected to be ahead when you get the Baksha in the early game and you're a Yisun Shin. You're a little bit of a farmer faster. But I think he's going to go for another invade possible. But Bobarushik is going to be holding the turtle. He's going to start building up those war stacks just to keep them up for a little bit.
Wait, in the mid lane, you can take a look. Oh my god, Purify already popped from God Believer. I think the Way of the Dragon comes through as well. Brave is able to secure the kill onto Walkie. And Kojik with the Crimson Beacon able to survive. Boro right now not in the right place. Jeet Kune Do gets the knockup on a Bobarushik. Castle comes in swinging a hammer down. Wubba Lubba zoning them away. Kojik trying to stop Leave Me from getting that turtle. Already taking on low Retribution to secure it. Meta shift slowly turning up the pace.
The gold is even. 2 turtle advantage towards meta shift in the goal, and we're gonna see a little freeze on the wave, but Metronio is gonna be holding the wave. But it's gonna be really difficult. Right now, in the bot side, we're gonna see a little fight. You see a penalty zone used. I think a little bit off screen there was a penalty zone, but still, in the lead is Walkie. The Yisun Shin is the lead. He is taking the jungle by heart. However, the objectives, no, not in his future. Maybe it's not his year, you know?
Oh, but this time look at Carvey though. His build going into Starlium Sight rather than the Enchanted Talisman. This time, oh no, Way of the Dragon coming on to God Believer. Gets taken away. No Purify this time. Boro, nice pick off. And kill going to the hands of Basics. Wubba Lubba makes his way, trying to clear it out, but Kojik is just bullying them. That's what a Jushin does against tanky heroes. It's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
And the Lapu got the door on the bot side. They're gonna trade possibly for the mid one turret, but Claude is gonna get the golden staff. A fight in the top lane.
Oh, wait, you can see 1v1 of the Carvey versus Pelmetronio. Carvey able to get that 1v1 with the help of the Zaman Force. Even after the Blazing Duet was used, Amino on the bot side. 1v1 again. Castle gets the better of him in the laning phase. Not something I see quite often from Meta Shift. While meanwhile in the mid lane, RWM dropped out of the Way of the Dragon. Leave Me gets taken away. That's 3 members down for Meta Shift. Basics slowly but surely getting that snowball rolling.
It's not looking great for Meta Shift right now. They gave so many kills for free. They were fighting 1v1s for absolutely no reason. 30 objective, 19 seconds. Joy is gonna go towards the blue buff. Harid is there. Are they gonna try to take it? Xenon Force is not available right now, but who's getting the buff? Carvey? It looks like a really bad time for Meta Shift right now. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. And Castle is gonna take away the jungle bear. Kronos, this is not looking great. Believer with a poke, not much going on. The turtle has evaporated, the Lord is up and ready to rock. Walkie is level 12.
Oh no, Mount Shocker already used. Wubba Lubba gets spotted out. Kojic as well, dropping down that lantern to zone them away. That Jushin is putting in a lot of work. God Believer not able to play the game, not allowed to. The RWMs are coming in so crucially, Zakota, but it's just not working out.
It still could be a win towards Metash because they have a better teamfight composition compared on of Basics. Basics are gonna rely on pick off. The only five set that they have is gonna be the Teresa. He's gonna be hoping to get a 5-man set, and after that, just gonna hope and rely that the Yisun Shin and the Jukes are gonna follow up. But God Believer falls.
God Believer, oh my god, they went in. Castle's able to get that kill thanks to that Fisher, but now he goes in, all collapse. Bobarushi Brave Spider out of there. Zaman Fur from Carvey, he's dashing around. Wubba Lubba gets caught in the penalty zone as Walkie secures the double. That's 3 members down, and Basics are slowly dismantling Meta Shift in this first game of the best of 7.
4,200 gold lead going towards Basics, and the Lord on the way. Boro is gonna just tank a little bit and zone out Bobarusik, and they're gonna take the tier 2 inhibitor in the top lane. We're gonna see the Cloud going for a nasty play. Is he gonna make it?
No, I don't think he is. He gets caught out by Metronio, not the brightest of ideas. I think he's going for the Blazing Duet, trying to clear it out, not able to get them.
Whoa.
Oh no, he gives a killing spree. I think he misclicked. I don't know. I think he wanted to use the Blazing Duet. So, what's going on? Are they having a problem?
They were looking so great in the last game between them and Team Entity. But
we have the Dragon coming through as well with the flicker play. Lantern Flag coming in. Carvey trying to drop the Zaman Force and dash around. But nice use of the tech charge. Purify come through as well. RWM to catch them in place. Carvey goes down. Boro's going to be next on chop block. But look at Walkie traceless in, but misses out on the passive. Not able to use the heavily bow. But there's the Mountain Shocker able to secure 1. As Wubba Lubba gets taken away by Kojic.
Meanwhile, Teresa is using his big hammer to push the turret down. You know, it's really bad when Teresa's pushing your turrets. And when Teresa's level 13. Not looking great. The Lord is going to be able to get stopped by God Believer. He's not going to get the Lord charge in. However, they have no tower abilities whatsoever, so it's going to be a bad day for Meta Shift if they're going to lose on the next team fight.
Whoa. What is the Raging Slash? Oh no, Bobarushi gets taken away. Risky plays coming in from the side of Meta Shift.
A lightning transition finally after the glowing one. A little bit look inside towards the builds. We're gonna see the War Axe into endless battle in the hands of Walkie. A little bit unusual, but still, it's only normal. They have 2-3 tanky heroes, you could say. Right now, the Holy Trinity was built by Metronio. Carvey's build is looking great. He's gonna go for the Holy Crystal possibly, or even the Blood Wings. Justice Power in the hands of Castle. I mean, you cannot do much as a Cloud against him. He's too tanky. You're gonna need to rely on God Believer to take him down. But this is looking pretty grim, Kronos. I can't lie.
Yeah, I think the position of God Believer is going to be more crucial, right? Because he's the one that really needs to set up his team for success. Same thing with Wubba Lubba, but Boro's just been so adamant at taking down whoever he can catch. It doesn't matter how tanky you are. We have the damage. We can dive into your face, especially Kojic. That Lantern Flare has been top of Wubba Lubba. He's been dancing under those disco lights forever. It's been 11 minutes, 36 seconds, and I don't think that Lantern Flare has ever been off of him.
You know, there are some mods flying around him if you're taking a look. Maybe those are bats, but maybe he's just hinting towards the future. 30 seconds towards the Lord. Carve is gonna possibly recall, or maybe even he is just emoting for a little while. Walk is gonna get that red buff, securing...
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't.
Leave Me gets it.
You know, it's a small win, you know, makes the war possible, but he's still level 15. I don't think they contest the next lore fight. They just need to try possibly picking off Carvey or maybe even Boro before attempting. You still cannot fight. It's a level 15 Yisun Shin. It's gonna be really difficult. Conceal keep play coming through.
Coming through on the bot side as well. Boro able to catch. God Believer. Purify popped in, but at the same time, he's trying to go
Flicker.
out. But there it is, coming through. Boro gets taken away. RWM dropped down. Kojic with the Crimson Beacon picks up 2 members. Walkie comes in with the trace left in the back line. Castle. He goes into the penalty zone. Taking away God Believer. But Walkie taking down Pelmetronio. 2 members standing in there. The tanks. How can they clear? The damage is overwhelming from Basics. And now they're looking to push through the mid inhibitor. It's 3-4 members. Carvey still has the Zaman Force. He has enough damage to melt them down. Drops it down immediately. Leave me taking on half HP. Walkie goes in. Kojic is unstoppable as Basics are looking to take the game away in this best of 7 after a wipeout. And they draw first blood.
13 minutes in, the first game is gonna go towards the side of Basics. What a dominant show coming in the first game of the night. It's again a best of 7, so who knows what's gonna happen later on, Cross. But looking at this, Metashift is not looking great. They looked extremely tough against Team Entity, but here they're looking a little bit weak. Maybe are they scared?
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. Are they, though? I mean, with the way that they're playing, I feel like it felt like they're off their game a little bit today.
And let's take a quick look at the highlights here. We're gonna see Castle and Kodiak just making an insane combo. Look at the damage coming in from the Terizla. We were underestimating. We're thinking, ah man, he's not that great, he's not in the meta. But the damage and the tankiness coming from him and the resilience as well just made it happen. Looks real grim. I mean, he was pushing Teris by himself and he was so far ahead. Even if Boborussi got that kill in the early, it doesn't look that great. But Cross.
Yeah, look at Castle. Look at Castle. Just knows who the target is supposed to be. He is so tanky. This Terizla pick worked out to fruition. And you're right, Zakota. That Chastis Pauldron, adding the extra bit of tankiness when he's below half HP or when he's low, stack that up with the passive of the Terizla, and the fact that he builds only tanky items and maybe that Queen's Wings as well. Yeah, he was a monster to take down. Let's take a look at his items. Oh, he didn't even build the Queen's Wings.
He did not build the Queen Wings. He just went for the Chastis Pauldron. And I think at the end, he was going to go for the Queen Wing, but still, it was enough for him just because of the dominant size, the War Axe. It was just mighty fine. Look at the damage he's dealt. 43,000, almost more than Walkie.
It's a lot.
It's a ton. But even if the Turtles went towards Metashift, I don't think they were doing much to them. They couldn't go for a fight. The MVP, the standout hero, the Terizla. Castle, 406, 9,000 gold, 30,000 total healing only, but it was such a short game.
And the fact that it was a short game and bro had about 43,000 damage on a Terizla, he's supposed to be EXP lane, and he was what, less than half HP for 50% of the game.
I mean,
I'm telling you, man, it's definitely something that they need to watch out for. Now you add this Terizla into the mix of the hero pool that Castle has, and that they can show and portray. Yeah, I think Metashift have a lot of work to do on their hands. They need to go back to the drawing board and understand how to work this meta out.
I mean, Kronos, in the Russian region, as you know, they're going with a Brave system, so they're going to have a larger hero pool. I'm speaking for Kodiak, for Boro, and for Castle. These three, I think, have the largest hero pool so far in Europe because they can play so many heroes, and they all work. All been tested, the draft's been different, so they can go with every single draft they want, but their only limiting factor is going to be Walkie. He's not looking great still. Metashift could take it and turn it around.
Yeah, they could, and we're going to find out about that in the next game after a short little break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching the grand finals of the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe. That's right. If you didn't know which region you're watching and you were just watching to see all the games that have come through, we're talking about Western Europe. And we have been bringing in banger after banger. And stay tuned because this is the grand finals. And already the first game is done. Basics with a dominating performance. Meta Shift looking like a shadow of their former selves. Hopefully they can pick their socks up and take us all the way to a best of 7, not just end it at 4-0, because hey, if this is the way they're playing, man, losing out on all lanes, it's not gonna be easy. And my name is Kronos. I'm joined by the one and only Zakota from Romania himself. How do you say hi in Romanian, bro?
Bună.
Ona?
Bună with a B.
Bona?
Bună, yes. It
Bună.
could mean many different things. In my
know.
part of the country, you could say grandma that way, but it's so weird. How about you, Kronos? How do you say hi in your own language?
Hi.
You know?
Namaste?
Isn't namaste?
A greeting?
Is it?
Yeah, it's a greeting. So you just say namaste.
But isn't it a little bit, doesn't matter. Let's see, the Kalia's gonna get banned out the show as well. A little bit respect shown towards Bora because that show was really annoying last game. We didn't know how it's gonna go and work for Team Basic, but who knows? It worked out great. Sora, Lancelot getting banned out again. Just respect towards Leave Me and towards Boba Rustic. Kimi again looking like carbon copy of the draft. Just a little bit of a change with the show being there. They had a lot of, 10 minutes almost. They had time to think after the game ended and after we got in the new lobby. They just had a little bit. And in the draft, they're going to think for a little while. So, maybe they're going to rethink their draft because the backshot worked. But him dying the first 2 minutes didn't work. And that's what you would have done, Kronos, if you're playing backshot. You would have died in the first 30 seconds.
I mean,
dying to the buff.
This is what you do, right? You project what happens to you onto other people, so it's
Projecting,
understandable. But look at the bans coming on the other side from Basics. They're still sticking to the same. Only the difference is the Cho that you spoke about. What's it gonna be? Yuzhong this time since it's left open. Hilda being picked up.
I think Casta's gonna have a field day with the dragon here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the best idea. Go for the dragon. Go for the Claude. Yeah, Carvey's going to have a great time as well. But I think Carvey is all right letting it go and being in the third pick, looking at what meta shift's going to pick up, and then maybe go for the Hereth because his Hereth has been solid. So maybe go for the Eve and the Yuzhong, maybe Jushin and Yuzhong. Yuzhong got Totkacha. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is
There are
looking
so
good.
many choices, Kronos. But
Yuzhong's got to Yuzhong has to be there. That's one thing. Yuzhong has to be
do you
there.
think he's gonna go for it and he says, yeah, let's give these guys a chance?
No chance. Come on. It's the grand finals. We're looking at a 5,000 euro prize pool. Nah, I don't think it's the right idea. Claude and Yuzhong, lock it down.
Cloud and Arlot, maybe.
Claude and Eve.
That leaves Juxin open for Meta Shift and possibly
Yuzhong. Yeah, it's got to be the Yuzhong here.
Because you can play Arrow Spray, you can play hard there. It's just natural. It's a natural response. You pick it up with the Juxin. What a great combo. And the heal as well is going to deny the assassin pick on the side of Basics. But are they going to go for the Baksha here?
Yeah, I think I'd rather get the Baksha in the hands of Walkie so that Walkie has his pick secured because they're going to lock him down later on. The Baksha and the Hayabusa is probably going to take it off the table next. Even not the Hayabusa, maybe just Baksha and Akai. Just to,
Akai?
shoot him in the foot.
I don't know about Akai. He did pretty great on the Yisun Shin, other than the fact that
Oh, yeah,
he didn't
the
get that
Yisun
many
Shin exists
retributions. But a Yisun Shin into the Yuzhong is going to be like suicide, I feel.
Yeah, I agree.
You just have so many things. The Furious Die, you have the Petrify, you have everything to just counter that guy. Because, as I said, Traceless was nerfed. We're going to see the Lapu Lapu, a solid pick. He's going to be working great either way. He can go and have so many CC abilities. And as well, his skill 1 doesn't get affected by Crow Control anymore, so you can do it even if you're stunned. Fun fact, because you don't play the game, Chrono, so you don't know any fun facts. Tell me a fun fact about any of the heroes here.
What fun fact do you want to know? Lapu Lapu is named after, a Filipino warrior.
Yeah, Lapu Lapu is named after a city as well, so you know. Or is the city named after the warrior, man? But still, you're like Dexter. You're Dexter. What is Dexter, Kronos?
Dexter is the one that saves Claude all the time. Something that you look at yourself and you see the mirror. But anyways, the Freya being taken off just to prevent the laning disadvantage that Claude would get. Right, the Khalid taken off the table could have been a solid roam option just to match the aggression that's coming in from the Hilda. The box, yeah, they ban it out themselves.
I think they're cooking something. For the Hayabusa. Come on. they're gonna go either basics for Hayabusa or meta shift. I think that's the only correct choice because the last with is banned. What is there left? The Joy?
No. You're not gonna pick the Joy here, are you? You're gonna struggle against the
If you pick the
Hilda.
Joy, basics, don't listen to me. Maybe listen a little bit to me so you get the full best of 5 series with the
Okay,
Panda.
yes.
It's a solid pick. It's still great. You have the Purifier and Ultimate. It's a demand. Also, it's a 4-second stun if you pin someone. 4 seconds Chronos.
4
Chichi.
seconds. I bet
Chichi
you know the
Golem?
number quite a lot. Yeah, I think so.
I don't know about that one. And the
What-
Hayabusa, of course. It's a great pick into the Eve. It's a great pick into the Cloud if you bait out the BMI. And also as well into the Lapu Lapu. If he's under fed, he's properly ganked. You know, he won't do a thing. But the Roam. What is there for Boro to pick? The Estes could work right here.
No. Look, Boro's a playmaker. He wants to apply pressure in the early game. You don't want him to play something like an Estes. That's why they banned out the Cho, the Khalid, and the Grok to prevent that early pressure. A Hellcurt,
The Kale
maybe,
as well.
but then
4
again,
Roams getting banned. 4?
yeah, 4 roams getting banned against him. So that's a lot of respect being shown on the other side. Gacha is what's the only thing that's kind of left that could make sort of a difference. Hylos is great as well to provide that extra bit of,
But they don't have attack speed, so I don't think the Hellos will be a great choice here, besides the fact that he's going to give them movement speed. But it's really difficult to think what you're going to go for. So I'm just going to take a look at my notes quick to see what's in the meta. You know, I'm like a nerd.
Badang!
I mean,
It
it's good into the Hayabusa because
Yeah.
if you mark the shadow, you catch him, you know, he's not moving anymore. And with the Panda as well, you can maybe, you know, make just a prison cell. You know, you put the walls and the door is going to be the Panda. After 4
Yeah.
seconds, you can go out. But I'm looking at this, and I don't understand the CC for the set of meta shift. It's a great pick on the Golem still, but the Cloud is just going to be so toxic. He's going to be doing so much. And if you don't hit her, you have the BMI to get out. You can poke with the BMI. Dexter is going to be so helpful at clearing minions.
Yeah, I think CC, just for the fact that there is a lot of mobility on the table, and when the RWMs drop down, you can still use that double dash to get right on top of the Eve. So that is a possibility. Then you have the Curtain Call to prevent him from going back as well. So if they're locking him down, it could be a problem that they have to deal with, right? So laning phase is going to be super important, but we saw in the previous game that basics do not shy away from the laning phase. So, of course, we will find out how this is going to be between Meta Shift and Basics. Are they going to pull ahead or Meta Shift going to bounce back?
I mean, personally, for Basics, I was thinking maybe if they went for the chip, but still looking at this, the Badang makes it a little bit more sense just because of the Hayabusa. On the other hand, the mid prior is going to be in the hands of Meta Shift, but Boro, look at him, he's going to get the wall first, he's going to get a punch, a ton of poke coming in already.
Oh, no,
Are they gonna
Boro
force the
taking a
flicker?
low.
But look at the power coming from Kodiak, a ton of damage upon God Believer. It's gonna force the recall onto Boro, and it's gonna use the heal as well. I mean, if you're already going to base, you know, make it worth it. Let the base heal you a little bit and just do the rest yourself. Living is gonna get a retribution on the little under. A gank towards the bot lane is looking bright. Maybe just even towards the Lizard. But Carve is low. It could be a possible gank here if Penatrone gets another Yo-Yo Blitz onto him. But in the top, look how.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Kojik already being pulled back by the Lantern Flare. Flicker still available. That's 4 flickers from the side of Team Basics. And on the other side, you got 2 flickers, 1 vengeance, and a petrify. You know the laning phase is going to be harder for Basics this time because you got double fighter on the other side. So just maximizing what they can do, especially this Yu Zhang. And you can see on the bot side as well, the CC having a field day against the Claude.
Wabba
Oh, just being a problem against his Wabba.
he got 2-3 shower shots upon him, and also the passes and the poke coming from Eve with the Void Crystal. There is just so much wrong. But look at the freeze wave coming towards Carvey. It's going to allow him to get so much gold. But on the other hand, look at the peel on the tower coming for Pelmetronio. Are they looking for a gank on top lane? No level 4 to Dragon. The Petrify is available. Hayabusa is going to get the level 4 full clear on the gank on mid. Hold on, are we looking at it? A few daggers onto Boro, but still not enough to do anything towards him. Just, you know, poke him in there with hope he goes blind. But still, right now the third
Look at the position.
started.
Look at Wubba Lubba looking to poke down the Lapu Lapu. I think they're trying to get. Oh no, Wubba Lubba locks in straight on top of Kojik, trying to force out the RWM. Black Dragon Core coming in the back as well. Boro zone out the 2 members. Heavy spin coming in just to secure the turtle. Should be able to get it. Retribution locks it down. Boro should do the best that he can, but you can see Leave Me trying to get on top of Boro, unable to do anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, God Believer supporting to get that first blood in the hands of Pelmetronio, while Bobo Roshik finds another pick.
I mean, but that gives a lot of space towards the Cloud to farm the tower plating. But look at the heal that we got the clouds modifier, so we didn't mention that, Kronos. We have to, remember it. But still, Tuki is going towards meta shift. Only a 200, 300 gold lead in their favor. But still, Boro dodged the Ugi Shadow kill. Maybe the flicker burn was worth it.
Oh, fist crack coming through as well. God Believer forced the flicker. Wubba getting right on top of Kojic. He does have the flicker. He does have the RWM. Boro being displaced. RWM dropped down. Wubba taking low. Boro trying to go with a fist break. Looking for the fist crack. Meanwhile, on the top side, the 1v1 between the EXP laners. Boro gets taken away by Castle.
Yet again, the 1v1s are going the side of the more experienced player, but still, I don't think the Young should have lost it. Of course, you have the bravest fighter, you have the legend stage, a lot of crowd control, immune abilities, but still, the Shah Essence Rage just is so OP. It does so much damage.
Oh, Boro gets caught. Watch out. Ogi Shadow Kill secures that one, while Wubba landed one on him as well.
Just in case, you hit him with a 1-2 combo right there, but still in the top lane. Castle is going to be the main playmaker for basics. He's going to be the main front line. Taking a quick look at the build, he's going to go for the Fury Hammer into the Oracle, I assume. The Yuzhong as well. Nothing out of the ordinary so far looking at the builds. Hayabusa is going to go for the Hunter Strike. He just finished it now. And Akai is going to go for the Brute Force. More items for the sides of Metashift than on basics. Oh,
RWM to cast them in place. Look at Leave Me and God Believer just have to wake away. Hey, Kojic, hey, is that sending a message?
Maybe. No, I can do this to you guys. Just don't prove me wrong. But
oh, meanwhile,
look
the
at
mid
the
lane,
healing.
man, the brawl is still going down. I think that's a heavy spin that's made it out. No, not yet. Walkie holding it for the right time. Turtle being pulled away. The aggro on the hands of Pelmetroni, the bot side. Boro goes in fist break, catches one. Heavy spin, pinning out two members, but there's no follow-up. Karvi wasn't there to dish out the damage. And now look at it. Castle goes in with the bravest fighter. Bro rushing in the back line after the Black Dragon form. Gets caught into the wall.
Landshaker!
And Furious Dive goes in. Meanwhile for the Turtle. Walkie able to secure that. Castle gets himself a double. Pelmetroni caught in no man's land. Has to get out of harm's way, but Kojic follows it up. 4 members down and out for the side of Metashift. Basics just have the number of Metashift.
Great wall coming in from Boro, and as well the heavy spin just secured the deal and secured the turtle for basics. Take a breather, Kronos. What a team fight, but there are gonna be many more. There is still a possibility of 6 games left. But look at the top lane. Are we gonna see a gang? Leave Me is there. He has the Ugi Shadow kill. He hit the crab! He hit the crab!
Oh no, Ugi Shadow Kill catches Castle, flickers out of harm's way. Bubba making sure he goes in. Landshaker comes through as well. Kojic trying to protect him. Oh! Fist crack combo! Boro with a flicker! Catches 2! And hands over the kill on a silver platter to Castle and Kojic on the top side.
Gonna solo kill him.
Oh no, in the river. Walkie gets a pin. They're willing on all fronts. Kari zoning out Pelmetronio. Basics just have their number, man.
And he gets a blue buff! Boro gets a blue one with the concussive blast! Okay, Shadow Kill defend the mid lane turret. Look at Wubba Dub Dub. He doesn't have anything.
Boro
Fist crack.
has been annoying with his fist crack. RWM from Kojic catches 2 with the blazing new way to the back line. Karvi goes in. Kurt call used.
Petrify!
Man, Petrify! Fury's dive! Bober finds an opening, but they lack the damage. The Ogi Shadow Kill comes through, but only God Believer's alive. They
Can he get
away
it?
with the slightest bit of HP. Leave Me
Leave Me's there.
goes in once more. Ogi Shadowkill can secure it, but he can see the heavy spin zoning them away. They're so low. Leave Me and God Believer want to chase, but they're not going to do so. Walkie walks in. Basics are playing with fire, but are still able to make it on the line. Walkie overextend and goes down.
They're gonna trade a 5-4-5. Almost only Castle survive with a little bit of HP. The turret is gonna go in the hands of Metas from what it looks like. Panda has fallen down. Kodiak is gonna use the Void Crystal to check the meteorite bush. But still, I think there's gonna be a mid turret falling down. Look at Karvi. He's available on the road. Castle is low HP. He has the bravest fighter available. But he's gonna go on the tower. Dive!
Oh no, Wubba trying to catch
Ogi
him.
Shadow Kill!
To go out. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out as well, trying to get him. Leave.
He survives. He's so
Just doesn't have the
tanky.
damage. He just doesn't have the damage.
Either that or Lapu Lapu is just a tanky, Kronos. There are 2 sides to a coin, but look at Boro's positioning. Oh! He's shown himself in Metronio. He's gonna get that lizard over there. Not gonna give the art of T4 stacks towards the cloud, but still, the mid lane is gonna get a little bit pressure. Walkie and Kodiak are looking towards an invade. Leave Me is there. Boba Rusik is available. The Petrify. 4 people with the Furious Dive as well.
Oh, I wish we could see a replay of that. Not gonna lie, that was probably one of the best I thought it was 5, to be honest. He was just slightly away. Bobarushik, but still, it's not. I mean, Bobarushik got the Petrify, but they just didn't have the damage to follow up.
Gets two!
Through members, Walkie goes in, dashes up, but look at Wubba right on top of Kojic as well. They catch him, Boro again with a heavy spin combo coming through, but here's the Black Dragon. Look again on top of Kojic. He flickers out, there's the Petrify. Castle taking out solo, but able to run away, and Basics are splitting the map apart, just making sure Meta Shift are divided, and they don't know whom to focus down.
3 flickers just by the side of Basic. That's gonna leave them so vulnerable, especially towards the Hilda and the Hayabusa. And the Kodiak, the Eve, he used the flicker. That's gonna be a free kill for Hayabusa.
Oh no, Carvey gets taken away. He just gets picked up and put down by God Believer.
And it's 20 seconds before the Lord. They could lead to another pick-off on the top lane. The Lapu Lapu is being shown on the map. Hayabusa shoved the waves. He's gonna get so much farm. He's gonna go for the War Axe into the Blade of Despair, or maybe even the Malefic Roar just in case for the extra penetration. Wabbalabadabdab is with the Fury Hammer, Dreadnought, Magic Robe. He's going for the multi-build. And as well, God Believer doesn't have the Lightning Truncheon, but he is building. Bobarushik is gonna go for the Steel Leg Plates Oracle into Antique Couriers, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe even the Radiant Armor.
12,000 HP on the Lord, 10,000 right now, going down low. Castle goes into the Landshaker, trying to get into the Bravest Fighter. Retribution secures from Leave Me. Here comes the Black Dragon for a heavy spin already used. Carvey with a Blazing Duet trying to go into the back line. God Believer taking out low. Levy's going to get the target. Carvey secures himself a double. Pelmatroni's going to be the next one on the chopper block. They're chasing him down. Castle running away with the Yo-Yo Blitz as well. Carvey trying to get that damage, and yes, he does. Vengeance does not triple kill. Meanwhile, the mid lane, they lose 2 more members. They get the Lord, but at what cost? They are wiped out by Basics, and now they're looking to turn the tides and maintain their gold advantage.
They're gonna lose the top tier ability, but still right now the healer's gonna be on the way, able to defend it. The 1 minion with the little almost. He's gonna get a poke still, come on! Just hit it a little bit. But let's see the Hayabusa, is he gonna get a kill? Maybe on the Cloud, he does not have that much of a skill, but everyone's gonna have the flickers back. Walkie has the heavy spin right now. Oh! Great stun onto Carvey.
Heavy spin coming out as a Blazing Duet being used up early on from Carvey. Now that gives him a reason. Oh, Bobarushik with a Wild Fury's dive. RWM dropped down from Koji. Look at God Believer right on top of him as well at the same time. Leave Me coming in from behind with the Ogi Shadow Kill. Curtain Call being used. They secure it. They lose 2. And now they're looking to clap back. Bobarushik going into the back line. But it's a 3 traded for Castle. Carvey left standing.
Carvey sustains it
against Bobarushik. The Fury's dive gets a shutdown. Meanwhile, they lose other members. Castle still full HP. The only one left standing for Meta Shift is
Petrify is here.
Bobarushik.
Furious Life Petrify combo, come on. They're not gonna buy the bait. Wait, Castle? He's just waiting for Walkie.
He could go for it.
He's gonna die if he goes for it. But right now, look at the mid difference. He's gonna be a little bit shoved from the side of Meta Shift. They're gonna win the mid advantage, but the other side, the other lanes, not looking great. Basics are still in the lead tower-wise. But the Lord is gonna spawn in 67 seconds. Right now, Walk is gonna secure his blue buff. Not much happening right now. It's the calm before the war. God Believer on the left mid, Burj just giving a little bit of vision. Walk is gonna dash in. Maybe try to even feed God Believer down. The flicker is available to dash away from it, but still. It could happen. Look at damage dealt numbers. 57,000 coming from the Cloud. He's up there. He is so up there, but the red buff in his hands, just doing a little bit more penetration damage. The burn as well is gonna help them during the fight. 35 seconds to Lord Leave Me is gonna try to create a little bit of a free distance. Oh! God Believer
Landshaker coming through on top of God Believer. He's trying to make it out alive. Walkie gets the heavy spin on top of Wubble Up. I don't think it was the right target. Look, Leave Me going in on top of there as well from the side. Castle already used the Bravest Fighter, Raging Slash as they get Wubble Up. The 1 traded, and that's the roamer. That's the annoying one just before the Lord. So they can't really scout out the bushes.
They cannot do anything. Even if Bobarushik or Trinity go in, I think they're gonna get melted down by Carvey. It's just the power of the Cloud with the Trinity build. He's gonna do so much damage. He didn't even use any skills. Just melted down basing attacks. Wind of Nature also picked up, just allowing him to survive because 4 members of Meta Shift are gonna do physical damage. Oh, Castle. Landshaker!
Oh wait, Lord gonna get that as well. You can see RWM drop down. God Believer goes in first. Bobarushik has to make it out of there. They'll look at a siege at the tier 1 in the mid lane. Immortality from Boro. He's making these plays, man. And
Heavy
now
spin was
Wonky
used.
with the heavy spin. Bobarushi gets taken away. Metashift are falling apart. It's only game number 2, Zakota. Throwing back shades to game number 1. Castle's already back into the fray. It's 5 members marching down the mid lane. The Lord is still coming out on the top side. No Holy Shield present. Castle goes in. Bravest Fighter trying to shake away Wubba Lubba and Pelmetronio. They get the inhibitor in the mid lane. Carvey has the damage. Pelmetronio gets caught out, and now they're looking to melt him down, and he does. Vengeance not going to help him a lot. Well, Carvey goes over. Duet takes him down. Even flickers for it. And now look at Crystal. And Castle goes in. God Believer, the Crimson Beacon taking him down low. Leave me. Look at Castle. Winter Crown purchase. There comes the Bravest Fighter. Trying to zone them out.
Black Dragon form is available.
The Lord is still there on the top side. Carvey still fighting it out. Predicting something to happen. Bobarushik hacking away at the Lord. Basics are not looking to give up. The waves are still crashing in. And I think they're still looking to call it an end. Boro still has the immortality.
Ogi Shadow Kill was missed.
Ogi Shadow Kill into the wave just to clear it out.
Looking grim. Black Dragon form available. The members of Basics are a little bit weak. A little bit of vision coming from Dab, knowing they're at a 4 versus 5 right here. They could take the fight. Will they do so? 91 seconds. The Lord, the Lapu Lapu at a great 809 Kronos. He is undefeated so far. The only one who hasn't fallen. But a quick look at the build tells us that he is almost gonna go for the Malefic Roar. The extra bit of damage is gonna help him, or maybe he's gonna go for the Sea Halberd. Yet again, a mystery to be solved in the later stages of the game, but Winter Crown in the hands of Kodiak, just allowing him to stay in if Wubba or maybe even Bobarusik goes for a Furious Dive towards him. Malefic Roar indeed in the hands of Castle, allowing him to do extra penetration damage towards Wubba and Bobarusik.
Oh, Bravest Fighter coming through. Boro catching him with the fist crack as well, looking to knock him down. That's going to be Wubba Lubba taken away. Legendary Bobarushi goes to the back line with the Blazing to a heavy spin already used up early on. Castle with the land checker lines on 2 members. RW drops down the Petrify on 3 members. As they catch him with a fist crack at the same time. Ogi Shadow Kill being used up. Castle looking to take it out low. He's going to keep going down. Yes, he does. It's shut down in the hands of Leave Me. While Carvey able to get Bobarushik. And now they're looking to lock up Pelmetronio. Leave Me. Not allowed to recall by Boro. Immortality's already popped. They have a Cannon coming in. Pelmetronio tries to clear.
Can they do it?
The base Crystal, and I think they secure game number 2 in this best of 7. Basics taking it away. 2-0 lead.
What a dominant show coming from Basics yet again. Metashift put up a little bit of a fight. They turn it around for a second, but at the end, still Basics came on top. 5 game left, Kronos. 5 game left. Do you think something's gonna happen? Do you think they're maybe gonna turn it around?
With the way that they've been playing, I don't think so, man. With the way that Metashift have been showing what they can do, doesn't seem likely. Basics are just winning on all fronts, not just in the EXP position, not just in the gold, even in the roam, even in the jungle, even in the mid lane. Bobarushik, look at that. Look at the way they split. He tried to go to the back line, misses the Petrify because he doesn't know whom to catch. He's great on the Yuzhong, and when they split apart, he doesn't know whom to go after. The decision making from Metashift just hasn't been on point today.
And as well, Carvey going with a flicker was a smart choice because of the Hayabusa. You can dodge the Ugi Shadow Kill with the perfect timing on the flicker. Yet again, look at the damage coming in from the Blazing Duet, killing 2 people in one team fight. I'm hoping we're gonna see that play coming from the Yuzhong on Thermos right now. But look at Pelme. He can't do much. Just giving Claude the kills. Definitely needs a triple kill. And in the middle, they traded for 1, but was it worth it? In the end, I don't think so. Obalaba is gonna try to go for a gauge here, but let's take a look again. Walkie survives just by a little slim bit of HP. Ugi Shadow Kill available all the time. He's doing so much damage with it, but Carvey completely slaying them out.
Yeah, this was the opportunity that Bobarushik kind of had, right? He tried to go for the right target. He did, but unfortunately, I forgot that Castle was a monster. The Hunter Strike, Warax, Malefic Roar, and even the Oracle to get an extra bit of sustain. They just didn't have the crowd control and damage to follow up. We were talking about the CC in the gold lane. We thought it would work. Yes, it did in the laning phase early on, less than 2 minutes in. After that, it was just a slaughterhouse coming in from Basics once they got the advantage. And then you understand that Metashift are lacking the damage in every single team fight. And you can tell that they were able to dominate 15 minutes, 10 seconds, more than double the kill score, and 6,000 gold lead.
Well, more than double by 1 Kronos. Let's not give them that much of a rush, but still, right now, a quick look. It's not looking great for Metashift. I think the roamer is just getting picked off so much, and Boborusik wasn't using Zhong to the fullest potential. He, as you said, was undecided, but the standout hero, 9-1-1-1, coming in from Castle. And look at his build. He was gonna go full damage at the end of the game. He had 3 damage items. He had the Oracle, if I'm not mistaken, before he sold. And as well, he had the immortality, just make him an unkillable beast. 79,000 total healing. I mean, Cross, it's really difficult to play against this type of XP laner. What a dominant show in both of these games.
I agree. 2 games, 2 MVPs with the way that he played. Oh my goodness. He knows how to make it work. He knows how to play around and go straight into the backline where it matters most. He knows whom to target. Boborusik not doing that today. Castle just knowing how to get there at the right time. The coordination from basics have been so on point. While meta shift, I don't know. The shift in the meta is not favoring them at the moment, maybe?
Possibly, but still, they're still trying to put up a fight. They're trying to put up a fight, but Kronos, let's give them another break. Maybe they're gonna get their mindsets right. Maybe they're gonna get the drift right, but we're gonna be back after this little break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger for Western Europe 2026. My name is Kronos. Alongside me is Dakota. We're bringing you the action for this one. As we've seen already, Team Basics getting a 2-0 head start of Meta Shift. Meta Shift are known to make comebacks possible, but it's a best of 7 in the grand finals, and with the performance that Basics are putting out, dare I say they might just be better.
There are not that many chances left for Metashift to take the win yet again, but still, they're gonna go for the same old band of choice in game number 2. In game number 1, it's a little bit different. But Basics, they show that Boro can go and play this set of heroes. I mean, remembering the past, Boro is a great show player, one of the best in Europe, if I dare say. But we're gonna see the Lancelot going out the door, Eve as well. It just shows how potent she was. It didn't work for God Believer twice.
Well, look at the bans. It's changing now. They're not sticking to the ones that they usually did in the first game. Or the second ones, that's Cho, the Yves. Are we going to see a Kalea being taken off as well? Because they know they're really good at the pickoffs. The Lancelot being taken off the table. The Sora's going to come out on the other side. And you know what, Dakota? Even though it's a flying cloud map, Meta Shift again on the blue side. They still pick first pick.
It's gonna be difficult, but they'll be doing better. Maybe they're just getting warmed up. You know how you warm up your car in the winter. They're cold outside. You know they need to get that diesel power going through it. But still, Juxin going through. Kalea is out. She is able to be picked. She's wild. She's for the taking. But still, the Grok is on the way. The Hylos could work. We've seen how popular he's been doing in this tournament. He's been doing a great job against anti-attacks with marksman. But Kronos, tell me, the funny goes again. 3 games, 3 bans for Assassins, the 3 same bans so far. I mean, it's been working for Basics, so why change it when it's not broken? Kalea in the hands of Wabba Labba Dub Dub. Are we gonna see possibly the Gatot Kacha here?
Yuzhong Gatot Kacha is a solid one, right? Yuzhong Gatot, and then you see what Pelme wants. If he wants the carry or the Claude, it's fine. You take the Claude, we'll take the carry. Because the Claude and the Kalea, not really a great combo, but even then, the Claude has been buffed up so much that he definitely makes up for the damage that could come through. So I think Yuzhong and Gatot is a great shout here.
I mean, I agree with you completely, but I would pick maybe a mid laner to not give him another chance. I would take the Valentina to copy out the Tsunami Slam to have a pickup for myself. You already have a Roamer, you're gonna have the Gatot Kacha, you're gonna have the Kalea, the Tsunami Slam, you're gonna combo right, but still the Cloud is gonna prevail. He was doing so much work in game number 2. It's gonna work in game number 3 as well, but the Furious Dive, the Yuzhong, we see it last game in the hands of Bobarusik. Are we gonna see the Lapu Lapu perhaps?
Are we gonna see the Lapu Lapu though? I don't know.
Yeah, it worked
Hayabusa.
last game greatly, but still right now the Hayabusa going through.
Farsa. That's nice. I think Valentina could come through here, right? Valentina would be great.
Valentina would be perfect, honestly.
And Valentina,
Maybe
even Gatot Kacha is fine.
Even a
but Valentina's
Lunox, I
better.
think a Lunox would be a little bit better here because you're gonna have the Purify, you're gonna have the Light Form to just dodge the Ugi Shadow Kill again. You're gonna have so many dashes, so many iframes available for you as a Lunox. You're gonna have a dash for free. You can escape the Feather Airstrike. You can escape so many things. So I think Lunox is also a great shot.
I agree. Lunox is also a great shot,
Wait,
but
Kronos, the Kimi. Kimi Baksha. Take Baksha here in second phase, you take the Kimi.
I think they're gonna ban it out.
The
Oh, they go
Hilda.
for the Hilda. Hilda's still good. It's good against the Hayabusa. You know it's gonna get picked off, but the
It's great.
Kalea. The Kalea is gonna be a problem for the Hilda, right? Just Tsunami slam him down every single time. Just pick him off whenever they have the sight of the Kalea. So, I mean, rather the Hilda. I was gonna say you need to ban out the carry. If you don't, you're really looking for trouble there.
Indeed you are, but what is Metashift gonna go for? Are they gonna go for the Freya we've spoken so much about, or maybe even they're gonna go for something else, something different? The Baksha is gonna go through the door. It's normal. I think they're gonna try to wait the Yi Sun-shin pick out, just to not give them the possibility of going for a Kimi in the mid lane. But the Fredrin is still available, and the Fredrin works extremely great against a Farsa and a Hayabusa. And with the heal on the team, you're gonna have an aggressive peeler who's gonna do great for the Fredrin, and as well, with the Fredrin, you're gonna be able to open up the map, keep the enemies together for the Furious Dive, for the Blazing Dread, for so many abilities. But Freya, yet again, it's our curse maybe, you know, they're just reading our books, they're hearing our voices, I think, man, Dakota maybe is right. But the Panda's gonna go out the door as well. Yi Sun-shin? I'd assume a Yi Sun-shin here, maybe even
Has to be.
a Kimi or a Yi Sun-shin, either of these two or Lunox. They need to come through the door. Maybe even, as you said, a Valentina would be great to deny the peak of possibly a Gatot Kacha. Even if you steal the AOG or maybe you steal something else, it's gonna be great.
I mean, they already have this, the Kalea in the wrong position, right?
I was thinking
I
on
would
the XP side, just because of the Cloud, to try to taunt him up or maybe try to deny him invade with the Hilda, but it's gonna be hard to lane against Yuzhong either way.
I would
I think-
imagine even a Phoveus is better on the side of meta shift, apart from Agatha Kacha, just in case they want a frontline presence. But here it's got to be Eastern Shin. There's not much left in the hero pool of Walkie, so I would say just lock up the Eastern Shin. Oh, they go for the Zetian to get that extra bit of range. Poke down Farsa in the Feather Airstrike.
Great choice. Also, I think if it pushes her back, does it take her out of the ultimate? Or if I'm mistaken. But I mean, as
Yeah, it
well,
does.
you have the Fury Phoenix, which can also just shut down Farsa completely. And also, I believe the Kalea. But then
Yeah.
Metronia again with the CC pick. I don't think I like her. Maybe they're gonna go for it on next. Maybe they're just baiting it out. Maybe they're gonna go again. Lapu Lapu is great pick here. You can jump on the Zetian or maybe even a glue. I think a glue would be working wonders here.
Yeah, glue's not bad here, so I agree. So, yeah, I think a glue would work wonders. There's also the Lapu Lapu, like you mentioned, two
The
standard
Arlot
picks.
as well, I think. Possibly.
Arlot, not so much.
It's gonna be a great pick regardless because you have to just blame for the set. But the
Alice.
Alice again.
I like the Alice. I like the Alice. You have the potential of scaling into the late game, which you really needed. You can dive straight into the back line. That Throne of Ruin could catch them off guard. The Claude is going to struggle to take down this Alice once built the Chassis Pauldron, so it's not a bad pick. I like the draft of meta shift this time. However, I mean, the CC in the goal lane still iffy performance of Pelmetronio, so not really sure how it's going to work out. Meanwhile, in the jungle, though, now the Eastern Shin's going to have trouble, right? Now the Eastern Shin's definitely going to have trouble, but what else is there in the hero pool of Walkie? You're definitely not going to pick a Fredrin because Fredrin's going to get bullied outright. So,
You just have to go for the safe pick here. I think the Eastern Shin.
the
needs to
Eastern
come
Shin,
out.
yeah.
It's gonna be extremely hard, but maybe he's gonna think of something and maybe a fighter jungle, maybe the Leomord. The Joy? I don't know about that one. Into a Farsa, into a Kalea, into an Alice, not on the lens, but still.
And a Hayabusa.
I mean, Hayabusa, you can maybe, I think you can dash out of him with Joy if you spam the dashes correctly, but it's gonna be extremely difficult. However, I don't know, I don't like the Joy here. As you stated, it's still gonna be extremely difficult. Maybe the Fredrin would have been a little bit better because you can still tank it on. Your Fredrin, you have a great kit. The hero is impeccable. His kit allows you to have a lot of retributions. You can execute targets. You have a big execution line with the ultimate, with the Appraiser's Wrath. It's just a viable hero still in this meta. And in this draft as well.
Yeah, I just don't like the Joy. It's not looking good if you're basics. But then again, with the performance that they put on game number 1 and 2, we could be expecting a similar kind of performance in game number 3. So, I don't know, guys. Put your predictions down in the chat. Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be basics taking game number 3 and reaching match point? Or are Meta Shift looking to get the first victory of this BO7? Get ready to go into it. My name is Kronos, alongside me, Zakota, to bring you the action. Already, a lot of heavy pokes coming down. Looking for first one onto God Believer, Regen, and the exhibit heal coming in from Wubba. Kojik misses on the skill too. Seems like they're just brawling it out at this point.
The healing coming from the calendar game, is it going to be enough to try to sustain damage coming from Kodiak? It doesn't look like it. God Believer is going to be forcing down a little bit. Leave me. Baiting out the Fury. I mean, the Phoenix shield, I believe it's called Kronos. I mean, if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think so. I'll have to look into my notes, my guy. But I think it's... I don't think it's called the Phoenix Shield. Is it going to be the Phoenix Shield? No way.
I don't remember. It could be extremely cliche, you know? Just after all, the Phoenix lady, but right now in the top lane, we're gonna see a lane freeze coming through from Metronian, just allowing... I mean, the Claude is still gonna win out in the early game. He's just so good. The BMI is gonna be helping a ton. It's gonna give a little bit of vision into the jungle of Valky. Yet again, no protective shield upon Kodiak, no pushback coming through, but still, look at Boro. He's with a Hilda, he can go and jump on God Believer.
Yeah, oh my god. Yeah, Boro, look at that, get a knock up on the title strike. Oh, Boro's taking a so low, but Kojik able to provide the right kind of a damage, and now Walkie walks in, forcing out Wubba.
What a low-hanging fruit, Kronos. Oh! Oogie Shadow kill.
Oh.
Goes on the wave. No,
on the wave. Oh, walks out with slightest bit of HP.
It hit the wave only one time, Kronos. if he used the retribution as well, not looking great. Oh, Boro!
First blood in the hands of a Boro. God
And in the bot
believer.
side, look at Castle.
Fury of the Phoenix gets the kill on to leave me, and now Bobarushik and Wubba looking to face it off. Boro
Throne of
goes in,
Ruin.
Throne of Ruin already being used, and now Castle comes in with the shot residue already using that. Descent from Kojic. Waki secures the turtle. Not
lucky
so
not
often
try
you
for a
see
kill.
Zakota. You don't see often that God Believer gets picked off, do we?
Indeed, you don't. He's been playing extremely safe. He's been playing very passive in the last few games, but right now maybe he's gonna change a little bit of his mindset. But still, on the other hand, Leave Me got picked off. He's gonna lose a ton of farm in the bot side. Look at Joe. He's gonna take advantage of the jungle being empty and uncontested. But God Believer is gonna be towards the top lane. Boro as well, with Kodak following close behind him. But that Fury dive, the Fury Phoenix dive, is gonna be so impactful. It does so much damage. 500 damage, just like a mini Farsa ultimate. But, you know, it also reveals.
Oh, Waki walks into Wubba Lubba's nice title strike. Feather air strike being used from God Believer. He's off position again. Gets picked off by
Wubba
Boro.
Lubba.
He knows how to chase him down. And just like Castle did the same to Wubba Lubba.
Oh god, it's not looking great again for meta shift. I think it's the XP. I don't like the XP layer. I don't like the Alistair. It's gonna be extremely weak, but look at Castle.
No. Throne of Ruin could come through, and it does indeed. Castle and Boro petrify. Knock up with a Furious Dive. Bober should be going down soon enough. One makes his way into the minions to try and sustain. But Boro, I want to see his items, man. I think he's going for a straight Blade of the Heptasis for the amount of damage that he's doing.
I would go to Retribution used by Leave Me. Not much you can do in this scenario. Carvey has the Purify and also has the BMI ready to rock and roll. It goes out.
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix to cancel out the Feather Airstrike. Carvey, Blazing Duet, Curtain Call being used from Pelme as well.
Oh,
Here's
Tsunami
the Tsunami Slam to lock down Waki. Should get taken away.
No, Ugisha kill use is still available. God Believer uses the wings by wings to get a little bit away. Builds on state between a Wabalabadab that has nothing left in his kit.
Oh my god, Boro! What is he building? It's gotta be a damage item. He can't be doing so much in the early game.
Oh,
Boro,
not
Ogi
enough
kill.
damage.
Yeah.
Just one swing coming in from Boro took him down to almost half HP, but still look at Castle in the middle, level 8. Misses out the Serpent Strike, but still Warwick is going to get a free turtle objective, not contest, and going through. Kodiak has a ton of range, and the damage coming in from Zetian, you know, it's nothing to joke about. Oh, Castle looking for an invade, just giving a bit of vision information is the name of the game, but right now Hilda is getting a little bit poked out. Pelmetronia as well. So much damage coming in from the Wild Hunt.
It's not looking good for either of them, right? Wubba Lubba is getting zoned out, pushed away. Kojic just has the extra range. This is what they've been doing. Basics have been out-drafting Meta Shift. Not something that you see quite often coming in from Meta Shift, especially in that mid-lane battle. Understanding that God Believer is the linchpin for Meta Shift to try and succeed. But with Basics just understanding how to counter it makes it problem. Look at that. They're forcing out the Tsunami Slam. Title Strike comes through, but Wubba Lubba is caught in no man's land. Feather Airstrike canceled by the Fury of the Phoenix. Bobarushin goes in. Again, a little too late. Kojic's able to clear off the way with a descent. They can't really catch him. He still has a Celestial Armament to push them back.
Oh, Leave Me looking for a kill.
Oh no,
he
used the Retribution. Oh no, he used the Retribution even just to try and secure that kill, but Boro is just so mobile. They're just so good. Zakota Basics just understanding what's to be done.
I mean, Boro is just a great game for Hilda. Oh, Walkie, Pelme, are they gonna fall?
Pelme, yeah, I think he's gonna go. He's gonna be easily taken out.
Tsunami Slam?
No, Tsunami Slam not just used up, but you can see Castle go straight on top of God Believer, has to flicker out.
Throne of Ruin,
Bobarushi comes with a Throne of Ruin. He gets petrified, but under the tower, taking in too many shots, gets taken away. 2, 3 for 1 trade. As now Bobarushik enters the fray, Waki able to steal the purple and walk out. Basics know how to punish. Always trading on the up and up.
I mean, that's the... Oh! Wubba Lubba falls again. Godlike for Boro. He's 7-0-1.
I mean, it is a blessing and a curse, right? If you ask me, for a 7-0-1 on a roamer, you do not want to give that massive shutdown. But at the same time, you're such a threat to the squishy targets in Meta Shift. Especially God Believer. He is not allowed to breathe this game whatsoever. Died 3 times. Yes, he has 100% KDA with the 1 kill and the 2 assists. But every time he pops the Feathered Airstrike, the Phoenix is there to cancel it out. Or you have Boro get on top of him, and you have Castle with this Black Dragon form just roaming around the map freely just to get straight on top of him. You can see Fury the Phoenix catches 2 members, and here we go. Pelme gets taken away. Black Dragon on top of God Believer, just as we spoke about in Dakota. And now Bobarush is going to be next on the chopping block. 4 members in that one single team fight. As Carvey is pushing down the mid lane, Leave Me is looking to lock him down. I think it's not a wise idea.
Oh, Carvey is gonna be getting targeted by Leave Me. He's gonna clear out that mid lane. He cannot dash away, he cannot escape. The BMI is there. It's gonna be almost close to ready to use.
No, Leave Me. What are you doing? Blazing Duet comes in as well. Carvey knows what he's doing. He goes in. He understands that that kill was secured. Popping the recalls, knowing that they're so confident to take everything. Kojic just zoning them away. The God Believers, Feathered Airstrike's not gonna do anything. Walkie freely walks in. Tsunami Slam comes down. Will he make it out? Yes, he does. Wobble Ubba knocked up on a Furious Dive. Castle able to get that kill. Kojic still doing so much around the map. Basics.
Look at the
18
damage.
kills. 3 on the side of Meta Shift. Pelmetronio cannot hang.
I mean, what can he do right here? Pelmetronio is getting beaten out at his own game. The fighter Onyx is not looking great. It's not looking great in the meta. I think Meta Shift should have shifted a little bit from the past and joined the future. Because I think they're just underestimating the Cloud. The Cloud is doing so much, yet they're just gonna go for the good old same strategy with fighter golds. I think it's time to retire that Kronos.
Yeah, I think it definitely is time to retire the way the Meta Shift are playing, especially that CC, right? You're not dominating the goal lane whatsoever. You're not slowing down the Claude. The Calais is not working out. Castle comes in. Black Dragon from look at Carvey into the back line. Goes with the Blazing Duet. The amount of damage is way too much for them to deal with. Ogi Shadow Kill onto Walkie, but does nothing. What is Bobarushi even going to do at this point? God Believer has to get away out the team fight. Flickered and Wings by Wings. They're chasing them down. Look at the goal.
Look at the Petrify.
It's more than 8K. And now Bobarushi's going to get taken down at the same time. It's too much Meta Shifter getting overwhelmed by the damage, by the crowd control, and the mobility of Basics.
And again, Boro, look at him where he is. He's risking it all for the biscuit. 908. Oh, is he gonna fall?
Is it gonna be a shutdown? Is it gonna be? No, it's not. It's getting zoned out. Oh,
500
Pelme.
gold. 500 gold shutdown. They got 2 items from that kill. Kronos.
He gets. Yeah,
It's grim. Oh, again, Unstoppable Castle 1v1s. Oh my god. This is just annihilation. Metashift is falling down. The champions of Europe are not proving their worth right now.
Hey man, I don't know if they're the champions of Europe anymore. That was 2025. Stop living in the past. Look at the present, because Basics are here to dominate. With the way that they're playing Carvey, Kojic, Castle, Bora, and Walkie. Never thought we'd say this. See them in the same lineup, and they can destroy whoever you put in front of them.
Kronos.
It feels like we're watching a ranked game, Dakota.
Kronos, I'd like to point something out. Basics have more kills than there have been days in this year. You know, so it's not great.
Oh,
And
here
Black
we
Dragon-
go.
Oh, look at Boro.
Oh no, here we go. Here the
Oh.
finish catches 5. Petrified, takes down God Believer. No more high ground present. Curtain call, Yo-Yo Blitz coming through, but they don't have the damage. One more
Walkie.
gets taken down. Walkie comes in, free hitting with the electrifying beats. Leave Me's there. He's trying to use the Ogi Shadow Kill, but doesn't have it. Gets taken away. Tried to bob and weave. Pelmetronio, he's just trying to survive, making sure that the base can left be standing. Hey, it's not looking good. It's looking grim. Carvey's there. They got waves crashing in. Pelmetroni gets taken away. And now they're looking to lock down the base. Crystal. Feathered Airstrike.
Look
but
at the
he
damage.
gets melted down instead. The damage is too much. The base gets locked down. Basics make this a 3-0 and move to match point in the best of 7.
I don't know what to say, Kronos. I'm at a loss for words. The series has been proving nothing but the truth. Basics at the top of the games. They were looking a little bit weak against White Army, if you remember, in day number 1. But still, right now, complete slaughterfest. Night and day difference. But look at Boro. Look at him. He was 6 minutes in 5 kills. Not much you can do. Walk is getting a little bit ahead of himself. But still, not much you can do. You cannot turn it around. The kill and the goal difference was so high from the start. It's just, out of this world. They were just going for fights. They were brawling. As I said, it looked like a ranked game.
Not something that I thought I'd say casting a tournament in Europe. Right, Zokota? Especially when Meta Shift is on the receiving end of this battering that Basics were giving out. It is not looking good for Meta Shift. They better pull up their socks because now they need to look at a reverse sweep to make anything possible. The damage overwhelming. The mobility overwhelming. The crowd control overwhelming. Basics just not letting go, not giving any space for them to breathe. Just breathing down their necks, locking them down. Felt like they had a ticking time bomb on the side of Meta Shift.
I mean, Kronos,
Just going boom every time.
Kronos, this is unexpected so far. I don't think either of us were expecting Meta Shift to go down this easy, but who knows? Maybe their time passed. Maybe the practice wasn't there. Maybe they're just thinking, yeah, we won 25, and next year is gonna be ours as well. But Basics, new beasts on the prowl, new beasts on the loose, and I think it has to be with the draft. I think the draft was really unfavorable towards Meta Shift. They were trying to go for the old side of drafting with double fighting, but it was not enough. Just so much damage coming in from Boro in the early game. The Assassin picks is extremely difficult against the Hilda. You cannot play it. It doesn't matter how good of a player you are, Hilda is extremely difficult to play against. And as well, Carvey, dishing out tons of damage. Castle, look at him. 10-1-7. Kronos, this is unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, it's the way that they've been playing, man. Like, Basics, we've seen Boro, we've seen Carvey do so well before. But right now, they just feel like they're on a different level. Meta Shift are trying to reach there. But the moment they get closer, they understand how big the difference is. Basics, they're just looking down upon them from a different level. It's just a completely different ball game. And of course, Basics on the upper hand. Even though we know Walkie's not been performing the best, right? We know what's happening with this entire lineup. Man, you can't even get to Walkie. So what's the point? But it's not like Walkie's a bad player. Don't get me wrong, folks. It's just that Carvey, Boro, Kojic, and Castle are that much better. And it's not like Walkie's that bad behind. But the fact that you can't even reach to that level, you can't even get to him being a problem, or you can't even be a problem to Walkie, just goes to show the level, the gap, the difference that Basics are shown out to be in this best of 7. 3 games in. And with the next one, they just could get the entire sweep of a 4-0. All right, and on that,
Kronos, I think you said
note,
problem. Yeah.
On that note, let's go for a break. 3-0. That's been the story so far today. Is it going to be a 4-0 sweep? Is it going to be a 4-3 reverse sweep? Or is it even possible for Metashift to get something in their hands? I don't know, Zakota. I don't know. With the way that Basics have been playing,
I don't know.
it has been a one-sided story. And I wouldn't be surprised if they took this game in their pockets as well. Well, folks, if you're just joining us, this is the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe of 2026. Metashift, the winning team of 2025, the champions, the reigning champions of Europe, look like a shadow of their former selves. Well, this is game number 4, Zakota. And of course, my name Kronos to bring you the action. Draft is underway. What are we expecting?
I think the same thing. Maybe we're gonna see Basics banning nothing. Maybe they're gonna try to troll for the last games. Let's not jinx them. Okay, so maybe they're gonna do a reverse. Let's not jinx it, you know? Because
But you know what,
go
though?
to best of 7 Kronos, and I'd like that. I'd love it. But you said, yeah, Basics are gonna win behind the scenes. No fate for Metashift. And your in-game name is Kid Per Metronio. No support whatsoever.
Whatever, bro. I'm not biased, bro. Why would I be biased? As a caster, we love to see great games, and especially in Europe. Especially in Europe, love to see great games. Knowing how Bora's been playing, I've been following Bora's journey for a while. I've seen him play in a lot of Europe games, seen him play in the MPL MENA. But of course, you've been following them for a while as well. So knowing how well Boro can play, how well Basics are playing so far, just absolutely utter domination. Metashift, up and comers, would love to see them get the, love to see them get to the upper echelons, but still now finding it tough to get there. But one thing I like this time is Metashift opted to go for the red side. So at least they know they've tried everything before they've lost out, right? So instead of just going blue side again, at least this time they're on the red.
But Kronos, let's take something into consideration. The team on the left, Team Basic, is a super team. It contains, let's remember, 4 pro players. 4 players who've been on the road, as you said, 1 M Series player. Even they were top 4 in M Series. That speaks a lot. It speaks volumes. It's a super team. People are saying that Team Entity was going to be the best team in Europe, the super team. It had one of the best names, the best goals in Europe. Wicked, best mids, Enzo, XP Lito. There are so many great people on the team and so many great people in the tournament. Especially White Army, who left me surprised because they managed to take 2 games against Basics. But look at the bans. Eve, Juxin getting banned out. Kimi is left open for Basics to take, as well as the Kalea. But the Hilda, she's ready to roam. The Baksha, ready to roll. So many great picks open on the table. And I cannot think where to start. There are so many things here, Kronos. The Turtle Ninjas can be formed, but the Yuzhong is there. No.
First pick Yuzhong, man. First pick Yuzhong. The gamble. What are they going to go? Claude Gatotkacha? Claude Baxia? I think Claude Baxia is the way to go.
Just
kind of deny.
One time, please. Marksman.
Claude, there we go. There we go. Now we get to see something different. Claude in the hands of Pelmetroni. We did see Claude in the first game as well, didn't we? Just didn't work out in their favor. So, yeah, I think he picked the Claude, didn't he? Claude and Harrod.
Yeah, those Claude and Harrod matchup actually, you're correct.
Yeah,
but I was thinking maybe Metashift is giving them 3 wins for now and they're going to take the series by a sweep, They were just being nice. They said, 1 game to match point, we're going to take the win by a sweep.
You never know, man. Maybe they woke up and chose violence.
Baxia, Yuzhong against the Hilda Claude, I think. I already like the draft on the left side. Baxia is just so strong. He's so versatile. We talked about it. He has so much anthill potential. And as well with a great team, it can work extremely well.
Get a Zetian here right now. They could pick up Zetian here because it's so good. Like, forget the Valentina. Just pick the Zetian. It's okay. Let them get the Valentina on the other side. You pick the Zetian. It's been working wonders. You have the extra bit of range. Never mind. Get the Granger. Hey, man, he's a solid hero against the Hilda. He's great in the laning phase against the Claude. What are they going to go with? It's got to be a tank jungler on the other side. If they cannot really go for an assassin, maybe a Yi Sun Shin. Even then, he's going to have a difficult time.
A Leomord would be great here, actually. Thinking about the range and the damage she can sustain while riding Barbiel with a new Rose Gold Meteor is going to be a lot of defense.
I'm surprised you didn't. I'm surprised you didn't say the
Guinevere.
Yeah, exactly.
Hater. But still, you have to think is the Baksha is just so strong in the early game. If you get a few marks from you, the skill to is going to be hard to deal with. But the Luo Yi comes true. I don't know how to feel about that one. Lue is a great rotation pick, especially with the healer. You can teleport her into the enemy jungle, into a nice bigger spot. But now you can see the teleportation skill, so it's gonna be difficult. But Kalea gets banned out. Grok is open on the table, however. Here, a Grok for basics would be like Slaughter. And as well with maybe, as you said, a Zetia and something along the lines, maybe even on Odette. It could go crazy, because on the right side, there's no knockups.
I know that would be great. Are we gonna say? I mean, they don't need a knockup. They do have the dispersion rotation combo that kind of treats it like a knockup. Does not work with the Louis?
I don't think it works. It has to be a knockup, I believe, or a transform.
Yeah, it is a knockup, but isn't that counted? Isn't that counted as a proper displacement?
I don't think it is. I'm not sure.
I don't remember. I've seen it. I just can't. It's just not clocking in my head. But I think Odette. I would love to see an Odette come through from Kojik. It's nice to see a swan song every now and then, is it not?
It is indeed. I mean, it's such a good ultimate. It has the highest amount of damage from one skill in the entire game, just on a base. Like 3.5k, I think, or 3.6k damage in the early game for free. It's during the whole duration though. It's a lot. It melts them down, but the game is gonna get banned out, and as well the Chi-Chi. The Lapu Lapu would go great for meta shift here. They could jump on the Granger, but still, it's gonna be a hard matchup against the Yuzhong. What do you think? I mean, there are so many choices. Maybe there's Meralda here. You're gonna trade a little bit better with the Yuzhong, or maybe even I don't know. There's just so little choices, but it's hard, especially for I think Boborosic. He didn't win a lane one time. The Terizla, on the other hand, maybe it could work here. The penalty zone, you try to catch the Baisha, try to catch the Yuzhong. You already have a front with the Hilda. You're gonna go for an assassin jungle. It could work. The Fredderin.
Farsa.
Farsa here? Into a Hilda? She can flicker always and try to go.
Hey man, with the way Kojik has been playing, I wouldn't be surprised. Like Farsa, Lunox maybe if needed, but they already have a Granger. They have the protection. Maybe a Farsa and Farsa is just great overall, right? You get zoning. Sicilian. Oof. This is a lot of late game. They have super late game. This is super late game.
Wait, Khalid? Here a Khalid would be great. Maybe.
Apply early pressure, match the aggression of the Hilda.
A Hellcourt's Rome.
Could be.
Could
be possible.
Come on, Boro, make me smile. Pick it up, buddy. Oh,
look at us waiting for it.
Batang.
Oh, Batang it was. We both were like, what's it gonna be? Just waiting for the right opportunity.
The tension building up. I mean, Batang is a great pick. It denies the heat like going deep. You can push her back.
After he played game number 2, you're doubting it, bro? But that was absolutely crazy, right?
I never doubted him in my life, you know. Yeah, but still,
now that's taking it too
so
far.
much late game. They don't have that much early game pressure. Just the Yuzhong, even Baksh is a little bit towards the mid to late game because he needs to be a little bit of tanky. But there is I was talking, but I don't know about meta shift draft. I don't like it.
It's all right. I can see the idea behind it. The penalty zone, the taunts, the dispersed rotation combo. You have the blazing duet, the early game poke coming in from the Hilda, but like it just feels underwhelming when you see a Yuzhong, a Granger, a Baxia, a Batang, and then you add a Sicilian to the mix. Like, okay, bro, what are you gonna do? Like, pop in blazing duet on me? I'm just gonna Winter Crown in towards what 11, 12 minutes. If Metashift needs to win, they need that early snowball. They need it. They really do. Otherwise, they're very desperate for it. But then again, you have Boro to push them back at the fist break with that Badang. So the early aggression is kind of matched through. Hopefully, we get to see a great performance coming through in this game because it is possibly the final game of the night. It is match point for Basics. 3-0 in this best of 7. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends of all ages, brace yourselves. PGL MLBB Challengers Western Europe 2026 coming your way. Kronos and Zakota to bring you the action. It's going to be Basics, Meta Shift 3-0 in this best of 7.
I mean, looking at the mid lane pressure, I think it's in favor of Meta Shift today. Oh! Look at that damage coming in from the Luo Yi. I mean, right now we're not yin and yang. The first time we see Luo Yi Kronos, you might have to change. Go do it behind the cameras. Oh! Nah, I don't... Oh!
Playing with fire a bit.
Jumping. You know, he likes to roll. He likes to roll, maybe.
Leave me, walks in. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of damage. This is what we're talking about from the Luyi. First blood in the hands of God Believer. I think Walkie, it wasn't a mistake. I think it was just being a little bit cocky that he is. And look at him. Wubba Lubba right now gets pushed back with a fist break. Boro, a lot of damage down from God Believer.
No Sanguine Claws to pull the Hilda back into the tower, but still right now we're going to see a pretty normal rotation coming in from the Fredrin, but still a big loss for basics. Losing the blue buff this early on is dangerous, especially against the Fredrin. If he gets the better farming, it's going to be hard, but you have a Yu Zhong on your side, and speaking as a Fredrin main and a Yu Zhong main, if I play against the Fredrin, I'm just happy. Because he soaks up damage, he cannot do much against you. He's going to just want you to hit him usually. But let's look at Carvi and Pelmetronio, a dead even trade, a duel of ages, like Clint Eastwood battling anyone in the Wild Wild West. Look at Boro, he knows what Balabadabdab is there. Leave Me is gonna join him in the bush, maybe try to even go for the lizard, but still, Walkie is level 4, he has the 30th Potions available. Kodiak does not have the level 4. We know that Louis can fire without it, it's fine. But Cecilion on the 100, the Bat's Feast is gonna be important. Great taunt coming in.
Oh, you can see already getting the turtle started. Walkie wants it. Hortus Poison's not used yet. Meanwhile, on the top side, Castle senses the danger. Turtle started by Walkie. The Black Dragon form could be popped up anytime, and I think that was the right time. Go for a diversion play on the bot side as well. You can see, and they're trying to make a sandwich out of them. Penalty zone comes through, catches 2 members. Retribution in the hands of Walkie, but you can see the dispersion rotation doing too much damage. Praise's Wrath not dropped down because of the damage coming in from Sicilian. Kojic able to get himself a double without the Sanguine Claws, the bat impact. Basics still walk away with advantage.
The damage coming in from the Shah Essence Residue just was... How can you stop it this early on? You need the Dreadnought armor extremely fast. And I think that's what the Fredrin built, but still it was not enough to tank any of the damage. The Isla did have a great play coming into the penalty zone, and the Luo Yi is difficult. They lost the Retribution fight. Walkie did fall, but the goal lead is still in favor of basics. Almost 1,000 difference. This early on was 3 minutes in.
It is. Oh no, look at Boro.
No.
He gets caught. He gets caught out in the river. Taking away Wubba Lubba. Providing vision. Just being a menace. Not as aggressive as Boro though, but definitely being a menace.
It is still a play against the Buckshot. Oh! He missed the shield drop, but right now looking at the bot side, we're gonna see a possible help coming in. But on the top side, Yu Zhong is getting punished. Not enough works in the hands of Boba Rusik. He's 2-1. He is still doing great, but Yu Zhong is just a demon. You cannot allow him to farm so freely. You need to punish him down. You need to try to slim down the farm he's getting. But look at the mid lane possible gank. Obalabadabdab is gonna check the mid right bush. Boro is there. He has the Feast Crack combination ready to rock and roll. Kodiak just needs to get a great Sanguine Claws, and then Boro is gonna immediately jump in with a flicker and dash combination. 19 seconds towards the nearest turtle, just waiting for it to grow up out of the egg. And
oh, Sanguine Claws got Believer. They get a stun on top of him. Boro follows it up with a fist crack. They're able to get that kill. Torres Poissons to secure 5 seconds to the turtle. That was a small misstep from God Believer. One small misstep. And Basics capitalized on that. They have been breathing down his neck the entire series, not letting him play whatsoever. And now focus their attention on the turtle. Boro gets taunted. Sanguine Claws catches 2 members. Oh my goodness, they secure the turtle at the same time. Leave Me has to dash out.
A lower level misses the Retribution, as we know, but still the Black Dragon form and the penalty zone. I mean, just actually the Black Dragon form was used by Castle in the top side fight. I don't know. Yes, he did keep out Castle in the top lane. He kept him secluded, but they still lost the turtle advantage. Just because of one minor XP difference. Right now, a quick look at the build. Demon Hunter Swords in the hands of Pelmetroni already. He's going to go for the Warrior Boots. On the other side, Carvi already completed his Skype. Oh!
Wubba Lubba gets caught out. Walks into Walkie. Able to get that kill. Pelmetronio, look at him. He's trying to dish out the damage. Walkie just tried to slow him down as much as he could. Torres' Poisson's already used up. Carvi having a great time in the gold lane. Boro comes in, spots out 2. God Believer spotted as well. In the top side, Castle and Rushik going at it. They want to get this tier 1 of the bot side, but I think well defended by Metachef. Levy makes his way into that fight, and Basics walk away.
The gold gap is 1.3k about right now, 6 minutes in. Demon Boots bought by Kodiak. He's lacking the mana power still on. It's early in the game, but I want to see how many stacks he has. 37 to nearest turtle. Yu Zhong looking at the possible death right there. Black Dragon form available, used right now. Petrify is ready to rock and roll. Leave Me gets spotted out.
Oh, diversion comes them, and you can see Castle drops the Petrify at the same time. Overrush goes to the Flicker penalty zone. Zone out Kojic. Castle taking out so low. God Believers trying to go for the chase, but Carvey gets a 1v1 on the bot side against Pelmetronio. Boro buying enough time. He goes for the fist crack, but gets taken down. A sacrifice just so Castle can survive.
I think it's worth it. Not losing to Yu Zhong, who is extremely fed. He's so ahead. And losing to a roamer. You know, he's already 3 deaths. Just add one more onto it. What's the big deal? Wabalaba Dab Dab is gonna help leave me secure, just giving a little bit of vision. Boba Rusik is on the bot side. The Cloud is gonna rotate towards the top. Carvey knows he might be in danger, so he's gonna play towards the safe side of his team. Leave Me going to reset, taking his jungle, needing a mental reset right now. Oh, Kodiak Sanguine Claws. Carvey is there. A ton of damage. Penalty zone!
After they come in, penalty zone already being used up. The damage coming in from God Believer is too much for them to deal with. Wobalaba has to go away. Leave Me comes in, gets the taunt onto Walkie. Still has the Tortoises. Poissons uses it up. Penguin Claws catches 2 members. There's Boro with the fist crack. Not enough damage. Carvey still needs that Sky Piercer stacks to stack up.
Insane news. You are wise, Kronos.
For what?
You are very wise.
Whatever. Oh, this guy, bro. Whatever. I thought you said I was biased, and I was like, why am I biased?
Oh, bias?
Come
You're
on, Zakota.
wise.
You know. Thank
You're
you.
an old soul. You're an old heart. You know, you're 30 years old already. I'm kidding, of course, but still. Carvey doesn't need those Sky Piercer stacks. But, I don't know. The enemies are just too tanky, I think. You have the Terizla, you have the Frederen, you have the Hilla. 3 tank heroes. The only guys who could maybe go for is God Believer and...
Oh no, Walkie. He's not gonna make that mistake again, is he? He did only the first mistake he made in the early game. After that, he's been all right. Bobarushik has just been swinging on a hammer. Doesn't feel like this is Metashift's playstyle. Again, basics have already cornered them, and Metashift are trying to respond but don't know how. They're trying to utilize the claw to go for the macro plays, split across the map, do some damage, get a couple towers. That's what you want to play with the Claude, but with the way that basics have been laning, always present, omnipresent even, and Metashift just aren't able to respond. And look at Kojic. He's not supposed to be getting those catches. He's not supposed to be doing that much damage. It's only 8 minutes 30 seconds. At least until 10 he should not be hitting. But now he gets catches. He gets a catch. And look at the back line. Walkie goes in, and here comes Castle. Black Dragon straight behind. Gets that damage done. Leave Me still able to tank it out alive. God Believer gets chased. And next is going to be Leave Me. And here comes the Blazing Duet from Pelme. But it's not going to be enough. Carvey left to free hit. It's going to be goal laner's goal laner. And Carvey just trying to bob and weave. Kojic is there to provide the support. 4 members lost as Pelme walks into a face full of bullets. Carvey able to knock him down with the help of Castle. 5-man wipeout against basics. They are just so much better.
Damage dealt numbers are looking a little bit odd. Terizla being at the top. Diversion play coming through. 3 members there. Kodiak.
Oh, Kojic has to survive. He's using everything that he can run away. Gets shut down by Wabalaba. The Bat's Feast was not enough. And now look at Castle trying to buy time. Appraiser's Wrath already dropped down. Boro being a menace. Carvey, I think he's getting the Lord started. I don't know if there's enough backup. Was just taking the lethal Wanderer.
I think the Lord was going to be a little bit reckless when your mage dies, but still, Kronos, it's not out of the question. Look at Walkie. He's getting spotted out by Wobblabadabdab. Will Walkie notice he's there? He does not. It could be a very big mistake. Oh, Bobarusik. Penalty
Oh,
zone
Boro
available.
walks into a
Boro.
sandwich. Walkie's there as well. Provides a stun onto Wubba. Leave Me comes and gets a taunt down. That is a tanky boy you're looking to take down. But here is Castle. Go straight into the back line. Diversion to get out of there. They have to run like with their tails tucked between their legs. Bobarushik left in no man's land. Penalty zone. Flicker out of there. And now they're focusing on the Lord. Carvey checking all these brushes to make sure they don't get surprise jumped upon. Pelme shows himself, and so does Wubba. And again, Leave Me starting the Lord dance.
Kronos, I don't know if you noticed it, but the Cloud was doing negative damage towards the back. I think it was doing 6 damage per basic attack. 6.
Well, with that kind of damage, they're not going to get nowhere. We're looking at least 6 or 7. 7,000 HP on the Lord. Retribution in the hands of Leave Me. Fist Crack comes through. Bora gets taken away. Pelmet to the back line. Trying to do some damage. As you can see, here comes the diversion. They have to run away. Castle trying to go through. Has 4 members. Have to run away. They got the Lord. But oh my goodness. They didn't look like they were winning the fight. Look at the map, Sakota.
I mean, what a great play coming from God Believer. You are saying he's gonna be the main playmaker for Team Metashift. They got the Lord. The gap is still the same. 1.8k gold, 1.6. Carvey should be the next target, or maybe even Castle.
Oh, Sanguine Claws help clear the way with the help of the Bat's Impact. Top side, Castle is going to get the clear down. The Lord is still marching on the bot side. 11 minutes, 40 seconds in. So by the time it reaches the inhibitor, there's not going to be any gold shields left. As you can see, Metashift wants to escort this Lord down nice and easy. They know how crucial this Lord is going to be for them. Gold is already caught up. 1.5k difference from what it was before. Brute Force Breastplate in the hands of Leave Me. Going to be even more tanky. Lord charges down the bot side. Tier 2 should be able to take that away. Diversion play coming on the top side. Riverbush Castle spots it. I don't think he wants to play with it. Black Dragon form already used up just to make it out of there safely. Metashift are happy with what they got.
They didn't get much, but at the end of the day, 1 mid tower is gone and 2 side lane bot side turrets are gone. Only top stands full because Castle was doing a ton of work on top lane. He managed to get a wave shoved inside the turret, but let's take a quick look at the builds. War Axe in the hands of Castle. The first time we've seen him use it on the Dragon. Kodiak just finally pushing the Divine Glaive for the extra penetration. He needs, it's desperate, because they have 3 mega tanks. Anti-Koreas going into the Magic Grove and Brute Force Breastplate, and as well, a fight cooking through.
Oh, Walkie, Leave Me, no dash skills. He can't make it out now. He has to use the taunt. He'll get taken away. Mega kill in the hands of Carvey. Diversion. I think they want to run away. Metashift doing the same again. Basics. Castle especially. I don't know if he's going to get pissed off or just happy that every time he shows up, they are running away.
I'd be scared as well. Bobarusik.
He's trying to make a play, man. Gets caught up. Penalty zone right now. Catches Castle with a Sanguine Claws. Able to get that as well. Another stack of the Sky Piercers for Carvey. You can see Blazing Go to the back line. Pelmetroni not able to catch anyone. Wubba chasing them down. Castle is solo, but Carvey snipes him. Able to get that kill. Boro able to tank a lot of damage coming in from God Believer. Pelme picks up the Malefic Gun. Extra bit of range. But if you're doing negative damage of 6 or 7, it doesn't look that good for you.
Oh, Chrono. Not again. You're. Oh my god. Why did you say it?
What did I say?
It was a great stream so far.
You only caught it now? I've said it like 5 times already.
Yeah, but this time I was listening to you.
See, that means you're not focusing. Anyways, diversion made into the mid lane. Lord is up. Castle.
Oh god, Chronos.
Trying to get the advantage again on the top side.
In your big age.
So far, man. So far, Carvey has been doing well. 6-0-3.
I'd actually say that everyone is doing well on the side of basics. Yeah, it's Carvey, yes, he has great positioning, but the Dragon, when the Dragon comes in the picture, everyone's running away.
I mean, you said it. You would run away too. It was scary. That Black Dragon is scary.
Yeah, I mean, did you see the size of him?
Oh my goodness, he's able to roam around the map. Depends on the size of your phone, but that guy is just flying around. Makes it difficult for people to try and get on top of him.
Both Carvey and Castle are level 15 before Walkies. No, so I think the silent pressure is showing already. Both of the silencers are maxed out, almost full builds, both of them. But the Leave Me is going to start the Lord, and Carvey is poking out the Lord, trying to pull it towards their side, just baiting it out a little bit. So much damage coming from the Baxia.
And you know what, Sakura? You mentioned it. The side lane's pressure is showing, but that's what Metashift were strong about. Their side laners were one of the strongest in the last year. Damage. And now it's showing that if you find 2 sides that are so much better, like Basics have with Carvey and Castle, Meta Shift don't know what to do. This is not a position they're used to being in. The same thing we've seen when they played against Team Entity in the goal lane, where Wicked was able to go toe-to-toe against Pelmetroni, even get the better of the trades. As now we're looking on the top side, God Believer trying to shut the damage, but the Black Dragon just zoning them out completely, and they can focus down on the Lord as Wubba Lubba is trying to shut some damage onto them, as Walkie's taking down low. Koji with a Bats Feast into a Retribution, not missing. Oh my goodness, Carvey able to get 2 out of that, and that's a double. Make that 3 if he's able to hit these Rhapsodies, as yes, he will. Carvey walks into Pelmetronio. There's the Blazing Duet, as Kojic is able to pick that up. 4 members, God Believer, the last one left standing. Carvey flickered, but gets taken down, as God Believer is able to get the shutdown. And now the Lord on the side of Basics. Both the junglers missing the Retribution, and only the goalie to get it. This is
the minions
over.
and before Team Basics do.
Well, PGL MLBB Challengers of Europe, €5,000 prize pool, and Basics have dominated the grand finals in a 4-0 fashion as they dethrone the champions of Europe from 2025.
There were zero breathing room between these games. I mean, the pressure must have been immense, but still, Basics take the win. Kronos, well said. They dethroned the champions of Europe, but this time it was different. Metashift, as you said, had the strongest side laners in the last tournament, but this tournament, different. Different, the new word. Look at the pressure coming from Boros. Sanguine Claws hitting every single time. Walking in the backline, just annoying God Believer. A ton of damage, just a ton. Look at the pressure from Castle as well. The big Black Dragon was coming through, dealing a ton of damage, just not getting punished at all. And the walls being built. Oh my, it's really hard to play into this, Kronos.
Look at it, look at it, look at this play, look at this play, right? Look at this play. Carvey able to get the full Rhapsody. Pelmetrona tried to go through. BMI, boom, 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 dead. Oh my god. That is a complete outplay, my friend. Basics not just had the better of them, they completely outplayed Metashift in this best of 7. Could have been a best of 4, to be honest. They still would have come out on top. Best of 3, they won 2-0. Not giving an inch to Metashift, because Basics know how good they are. And Metashift did not see that coming. Got hit like a truck. Carvey, what a performance. And oh my goodness, the way this game went about, the way the series went about, Europe better watch out. They got new champions and new faces, a new team on the block.
Well, new faces, I wouldn't say.
Well, old faces that are coming back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a better way to word it, because these guys have proved themselves in the past. Look at the Yijong, he went for the Windtalker just to end the game a little bit faster. And also for the Corrosion Strike, just in case, you know, he needed that attack speed. But on the other hand, what a great game coming from Basic. Metashift got completely outclassed, as Kronos said. Just a different way. We're not expecting Metashift to lose this hard, Kronos, were we? We're expecting a full best of 7 series. Every single game being a battle for the win. But right now, Basic's prove us wrong.
And you know what, Zakoro, if you remember 2025, we ended with Metashift taking a 4-0 in the grand finals, but here getting swept themselves. Whoa, talk about a taste of your own medicine. You know, it doesn't feel nice, pretty sour. If I were Metashift, this is gonna leave a sour taste in their mouth. But then again, Castle, this big Black Dragon, every time he used that ultimate, the rest of them were scared and ran away. The sheer size of them definitely caused them fright.
As they should, Kronos, as they should. I'd run away at the sight of him. In every single game, Castle dominated. I believe out of these 4 games, twice he was the MVP. Correct me if I'm wrong. Boro got twice, and then Castle got it twice. Night and day difference. I mean, in the first day, we're expecting, yeah, Basics are strong. We know the names, we've heard of them, we've seen them play, but White Army put up a really great fight. But here they showed no room for mercy. Maybe they were toying around with their prey, as Predators usually do.
Well, this was the journey to make it to the grand finals, and you can see the only difficulty they really faced was against White Army. Taking 2 games away from Basics. And then it was a 3-1 against Team Entity. That was a surprise for me as well, but then showing why they are so good. 4-0 in the grand finals, whereas Metashift not taking away anything from them. They had troubles of their own. went 2-0 against Final Rain, and then 3-1 against Team Entity. Dropped down to the lower bracket, beat Zero Vision 2-0, beat White Army 2-0, and then went against their former rival, or rather their rivals in Team Entity, made it 3-1, and in the grand finals, unfortunate that it did not work out their way. 4-0 in the hands of Basics.
Still, Chronos, second place is nothing to not boast about. It's still the PGL WEU Cup. This is the first of the many, we hope. Still, who knows? Maybe next time we're gonna see a different meta shift. Maybe we're even gonna see Basics again for a rematch.
We might indeed. Hopefully these teams stick around and stay together, because we don't want to see them fall apart with such a great lineup, with all that's happening throughout the board. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, MVP of the tournament, Boro, in the Rome position. Oh my goodness, the way that he plays. If I'm not wrong, he got 5 MVPs throughout the entire tournament. 4 MVPs throughout the entire tournament. 3 from Kojic, 3 from Castle, and 2 from Carvey. So of course, with that kind of a performance, did we even have a doubt?
It's not unexpected, but still, what a great series, a full sweep. Last year, it was the trend. Every single region got a sweep in full. But Kronos, I think I've said enough today. Do you have any last words? Of course, we thank the team behind the scenes. We thank PGL for providing us with this opportunity to cast these amazing games. And we also thank the players for giving it their best and giving us games to talk about. Maybe even games we'll remember in the future.
I agree. Thank you so much to the PGL team, PGL Esports team, to try and bring MLBB into light in Europe. And of course, we're looking forward to see much more tournaments. Thank you for inviting to cast us. Big shout out to Warren and Scared Yet as well to join the desk early on and make this a blast. Thank you, Serrano, to make everything happen, and everyone behind the scenes to make everything possible. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without the players that took part in this competition. Of course, the audience that is watching. So make sure you like, subscribe, follow. PGL will be back with another tournament as you are watching PGL MLBB Challengers of Western Europe 2026. It has been an absolute pleasure to be the host and the casters for this one. Zakota and Kronos, we're out of here, and we'll catch you next time.